This one here. The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication for the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 8, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Doris O. Matsui to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 10, 2022, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today with a message of grave concern, especially for those who have suffered in Texas, in Uvalde, with reference to the slaughter that took place there, the mass murders. But I do have something that gives me some degree of hope. I have an open letter that was published in the Dallas Morning News that I'd like to share. I'd like to read some excerpts from the letter. It is styled an open letter supporting Senator John Cornyn and gun safety measures. It reads in part, "We, the undersigned, are conservatives, mostly from Texas and our friends from other states, outdoor and gun enthusiasts. We vote for Republican senators. We believe in the Second Amendment." And it goes on to read, "We are especially encouraged that Senator Cornyn is focusing on 2 vital ways to improve gun safety: red flag law and expanding background checks. We are hopeful that the momentum building for those 2 changes may also spur consideration for raising the age to purchase a gun to 21, which we believe is another important step in curbing gun violence." And they close with, "There are many of us across these great United States. We are organizing. Please join us. Please join us." I want to thank them, the conservatives, gun enthusiasts, support senators. I want to thank them for this open letter, because this issue of gun violence is one that we have to have a collective response to. The politicians alone will not solve this problem. I respect my colleagues in the political order. I happen to be one of them. But I know that there has to be some input from the influentials of the world, the chambers of commerce, the business communities. So I encourage the business communities to do as these business persons have done. Take a stand, a public stand. Take a stand for justice. Take a stand for these children. Take a stand against mass murders. Please take a stand. Those who tolerate this, perpetuate it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
You are asking unanimous consent to rise and address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, this past week, I joined a group of 12 of my colleagues to visit our southern border and to see firsthand the crisis that President Biden's open border policy has created. What we saw were massive gaps in our border wall that allow for the cartels to traffic money, drugs, and human beings across our southern border. The Border Patrol agents that we spoke with told us that in the Rio Grande sector, that they are encountering nearly 10,000 migrants each month. In the past year, Border Patrol agents have apprehended people from 174 nations attempting to cross our border. And even more troubling, they've encountered 42 individuals on the terrorist watch list. According to Border Patrol data, over 1,200 pounds of fentanyl were seized in the month of April alone. And at a time where we've just seen over 100,000 Americans killed by drug overdoses, this spike in fentanyl trafficking has made each and every state a border state. It's time to address this crisis. It's time to finish our border wall, a wall that President Biden has refused to complete, while $350 million of unused border wall rust away underneath the Texas sun. In his budget for this year, Joe Biden doesn't even mention the crisis on the border. And instead of giving our Border Patrol agents the tools that they need, President Biden has proposed to cut $800 million from the Department of Homeland Security budget. If President Biden were to visit the border, he would see this crisis firsthand. But instead, he's chosen to hide from the problem and continue to allow deadly drugs to flow into our communities and kill our citizens. The American people can't afford to wait any longer. It's time for the president to order the completion of the border wall and finally to keep all Americans safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, for 5 minutes. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to remember my friend, a champion for the people of Charlotte, Mecklenburg County, and North Carolina, a trailblazer for Black women, especially those in public service, a sincere, authentic, humble servant of God who always looked out for the least of these, the Honorable Ella Butler Scarborough. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record, Madam Speaker, a remembrance from her colleagues on the Mecklenburg County Commission that reads in part, Commissioner Scarborough's passion was limitless and her loss is immeasurable.
Without objection.
Ella's loss is immeasurable, in part because she was a veteran of the civil rights movement going all the way back to her youth in South Carolina. The consciousness and conscience of that movement was seen in her work as a pillar of our community who fought for our vulnerable and marginalized, a phenomenal hat queen she was. She worked for equality and equity, not only for Black Americans, but for every community. She worked for the homeless and the unhoused. She worked for youth literacy and public education. Even as her health failed, she never stopped fighting. Like many HBCU graduates from her generation, she made history. She was the first African-American woman elected to the Charlotte City Council and the first to serve as the chair of the Mecklenburg County Commission. Her leadership opened doors and inspired others. She encouraged other Black women to run and serve. But Ella was the kind of person who was more concerned about the work she did than the history she made. She was a true child of the civil rights generation. She was the great-grandniece of the legendary Mary McLeod Bethune. Her entire family was involved in the movement. When she was 17, she put her body and her life on the line to integrate a segregated movie theater in her community. 5 years later, as a student at South Carolina State, she did the same at a bowling alley in Orangeburg. This time, the activists weren't so lucky. South Carolina Highway Patrol officers fired into the crowd of students, Ella's friends, killing 3 and injuring 10 times as many. Ella was spirited away out of danger by a member of the football team. It is a blessing that Ella was spared that day to continue her fight. Even when she was jailed in the fight to end Jim Crow, She never stopped fighting. She never forgot her blessings. However, overcoming adversity and integrating segregated spaces was something she did since the day she was born. As Charlotte's Hannah Hassan wrote, she's been fighting since birth. She was born premature, 3 pounds. At that time, black babies weren't guaranteed an incubator, so her little body had to fight just to exist. Indeed, when her father convinced the hospital to admit baby Ella to the ICU in Sumter, she became the first black baby in that space. Perhaps that miracle was why she was never afraid. It was a miracle. But the greater miracle of Ella Scarborough was that after she counted her many blessings, she extended those blessings to others, both as a member of her faith home, Friendship Missionary Baptist Church, and then as an elected official and public servant. Blessings are not just ours to have, but to give. That was the lesson that I hope we can all learn from Councilwoman, Commissioner, and Chairwoman Ella Scarborough as we honor and remember her today. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the mass shootings across our country cry out for solutions that work. And the good news is we know what works, and we also know what doesn't work. You know, we've been passing gun control laws for more than 50 years. The number of American households with firearms has dropped significantly in those years. So let me ask, are things getting better or worse? We know this from decades of experience. Gun control laws are extremely effective at disarming law-abiding citizens. They are completely ineffective at disarming criminals and madmen and terrorists. They create a world where law-abiding citizens are defenseless and the gunman is king. You know, the day after the Uvalde massacre, a criminal with an AR-15 style rifle shot into a crowd that was gathered for a graduation party in Charleston, West Virginia. A woman with a concealed weapon shot him dead on the spot. Nobody else was hurt. Had that occurred on a school property or other so-called gun-free zone, the death toll could easily have been counted by the dozens. The left scoffs at the notion that only a good guy with a gun can stop a bad guy with a gun. Well, do they know of any other way? There is none. The only question is how long it will take for that good guy with a gun to show up. It's often been said that the police can be there in minutes, when seconds count. And what we found time and again is that even when the police get there, they don't always act. Those who are directly threatened by a gunman are those who are in the best position to stop such an attack because they're there on the spot and their lives depend on it, and yet the left won't let them. You know, we think nothing of seeing an armed guard at a bank or a shopping mall. They're there to protect our money and our merchandise by killing bad guys with guns. Yet the left goes berserk when anyone suggests that we do the same thing to protect our children. What makes the left believe gun laws will be any more effective at keeping guns out of the hands of criminals than our drug laws have been at keeping drugs out of the hands of addicts? The difference is that drug laws don't disarm law-abiding citizens from defending themselves and their children and their fellow citizens. Gun laws do. The president tells us that hardening our schools isn't the answer. Well, if he actually meant that, he ought to dismiss the Secret Service and open the front door of the White House. And be sure to declare it a gun-free zone. Of course, hardening vulnerable venues like schools works. There is a reason why 98% of mass shootings occur in so-called gun-free zones. There's nobody there to shoot back, and the criminals know that. The Buffalo shooter noted precisely that in his manifesto. The good news is we know what works. Prosecuting gun criminals and putting them in prison until they're old and gray works. Yet woke district attorneys across the country refuse to do so. Executing murderers works. Yet the left has largely succeeded in all but abolishing the death penalty. And protecting the right of responsible citizens to return fireworks. It stops an estimated 500,000 to 2 million crimes in this country every year. The father of modern policing, Sir Robert Peel, often observed that the police are simply an extension of the community, that in reality the community is the police and the police are the community. Every citizen, he said, has a right and duty to defend themselves and to uphold the law. The police are there not to replace private citizens, but to support them. So let me ask, is the surest path out of this violent chapter of our history the quixotic quest to get 400 million guns off the streets, or is it to get the criminals who use them off the streets? That's what we once did before social justice replaced criminal justice. We prosecuted gun criminals to the fullest measure of the law. We executed murderers. We identified the dangerously mentally ill and confined them so we could treat them. These measures worked until the left seized control of our cities and reversed them. I think it's long past time to take those streets back, get the criminals and dangerously mentally ill off of them, and protect our children with the same resolve and force as we use to protect our money. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with my colleagues to recognize and honor the selfless service of the Japanese Americans who served our country in World War II with the famed 100th Infantry Battalion of Hawaii, or the 1 Puka Puka. This year, the fabled 100th celebrates its 80th anniversary. The battalion was composed of 1,400 Americans of Japanese ancestry whose loyalty was questioned by our government following the attacks on Pearl Harbor and much worse. Although much of the U.S. public looked upon them with disdain and skepticism, these soldiers simply persevered. Their story is one of patriotism, tenacity, and courage. Following the attacks on Pearl Harbor and when anti-Japanese hysteria was at its peak, these young men raised their hands and demanded the right to defend America. With the support of U.S. military officers and others in Hawaii and elsewhere, the federal government eventually created an all-Nisei, or second-generation Japanese-American Army unit, the 100th Infantry Battalion. Just before their deployment in August of 1943, the men of the 1 Puka Puka selected the motto, "Remember Pearl Harbor," to reflect their anger at the attack on their country. Although the cloud of racism and underlying uncertainty hovered over these brave Americans, their performance was nothing less than exemplary. In September 1943, the 100th arrived in North Africa, but soon transferred to central Italy, where it faced heavy combat. It eventually became known as the Purple Heart Battalion because of its high casualty rate. One of its members and casualties was Captain Spark Matsunaga, who suffered grievous injuries in a minefield. He later became a member of this hallowed house, and after that, a United States Senator, inspiring generations, including me, who was privileged to serve 3 years on his staff. His own story is just one of countless we can and should remember. In August 1944, and after a year of combat, the battalion integrated with the Japanese Americans of the 442nd Regimental Combat Team. They then continued to fight through Italy and France. The men of the 100th spent 20 months in Europe and fought in 6 campaigns across Italy and France. They received 6 Distinguished Service Crosses and earned 3 Presidential Unit citations. Along with the 442nd, the 100th Infantry Battalion is recognized as the most decorated American unit in our history for its size and length of service. The lineage and honors of the 100th and 442nd live on today and are preserved by the 100th Battalion, 442nd Infantry U.S. Army Reserve. Today, the unit is staffed with reservists from Hawaii, American Samoa, Guam, and Saipan. These women carry on the legacy of the soldiers that endured so much before them 80 years ago. We all owe a debt of gratitude to groups like the Nisei Veterans Legacy and the Military Intelligence Service Education Society of Hawaii and others for keeping the 100th Battalion's legacy alive. They have all been critical in recognizing the sacrifices of our Japanese Americans to defend a country that questioned their loyalty. On the walls of the National Japanese American Memorial not far from our U.S. Capitol, the late Senator Spark Matsunaga's words still ring true today. We believed that a threat to this nation's democracy was a threat to the American dream and to all free peoples of the world. Today, we renew our debt of gratitude to the Japanese Americans of the One Puka Puka. May they live forever in our hearts and minds. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize and wish a happy 88th birthday to an exemplary North Carolinian, Lindsey Holcomb, Jr. of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. It has been my honor and pleasure to know Lindsey for nearly 30 years, and I understand what a remarkable man he truly is. After graduating from Duke University in under 4 years, he went on to serve in both the United States Army and National Guard. Later, he became president of Pine State Knitwear, a prominent textile manufacturer in Mount Airy, North Carolina. Additionally, he served on the Board of Trustees for Northern Surrey Hospital for 3 decades and was chairman 4 of those years. That's an impressive resume, but there's more, much more to his story. He served in pivotal leadership roles within the community as well and showed his generosity in many ways. He and his late brother Smith funded a care wing at Arbor Acres, an independent living community in Winston-Salem, in honor of their mother who suffered from dementia. They also donated the waiting room and the Perry Clinic at Arbor Acres. He's the kind of person who would give the shirt off his back to help someone in need, and his service to others speaks volumes about his character. God bless you, Lindsey, and happy 88th birthday. Here's to many more. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize William Morgan, Jr. of Statesville, North Carolina. For the last 8.5 years, he has served as a city council member and mayor pro tem of Statesville. In these 2 roles, he has excelled tremendously. I've had the pleasure of knowing William for many years, and there's no question about how dedicated he is to serving others. William, your tireless advocacy efforts and record of accomplishments for the city of Statesville and its many citizens has not gone unnoticed. Thank you for your service to our great state, and may God bless you and Tina as you enter this new chapter of your life. Madam Speaker, Washington needs to be re-educated on the meaning of shall not be infringed. The Second Amendment insulates the American people from the federal government exerting undue influence over them, otherwise known as infringement. When the federal government acts in haste, the room for error is drastically compounded, as is the case with the Democrat control bills that are before this very body. Let me be very clear. The horrific tragedies that occurred in Uvalde and Buffalo are truly heartbreaking. I continue to pray for our society and for the families of the men, women, and children who were senselessly murdered. Before proposals are put on the table, however, this problem must be diagnosed in its entirety. The Supreme Court has recognized the right of individual citizens to keep and bear arms under the Second Amendment. Further, the court specifically recognizes that the inherent right to self-defense is protected by the Second Amendment as well. A study conducted in 2013 estimated that firearms are used in defense from 500,000 to 3 million times annually. Americans exercise their Second Amendment rights when protecting their family and property. It was not written so that one could go hunting. As former Senator Tom Coburn once said, it was to create a force to balance a tyrannical force here. The federal government should not be in the business of issuing edicts that threaten the Second Amendment rights of Americans. It is a right that cannot be infringed. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I've shared before that my father was for many decades a New York City police officer. He had to carry a firearm to protect himself and others, but was acutely aware of individuals on the street, often with guns illegally, who could harm him and those he was tasked to protect. I do not oppose the right of American citizens to own guns or intend to rob any of any constitutional rights. But we all know that money, hatred, and power have been used the Constitution to cover themselves from showing the real intent that they have, the love of greed, desire for power, ignorance, racism, hatred. That's what many are using that constitutional protection to cover themselves from. Over 50% of gun violence is attributable to people who use handguns to commit suicide. The remainder of those deaths and injuries are largely homicide and murder, such as widespread street crime. Then there are mass killings, which have been on an uptick in recent years. On May 24th, in Texas, an 18-year-old boy acted as a lone gunman in the second deadliest school shooting on record. Armed with a semi-automatic rifle and 375 rounds of ammunition, he entered Robb Elementary School, opened fire, and laid waste to 19 children and 2 teachers. The pervasiveness and regularity of such occurrences in the United States has reached epidemic levels. In 2020, 45,222 Americans died of gun-related injuries, more than any other year on record. That's a 14% increase since 2019, a 25% increase since 2015, and a 43% increase since 2010. And this year alone, almost 19,000 people have already lost their lives. A number evidenced by the events of the past couple of weeks are only on the rise. This weekend alone, over a dozen mass shootings take place. Buffalo, Texas, Philadelphia, South Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, Oklahoma, so many more. These mass killings are just the tip of the iceberg with respect to gun violence, carnage in America. Firearms are the leading cause of death for children and teens in this nation. How many more children will be sacrificed before action is taken? How many more schools will we allow to become battlefields and burial grounds for the sake of the cloak that many are using the Constitution for? The time for action is now. We know that our gun violence epidemic can be substantially curtailed with thoughtful, reasonable, common sense gun legislation. This includes raising the age, as we have done for so many things, for automatic purchases to 21, and developing and implementing more comprehensive background checks to prevent situations like the Buffalo shooting and the Uvalde massacre. We need to strengthen gun laws for gun trafficking, which is devastating our country. Areas with strong gun laws cannot curtail the influx of illegal guns trafficked in from states with few restrictions. Places like New York City, Chicago cannot curtail the illegal weapons coming from other places. With higher unemployment rates, places like my home, the Virgin Islands, has the second highest rate of guns smuggled across its borders and a homicide rate 9 times higher than the 50 states. As well as better establishing and regulating gun storage to prevent minors from acquiring deadly weapons, it is necessary for members on both sides of this debate to come together to protect the lives of our citizens. Throw off the cloak that you are using, calling our Constitution, to cover and hide what you are really protecting: money, power, hatred. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize an extraordinary friend and great servant of the Texas 27th Congressional District, Steve Meinhusen. Steve came to Texas in 2004 with his wife, Carrie, and 4 children, Matthew, McKenna, Casey, and Ellie. Both Steve and his family brought selfless hearts and an entrepreneurial spirit to our part of South Texas. Steve opened many businesses during his time, the most famous being Stevie Lou's Barbecue. In 2017, when Hurricane Harvey hit Rockport, among his many generous community endeavors, Steve graciously opened his restaurant to feed over 12,000 meals to volunteers and others in need. Steve has built for his family a legacy of generosity, a sincere love of God, and a strong work ethic. I'd like to thank Steve for all he's done for the many people he's blessed in Rockport, Fulton area. He's truly a servant of God and an exemplary citizen. It's my honor to recognize Steve for his outstanding service and dedication to our family, to our community, and to our nation. Thank you, Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it's been 23 years since Columbine. It's been 15 years since Virginia Tech, 10 years since Sandy Hook, 4 years since Parkland. We have offered prayer and thoughts for years with no real action. It's been 15 days since the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, where 19 children were massacred. One of the students, a 10-year-old girl, survived because she covered herself in the blood of her dead classmate. We have trained kids to hide under their tables. We have trained teachers to barricade their doors. We have trained schools to lock down their campuses. Now, are we going to train kids to cover themselves with their friends' blood in order to survive? When are we going to understand the common denominator here is not just criminals, but making it easy for criminals to access deadly weapons? Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, Canada, all dealt with mass shootings. But there was national outcry, and they put in place restrictions to stop mass carnage from happening again. We don't have mental health issues more than any other country. What we do have here is politicians who lack the moral courage to stand up to the NRA. We have a society that is not willing to stand up to protect its citizens, especially its most vulnerable, which is our beautiful children. We have to be better than that. We also must remember Madam Speaker, is not just mass shootings. It's white supremacists in Buffalo who massacre elders. It's gangs who carnage our neighborhoods, who allow for a 3-year-old in my district to get mowed down by gunfire. The problem is guns. The problem is our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and we have to have the courage to stand up to them and to stand up for our country. Madam Speaker, Roe v. Wade is fundamentally about privacy. 50, 60, 70 years ago, in order for women to access abortion care, they had to go to back alley clinics and use wire hangers. In 1973, it was decided that women have a right to make their own decisions about their bodies. We have to be a country that refuses to go back. We have to be a country that refuses to have women in my generation and the generation before enjoy more freedoms than my daughter's generation and the next. Republicans will say they are the party of freedom and liberty, but they are the party that doesn't believe in liberty and freedom for women. Democrats are the party that is protecting your freedom and expanding liberty, which is why we introduced and passed the Women's Health Protection Act, because codifying Roe v. Wade into law is essentially about protecting the freedoms for individuals to make their own private decisions about their health care. If you stand for freedom, if you stand for liberty, join us and reject an extremist, fascist, misogynistic, backwards party that wants to take us back to the Stone Ages where men dictated what women do with their bodies, and help us exist in a country where our values of uplifting and advancing the rights of individuals still stands. Madam Speaker, 1 in 6 children in the United States doesn't have enough food to eat. It's unconscionable that we allow 16% of our children here in this country to go hungry. Right now, Mitch McConnell and Republicans are blocking funding to continue the school waivers that allowed for children to continue to eat in schools. Our inability to get these waivers and feed millions of children who are food insecure is inexcusable. Globally, there are 276 million people facing food insecurity around the world, with countries in the Horn of Africa teetering on the edge of famine. We have an opportunity to get people on board and rally around those who are in need and
Gentlelady's time has
starving.
expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Katko, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Carol Martineau Baldwin, who passed away on May 26, 2022, at the age of 92. Carol was a beloved member of the Central New York community and a devoted philanthropist. A Syracuse native, Carol met her husband, Alexander Baldwin, while attending Syracuse University. They were married in 1954 and had 6 children. The family lived in Long Island, where Alexander taught at Massapequa High School until his death to lung cancer in 1983. Carol moved back to Syracuse and in 1990 was diagnosed with breast cancer. She nearly lost her battle with breast cancer, but overcame it following a double mastectomy. Following this experience, she dedicated her life to helping others fight breast cancer. In 1996, she founded the Carol M. Baldwin Breast Cancer Research Fund on the campus of SUNY Stony Brook. 5 years later, in conjunction with SUNY Upstate University, the Carol M. Baldwin Fund of Central New York was established in Syracuse. To date, the Baldwin Fund has provided more than 60 grants to support research programs and has spurred nearly $24 million in additional grant funding. The fund supports numerous programs, including studies of contributing factors to breast cancer, education of medical professionals and the general public, and studies of the outcomes of detection and treatment on patients and families. Outside of her philanthropic work, Carol has been a prominent fixture in our community, and many in her family are dear friends to my wife, Robin, and me. For the last 2 decades, breast cancer patients in Central New York and throughout the country have benefited from the steadfast commitment of Carol Baldwin. Carol is survived by her 6 children, 25 grandchildren, and 14 great-grandchildren. While she will be dearly missed in our community, Central New Yorkers will continue to honor her legacy. Madam Speaker, I ask that my colleagues in the House join me in honoring the life and legacy of Carol Martineau Baldwin. May she rest in peace. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Cherphyllis McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act. As we all know by now, on May 24th, 21 children and teachers were senselessly murdered in Uvalde, Texas. Just 10 days earlier, 10 black people were killed in a racially motivated hate crime. For decades, the epidemic of gun violence has gripped this country, depriving Americans of their neighbors, siblings, children, and friends. On average, over 38,000 people die from gun violence every year in this country, including on average over 1,600 children. That is roughly an average of 5 kids every day. Think about that. 5 children being murdered, committing suicide, or being killed by the unintentional discharge of a weapon every day in America. I do not pretend that this bill will save every one of those children or stop racially motivated murder in our nation, but the idea that we simply stand back and do nothing and expect this problem to resolve itself is nonsense. It offends the tens of thousands of gun violence victims every year, their families and communities that are ravaged by this unending tragedy. We can and we must take steps, meaningful steps, to reduce gun violence. This bill will restrict the sale of assault-style weapons to those over the age of 21 years old. It will close longstanding and dangerous loopholes in federal law, require that firearms sold in the United States be traceable, and help prevent gun trafficking, among other steps. These are measured, common sense, and widely supported measures that would help reduce gun violence in our country. As an American, as a Congresswoman, and as a mother of 2 children, I implore the members of the House and the Senate to pass this bill. I am pleading with this Congress to set aside partisan and the dogma and reflexive bickering. Now is the time to come together and act in unison to end the violence in our schools and on our streets. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize veterans of the Korean War, as this month marks the 72nd anniversary of the war's beginning. Sadly, the Korean War is too often referred to as the Forgotten War. I'm here today to recognize the 5.7 million American men and women who served in that war, along with 7 Korean War veterans our community lost in the past year. Albert A. Fowler, Ralph M. Lanza, Thomas H. O'Rourke, Nicholas J. Matranga, Walter H. Zip, Robert Close, Armando J. Fola. These veterans put their lives on the line to defend our nation and to fight communism, and we are forever grateful for their service. This past weekend, I joined the Corporal Alan Kivlahan chapter of the Korean War Veterans Association and local members of the Korean American community to honor them. Last year, I also honored the life and legacy of Private First Class Raymond Andrew Smith as his remains returned to Brooklyn 71 years after he was reported missing in action. While the return of Raymond's remains is something to be celebrated, our nation must not forget that more than 81,600 Americans remain missing from World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, the Cold War, the Gulf War, and other conflicts. On Monday, the anniversary of D-Day, I was honored to receive a POW MIA Chair of Honor from our local Rolling Thunder chapter to display in my office as a permanent tribute to the brave men and women who've honorably served our nation overseas, but sadly never made it home. I urge my colleagues to consider doing the same, because we all must do more as a grateful nation to raise attention to this issue and diligently work to return all prisoners of war and soldiers missing in action back to our homeland. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Lotkin, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today almost exactly 6 months after the shooting at Oxford High School in Oxford, Michigan, in my district. I represent Michigan's 8th district. It includes Ingham, Livingston, and North Oakland County. And over the past couple of weeks, I've been in meetings with survivors, with local officials. There are few issues that link our urban areas to our suburban areas, to our rural areas, more than gun violence. I also represent the east side of Lansing, Michigan, where just in the past week, we've had the death of we've had the gun violence between 3 young people. And in Oxford, where 6 months ago we had the school shooting, the most recent school shooting before Uvalde, Texas. I happen to be scheduled to speak at the Oxford Virtual Academy graduation, in-person graduation, the day after the Uvalde shooting. I spent the day in Oxford, as I have been doing about every month, and you could hear the pain that people felt in being re-traumatized by watching what was going on in Uvalde. The students who I was speaking to were a group of students who chose to join school virtually, many of them in the aftermath of the shooting. I'd been with the superintendent of Oxford schools earlier in the day. He was one of the very first people on the scene helping to provide first aid to the young people that we lost. We talked about the trauma and re-trauma that sets in communities where gun violence happens again and again. I may have a different angle on this issue than most. Guns and firearms are part of our culture in the state of Michigan. I grew up with guns. I remember very distinctly getting a four-wheeler along with my brother when I was 11, and my dad installing the gun racks when I was 12 so that my brother and I could go out shooting during the day. I am a CIA officer that was trained in a Glock and an M4 semi-automatic for my 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. My husband's a career Army officer and carried a weapon every day he was deployed. It is just something that is normal among the 99% of responsible gun owners in the state of Michigan. And it is because of that background that I fundamentally reject this idea that either you care about gun ownership or you care about school safety. That is a fundamentally false choice. In Michigan, as I said, we have responsible gun owners everywhere. And since the shooting, I've heard from more of them in the past 2 weeks than I have in the previous 4 years. Active hunters and sportsmen who are strongly in favor of things like common sense background checks so that mentally ill people don't get their hands on weapons. And certainly things like safe storage of weapons so that a child can't get a hold of a parent's weapon and use it to kill their peers. I have a bill that is going in this package today in the House. Safe Guns, Safe Kids Act is the name of it. It is part of protecting our kids in a serious common sense way. All it says is that if you are an adult and you have a firearm in the house and you also have children, you have to take reasonable steps to secure that weapon. And if the child gets a hold of that weapon and uses it to commit a crime, like mass murder, you can be criminally liable for that crime. The bill doesn't impact your decision to buy a gun. Instead, it asks that you act responsibly when you have it. This isn't controversial. It's not partisan. It is basic common sense and what most people do anyways, just like my dad. Personal responsibility is at the heart of what it means to be an American, and gun owners have a critical role to play in making sure we can protect our communities. While the provisions that the House will approve today are common sense measures, I have no illusion on how partisan this is going to be. I know how much the gun lobby has a sway with my peers, and I know that straight up selfish interest in being reelected is guiding my colleagues in this chamber. But I encourage my friends on both sides of the aisle to prioritize public health and public safety over political concerns. Anything that we pass here in the House will need support in the Senate to become law, so we want more of our Republican colleagues to join with us. We want more brave individuals to cross the aisle and say, I'm going to do something about the thing that is now the #1 killer of young people in America. It's gun violence. It's not car accidents, it's not drug overdoses, and it's not cancer. It is gun violence. So to my friends who are considering how to vote on some of the provisions today, I encourage you to make a choice. Do you care about dealing with the leading cause of death of young people or not? I urge you to join us. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When President Biden took office, the price of a gallon of gas stood at $2.39 a gallon. Today, the national average is more than double, clocking in at $4.96 per gallon. Since the beginning of the travel season, gas prices have reached a new record high every single day. The situation in my home state of Michigan is even more dire and unaffordable. In the past week, gas prices spiked more in Michigan than any other state, the motor capital of the world. Our state average has skyrocketed up to $5.21. In Jackson, in my district, gas prices rose 20 cents overnight last week. In Lenawee County, my home county, they rose at an even quicker rate to $5.29 when I drove to the airport yesterday morning. Michigan families are struggling to pay these historic prices at the pump. Robert from Tecumseh, Michigan, told me that he, along with many other seniors on a fixed income, are simply unable to use their cars because of the price of gas. Another constituent wrote to me that someone drilled a hole in their truck's gas tank and stole their gas. This is the environment that President Biden's anti-energy policies have created. Since day one, the Biden administration has been hostile to American energy. They canceled the Keystone XL pipeline. They halted oil and gas leases on federal lands. They recklessly depleted our strategic reserves, which is now at its lowest level since 1987. They've done everything possible to discourage investment in domestic production. At the same time, the administration continues to beg Saudi Arabia and other foreign countries to boost their oil supply. It simply makes no sense. In Congress, just one side, House Republicans, has been proposing solutions. We should pass the American Energy Independence from Russia Act to unleash our domestic production capability. We should pass the Strategic Production Response Act to transition supply concerns from stopgap measures to permanent production solutions. And we should pass the Pipes Act, which I introduced, to prevent a sitting president to unilaterally attack existing domestic energy infrastructure. Let's not forget, America was energy independent just 2 short years ago. There is a path to regaining that independence and bringing down prices at the pump. If President Biden will reverse course and flip the switch on American energy, my constituents cannot afford $5 plus per gallon gas. They need relief. We need relief. America needs relief, and fast. And I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Gun violence, as we know, is plaguing our nation. In 2022, this year, there have already been 200 mass shootings in the United States. Think about that. Absolutely horrific. And so when is enough? We ask ourselves. Our constituents across the country ask us, how many more innocent people must die before any reasonable, common sense gun reform legislation can pass and add more protection for the American public? Let's pass the Protect Our Kids Act, which raises the purchasing age from semi-automatic weapons from 18 to 21, a common sense idea. Let's also deal with this subject of ghost gun purchases and background checks, again, common sense ideas, and cracks down on gun trafficking and straw purchases. And if the combination of the Protect Our Kids Act is something that you might find objectionable in some instance, we have individual pieces of legislation, resources for victims of gun violence, bipartisan background checks, assault weapons ban, legislation that would also go further to provide protection in condemning the horrific shootings in Atlanta, Georgia, and dealing with hate, bigotry, and violence against Asian Americans and Pacific Islander community. We also have legislation that would designate June 4th National Gun Violence Awareness Day. There's legislation that deals with disarming of hate and to try to provide extreme risk protection for federal firearm sales to include those who are subject to extreme risk protection that we know red flag legislation would help protect us against. So there's a lot of things we can do. Will we totally eliminate the threats to the public? Of course not. But there are common sense ideas we can do to improve and increase safety for our schools, for our churches, and for people that are just going to shop for groceries one afternoon. These are things we can do and we should do. As chair of the Congressional Crime Survivors and Justice Caucus, I am advocating for resources for survivors of gun violence to cope with their trauma, whether it be in Sacramento or Fresno or anywhere else around this country. I support the Second Amendment for responsible gun ownership. Let that be clear. But America deserves better, and I call on all House members to join me in this effort. Let's put partisanship aside and take action to address the gun epidemic once and for all. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left?
It's 2 minutes. Gentleman has 2 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today also to celebrate Dia de Portugal, which is a significant holiday for Portuguese people all over the world. My grandparents came to the United States from the Azores Islands in the late 19th century and the turn of the 20th century, 1897 to 1904. Illiterate, non-English speaking, like immigrants past and immigrants present, coming to America to have a better life for themselves. But they never, ever left their pride of their home country, Portugal, or their sense of culture, which lives in me today. Portugal is one of the Americans' longest and strongest allies, as it was the first to recognize the United States as an independent nation after the Revolutionary War. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the Amigos Act, introduced by our colleague and Congressman David Cicilline. It would create more American jobs and increase investment in the United States by strengthening our bonds with Portugal. And as the co-chair of the Portuguese caucus, I think it's important that we continue to build on this relationship and the trade that already exists today. So I urge the Senate to pass this bipartisan legislation. And again, we will continue to work with other colleagues of ours who are part of our Portuguese American caucus to continue to advocate for mutual interests, not only for Portugal, but for the United States and the Portuguese American community. Feliz Dia de Portugal. Let us celebrate and let us remember that America is a stronger country because of our welcoming of immigrants past and present, and this is a part of that recognition. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in preparation for reauthorizing the Farm Bill in 2023, I rise today to deliver the 10th installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series, where I'm highlighting various aspects of the Farm Bill that deserve this Congress awareness and support. Rural development programs exist within the Farm Bill because the people of rural America, many of whom work to feed, fuel, and clothe us all, must remain connected to their families, local communities, and the world to do their job. Communities are made up of families, and families in rural areas need well-built, affordable housing in order to thrive. USDA Rural Development single-family housing programs enable families and individuals to buy, build, or repair affordable homes located in rural America. Through these programs, qualifying individuals can finance a new home with no money down or get financial assistance to repair their wells, hookups to rural water, septic, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, and electrical systems, insulation, and storm shelters or safe rooms. USDA Rural Development is also committed to helping improve the economy and quality of life in rural America, and every strong community needs strong local businesses. The Business and Industry Loan Guarantee Program improves the economic health of rural communities by increasing access to business capital through loan guarantees, as well as enabling commercial lenders to provide affordable financing to rural businesses. In Healy, Kansas, the Sharp Brothers Seed Company has sold native grass seed since 1958. They needed additional working capital to build up their inventory for a Conservation Reserve Program enrollment, so they used the USDA Rural Development Business and Industry Program to secure a $5 million guaranteed loan for additional working capital. This program helped make their operation stronger than ever before, which is good for rural Kansas. Finally, strengthening rural broadband will help ensure that rural Americans, agriculture producers included, can keep pace with an increasingly tech-driven society and international marketplace. I believe that taxpayer dollars must be spent judiciously on existing broadband programs, and the goals set by the USDA and the FCC must be realistic. Last summer, the House Ag Committee advanced the Broadband Internet Connections for Rural America Act out of committee, which authorizes $43 billion toward critical infrastructure in rural communities. I also joined several of my House Republican colleagues and introduced legislation that would leverage the Reconnect program with some of the 2018 rural broadband investments in rural areas with little or no internet access. The Reconnect program is an example of a successful public-private partnership. Its matching grants help cover the cost of cable, implementation, and installment of broadband in rural communities. I support whatever directly benefits the resilient people of rural America because they are the lifeblood of this country. That's why I support the rural development programs within the Farm Bill and why I'm bringing awareness to them now to ensure that these programs remain strong in the 2023 Farm Bill. I'll be back to the floor soon to deliver another installment of my Farm Bill Impact Series and highlight more programs and titles within the bill that I believe Congress must understand and support to ensure that agriculture and rural America thrives in this country. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a great Kansan, Dale Moore, and to congratulate him on his retirement from a career of dedicated service to farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers. Dale grew up on a livestock, hay, and grain farm in Copeland, Kansas, which lies in my district, the Big First of Kansas. He went to Fort Hays State University, worked for Kansas Pork Producers Council, the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, and Senator Pat Roberts. In 2001, President Bush appointed Dale to serve as the Chief of Staff at USDA, after which he served as Legislative Director for the House Ag Committee. Most recently, Dale has been serving as Executive Vice President at the American Farm Bureau Federation, where his presence will be deeply missed. Dale has tirelessly advocated for agriculture for more than 40 years, and he never forgot his Southwest Kansas roots or the values he learned there: hard work, others before self, and personal responsibility. I am grateful for Dale's leadership and service, and I offer him, his wife Faith, and their entire family my best wishes as they begin this new adventure. Congratulations, Dale. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Veazey, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I want to pose a few questions to my friends on the other side of the aisle, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. You certainly cannot be okay with criminals continually able to access guns. You can't be okay with terrorists being able to buy guns. And you can't be okay with sociopaths continuing to buy guns. You certainly can't be okay with what has happened in Uvalde. Before that, Buffalo, what just happened in Tulsa, Sandy Hook, Parkland. So if you're not okay with that, why the inaction? Why do you continue to prevent common sense gun safety legislation that would stop sociopaths, terrorists, and criminals from obtaining weapons? Why don't you work with us to pass common sense legislation that in many cases over 90% of the public supports? So many gun owners that I talk to all across North Texas, people that are on the opposite end of the political spectrum to me, tell me that they support this common sense gun legislation, this gun safety legislation. But you continue to show inaction to the American public. It's unacceptable. We have got to do better. We have an opportunity to get something done this time around. And it's about time. The American public is sick of seeing nothing occur every time one of these massacres takes place in our country. And so I urge our Republican colleagues to work with us on passing legislation that is long overdue and the public is asking for. We can't continue to watch this happen and do nothing. We need to take action. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to address the remarks to the chair. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to raise awareness for the severe mental health crisis in our country. 2 weeks ago, there was a terrible incident that occurred in Uvalde, Texas. 19 innocent children were murdered and 2 of their teachers alongside them. And, to me, Uvalde is in my district, Texas 23rd District. And over a year ago, after I got elected, I visited Uvalde and I sat down with the county judge, who's a Democrat, the mayor, who's a Republican, and the local sheriff. And I sat down with them and I said, if I could do one thing, what would that be, gentlemen? And they go, Tony, we need a mental health hospital. They identified this crisis over a year ago. Last year we appropriated $2 million towards that hospital. It's a $25 million project, and I'm working on the remaining $23 million to get that over the finish line. But this is something that community asked for. There's so much division here in Congress. There's so much hate and rhetoric that gets spewed. I think mental health is an area that can bring us together, that can unite us as we go forward, not only as we reflect on what happened in Uvalde, but across the country. COVID did something to this country, and we're coming out of that. And I think part of the mental health crisis that is going on in our country has to be addressed. It's heartbreaking to see what happened, to be there, as the Uvalde community heals and comes together. What I will say is this mental health crisis goes beyond those that are looking to cause harm to themselves and others. Everyone, I would argue, everyone in that community needs mental health, to sit down with a mental health provider. My staff included. Our team essentially had turned into a mini FEMA office where we were answering all kinds of different claims every day and having to hear these horrendous stories and having to hear the issues that our community was dealing with. So, this crisis is very deep and it's very sad, and it's an issue that this body needs to address. And it needs to start early on, not wait until when an incident occurs. But we have to start very early on. This shooter, this gunman, was a troubled young man for a very long time. It was no surprise to a lot of people what occurred. If we could have got ahead of the issue instead of waiting till the problem happened, I think that's critical. Another thing that a lot of people don't realize, the day of the shooting, There was actually a young lady that had suicide ideations, and 2 of the local law enforcement officers had taken her to San Antonio. This was hours before the shooting. What does that mean? That means the community of Uvalde has a very deep mental health issue that is popping up every single day. And Uvalde isn't unique. It isn't just this one small town and this one incident. We've seen it happen all over the country. So I urge this body to come together. I urge Congress to come together and use this terrible incident to unite us in finding real, tangible solutions. And part of those solutions is identifying mental health resources which we can provide directly to the communities of need. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, in late April and early May, when parents and Republicans in Congress began to sound the alarm about the unacceptable scarcity of baby formula, I thought to myself, well, this is just another example of the compounding effect of the bad policies of the Biden administration. But at the time, the facts had not come to light that the crisis is yet another direct result of the mismanagement and misguided Biden presidency. A president focused on a woke, progressive agenda while the basic functions of government are neglected or mismanaged. The most critical fact that has come to light is that Abbott Nutrition's Sturgis plant supplied about 1/5, 20% of all infant formula in the United States before it closed. Furthermore, the company makes the majority of the formula for infants in the Women, Infants, and Children program. That's more than 43% of babies in the United States. It's unfathomable that a facility this critical to the lives of our nation's newborns can somehow slip through the cracks. As of this past weekend, I am glad to see that the Sturgis plant is making formula again, but it could take a couple of months for supply to hit store shelves. Currently, the nation's current out-of-stock rate is 74%. In Tennessee, it's 92%. This is indeed a worst-case scenario for parents and their vulnerable infant children. How did we get here? Let's go through the timeline. In September of 2019, inspectors found a handful of sanitary issues with the plant in Sturgis, but allowed managers to continue operating while they implemented necessary changes. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the FDA conducted its first routine inspection of the Abbott Sturgis plant in 2 years in September of 2021. They found that the issues uncovered in the 2019 surveillance inspection had been resolved. At about the same time, in September 2021, the FDA receives the first complaint that a child was hospitalized with Chronobacter. Meanwhile, the nation out-of-stock rate for infant formula rose to 11% in November of 2021 when Dr. Robert Califf was nominated to serve as commissioner of the FDA. December 1st, the FDA received a second complaint related to the death of a child. The Centers for Disease Control determined that Chronobacter could have been a contributing factor. In January of this year, the FDA receives their third complaint of a child hospitalized with Chronobacter, while at the same time, the New York Times reports that baby formula shortages are, quote, worsening throughout the United States, close quote. On January 31st, the FDA begins a delayed follow-up inspection of the Abbott Sturgis plant. 13 days later, the nationwide stock of infant formula out-of-stock rate rises to 26%. 2 days later, on February 15th, Dr. Robert Califf is confirmed by the U.S. Senate as the new commissioner of the FDA. 2 days after that, on the commissioner's second day on the job, Abbott announces a voluntary recall and hold of certain powdered infant formulas produced at the Sturgis plant. The same day, the FDA receives a fourth Chronobacter complaint. Why does this timeline matter? Because President Biden said he wasn't made aware of the issues with the stock of baby formula until late April. Now just imagine, on your second day on the job, a fire breaks out in your office and you don't call the president to let him know? I don't understand. I truly don't. Again, this plant produces 1/5 of the nation's supply of baby formula. The crisis was foreseeable, and extraordinary steps should have been taken to avoid it. There's no doubt in my mind that the February formula recall, followed by the Sturgis plant closure, is the primary factor that turned an already increasing problem into a crisis. There should have been more urgency. It should have been clear to the Biden administration in February that we were going to have a problem. Maybe it was, and they just didn't want to tell the president, or maybe he was busy that day. Who knows? I'm sure we'll find out when Republicans take back the majority and conduct proper oversight of this administration. Put simply, the FDA and President Biden fumbled the ball for months, and families across this country are paying the price. We cannot afford for this administration to take its eye off the ball again. The president must do better. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Elzey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the sesquicentennial celebration of the city of Ennis, Texas, founded on June 8, 1872. When the railroad was expanded from Houston to St. Louis in 1872, many of the workers found solace and community in what we know today as Ennis. The railroad workers were drawn to the area's bluebonnets and cotton fields. The appreciation for the natural beauty that surrounds this Texas town still runs deep in the community. Throughout the years, Ennis has grown as an agricultural and industrial community, attracting residents and visitors, which has earned it the title of the official bluebonnet city of our state. Ennis is known for more than just its bluebonnets. They are also the hosting city of the National Polka Festival. The National Polka Festival began in 1967 and attracts as many as 50,000 people to the town. Ennis is also home to the Texas Motorplex, where national records have been set and speed milestones have been broken. My family and I have been able to witness some truly remarkable races there. It's places like these that make Texas proud. The events and venues of Ennis, Texas, proudly promote Texas values by providing a family atmosphere and cultivating community outreach. Strolling along the historic district of Ennis, one can experience plentiful restaurants and shopping options. When entering any store, you're kindly greeted. Families and neighbors welcome each other with open arms. The hospitality of Ennis is seen through these interactions, and it becomes evident why the citizens of Ennis take so much pride in their town. Ennis has encompassed many of our Texan values, including community and family, and has shown Texas pride for the past 150 years. I'm proud and honored to represent the people of Ennis in the 6th Congressional District of Texas. I look forward to what the next 150 years brings to the great city of Ennis. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares a House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Gibbon.
Would you pray with me? God of peace and author of our salvation, we pause in prayer to you for the ongoing conflict overwhelming the country of Ukraine and terrorizing its people. After over 100 days of fighting, O Lord, the people cry to you for deliverance. We pray to you on their behalf as their voices grow weak with exhaustion, their hope dim with each passing hour of unrelenting adversity. God, you are their refuge and their strength. Do not delay your salvation from them. You are their ever-present help in time of trouble. Do not deny them the strength of your abiding spirit. Though the earth gives way to the aggression of their foe, give them reason not to fear. Though the seas are ensnared with the adversary's worst intentions, send your spirit to brood over these waters and disrupt their chaotic plans and bring the order of your peace. May Ukraine bear witness to your promises. God, you are within her. She will not fall. God, you will help her at break of day. Lord Almighty, you are with them. You are their fortress. We pray with Ukraine by the power of your sovereign name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Gibbon. Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of Last Days Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for up to 15 1-minutes on each side of the aisle. Minnesota seek recognition.
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Jim Ramstad represented Minnesota's 3rd District in Congress as a principled Republican from 1991 to 2009. His widow, Catherine, a remarkable woman in her own right, wrote me last week and asked that I share her message with the country. I quote, Jim voted for the 1994 crime bill and its gun control measures. He was one of only 6 Republicans to cast what was clearly a difficult vote. But he felt so strongly about the compelling need to act and believed it was consistent with his bipartisan, pragmatic, and common sense approach to fighting crime. After so many mass shootings, I cannot understand why Congress does not, at the very least, she wrote, ban semi-automatic weapons like the AR-15 that has been used in so many recent mass shootings. She continued, I feel very strongly about this and asked sincerely, what can we do to legislate reasonable legislation like in 1994? What can she do, she asks. She and the country ask, I might add. We all know what we can do, and I say let's do it. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
The chair will receive a message.
Madam Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S-3499, an act to amend the Post-Katrina Emergency Management Reform Act of 2006 to repeal certain obsolete requirements and for other purposes in which concurrence of the House is requested.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate retired Army Master Sergeant Silverine James on the naming of the Salem VA Medical Center's Women's Health Clinic in her honor. Allowed to enlist by her mother, James joined the Army in 1949, and after leaving in 1951, she eventually returned to the service in 1953 as an administrative specialist at the New York point of embarkation. Though the Army was still segregated at the time of her rejoining, Mrs. James was given an assignment that would help lead to the integration of her company and later was a trailblazer while serving at Camp Zama in Japan as the only African American in the Judge Advocate General section of the Far East Command. By the time she retired in 1973, Master Sergeant James had completed 22 years of service. Taking a well-deserved year off after retirement, James began a job at the Salem VA, where she spent nearly 5 years before taking a job with FEMA. In an article chronicling her life, Master Sergeant James said simply, "I gave my country the best part of my life." It was great to be with Ms. James last week to name the center in her honor. She surely did give the VA the best part of her life and her country the best part of her life. Congratulations on this well-deserved honor. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In March of this year, the Washington Post published an article titled, "GOP Lawmakers Push Historic Wave of Bills Targeting Rights of LGBTQ Teens, Children, and Their Families." In April, Washington Post published another article titled, "Some Republicans Fear Party Overreach on LGBT Measures." I just thought I would now recite for you what Jesus Christ said about homosexuality. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the heartbreak Americans continue to reel from the horrible killing of 19 students and 2 teachers by a demented teenager in Uvalde, Texas. As an elected representative, as well as a parent, I am eager to find solutions that make our kids safer. Those solutions must include strengthening mental health services and school security across this country. Democrats in Congress have a choice to make. Do they want to focus yet again on more gun control, which won't work and won't pass the Senate? Or do they want to focus on mental health and school security improvements, which will help and on which we might be able to reach consensus and pass into law? Madam Speaker, I believe we can enhance protection for our children without throwing away any of our hard-won freedoms. The ball is in the Democrats' court. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as we mark the 159th day of this year in more than 246 mass shootings. Columbine, Sandy Hook, Uvalde, Parkland. We cannot pretend that we have not been here before, and we cannot fail to act yet again. I've heard from mothers in my district who are frightened for their children's safety. I've heard the horrors of the survivors of the October 1 shooting in Las Vegas and survivors of domestic violence and other daily gun violence that doesn't always make the headlines. And I've heard the echoes of decades of disappointment and frustration as Congress has failed over and over again to do something. This is not about politics. It is about protecting our kids. This is about doing the jobs we were elected to do, because I refuse to accept that because we may not be able to prevent all gun violence, we should not prevent any gun violence. We can act and must act, and that is why I am voting to pass the gun safety laws.
Gentlewoman's time has
Thank you.
expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House floor for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Gas prices across the country have reached yet another record-breaking high. The pain at the pump my constituents are facing is a direct result of this administration's war on American energy. Unfortunately, the administration continues to pass the blame for a crisis of their own making. In California, we are suffering with out-of-control prices that reached over $6.30 per gallon this week. That's nearly $1.50 higher than the national average, thanks in part to the state's gas tax. Central Valley families are struggling to drive their kids to school, get themselves to work, and buy groceries to feed their families. Any reduction in prices would provide much needed relief. I'm once again calling on the state to immediately suspend the 51-cent per gallon tax. We need to unleash the power of our domestic energy production and suspend the gas tax to get these prices under control for Central Valley residents. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, in the House Oversight and Reform Committee this morning, we heard compelling testimony from individuals that have been directly affected by gun violence. The Buffalo Police Commissioner, Joseph Grimaldi, and also Zanetta Eberhardt provided testimony that is clear and compelling. And the Buffalo shooting that took place, the shooting started at 2:30 in the afternoon and ended 2 minutes and 3 seconds later. One shooter, one weapon of mass destruction, 13 people shot, 10 people dead. We need sensible gun safety legislation in this country. When you look at the need for background checks, that doesn't violate anybody's constitutional rights, but it affirms the right of people to live freely, to live safely, to live in a prosperous way in our neighborhoods and throughout the country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, provide to extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, last week marked 100 tragic days since war criminal Putin's war of mass murder against the sovereign country of Ukraine. Putin's merciless killing continues to horrify the world, while the heroic fight by President Vladimir Zelensky and the brave Ukrainians continue to draw inspiration. Ukrainians are frontline in the global conflict of democracies, rule of law, opposed by authoritarians, rule of gun. I was grateful to be in Lithuania last week meeting with members of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Led by President Jerry Connolly, the bipartisan delegation welcomed Finland and Sweden into NATO, which Putin has unintentionally unified for victory in Ukraine. Putin is sacrificing Russian troops for his personal gain of oil, money, and power. Ever resolute, President Zelensky has said, "We have defended Ukraine for 100 days already. Victory will be ours." America and the world support Ukraine in the efforts to protect its citizens and defeat evil. In conclusion, God bless our troops who have successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and honor a dynamic leader from Iowa's 1st Congressional District, Dr. Liang-Chi Wee. Dr. Wee is retiring after serving as the president of Northeast Iowa Community College for nearly 13 years. His passion for inclusivity ensured that everyone who stepped foot on the NICC campus, students, educators, employees, and members of the community all felt at home. Under his leadership, NICC became a space for addressing challenges in the community, and the college has made great strides in promoting growth for minority-owned businesses in the area. Dr. Wee always has a smile and a kind word of encouragement for everyone that he meets. His authentic servant leadership will be missed at NICC, but I know that his work to improve our communities is far from over. So thank you, Dr. Wee, and congratulations on this exciting new chapter in your retirement. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Speak out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, this week, a champion for STEM education and a dear friend of mine will retire from his longtime role as president of the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, or affectionately known as UMBC. Over the past 30 years, Dr. Freeman Hrabowski has transformed STEM education at UMBC, most notably by expanding resources for women and students of color. UMBC was barely 10 years old when Dr. Hrabowski arrived as vice provost in 1987.
Later, he was chosen as executive vice president and then named president in 1992, helping make UMBC a nationwide leader in STEM learning, but a nationwide leader in education generally as well. Over the last decade, UMBC has graduated more African Americans with doctorates in science and engineering than any other university in the United States. The school also produces the highest number of African American undergraduates who go on to earn a PhD in the natural sciences and engineering. These achievements occurred in no small parts thanks to Dr. Hrabowski's leadership, which made a critical difference as UMBC grew and expanded its academic programs. At UMBC and beyond, he has dedicated his career to realizing the promise of students of color in STEM and students generally as well. No matter their background, can assure access of high-quality science education. In 2011, Mr. Speaker, he chaired the National Academy's committee that produced a key report on expanding minority participation in science. In 2012, he was tapped by President Obama to serve as the chair of the inaugural President's Advisory Commission on Educational Excellence for African Americans. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit in 2020, Dr. Hrabowski sprang into action. Not only did he work to ensure that UMBC was contributing to research and taking safety measures, he and his wife, Jacqueline, personally volunteered for the Phase 3 Moderna vaccine trial. And together, they campaigned to reduce vaccine hesitancy in Maryland, particularly in communities of color. Madam Speaker, I apologize. Madam Speaker, one of the leadership researchers who developed the Moderna vaccine, Dr. Corbett, was a UMBC graduate and the keynote speaker at our annual Maryland 4th and 5th District's Black History Breakfast this year. In addition to his leadership of UMBC, Dr. Hrabowski has authored numerous books on STEM education and lifting up academically successful students of color so they can reach for success in their careers. In a field where representation is lacking and where opportunities have not always been equitable, he has been in the forefront of the effort to ensure that all students, regardless of their background, can pursue their dreams and ambitions. Dr. Hrabowski has been recognized nationally and internationally for his impact. He was the recipient of the Carnegie Corporation of New York's Academic Leadership Award in 2011, one of the highest honors for an educator in this country. He has been named as one of the 100 most influential people in the world, as one of America's most impactful leaders, and as a top-tier university president. Indeed, many universities in the Big Ten, many universities in the Ivy League, many universities in other parts of our country have opportuned Dr. Hrabowski to come and be their president. His love and commitment to UMBC, however, kept him there and focused on developing it as an extraordinary institution of higher learning. I believe that the last part is the one which Dr. Hrabowski is most proud. That is a top-tier university president. While he's been rightfully lauded as a global leader in STEM, first and foremost, he is an educator. Frederick Douglass once wrote that it's easier to build strong children than it is to repair broken men. Over his long career in education, Dr. Hrabowski has laid the foundation for many thousands of young people to become the best version of themselves. UMBC today graduates a diverse group of exceptionally bright and capable students who are equipped to follow their dreams, in large part because of Dr. Hrabowski's talent, focus, and effort. He's been working so hard to make his dream of educational opportunity and excellence a reality, and he has succeeded in many ways. His legacy will surely be cemented in the innumerable achievements of his students, which they have made over the last 30 years and will surely continue to do so for decades to come. Madam Speaker, as he prepares to leave UMBC at the end of this year, Dr. Hrabowski has set the school on a path of success and continued innovation. All Marylanders and all Americans can be proud of his unwavering commitment to his students, to UMBC, and to his unshakable belief in the power of young people of color to achieve and contribute in the fields of STEM. The future of science, technology, engineering, and math education nationwide is stronger, not only at UMBC, but throughout this country as a result of his leadership. And those of us fortunate enough to count Dr. Hrabowski among our friends are all the better for knowing him. I hope my colleagues in the House will join me, Madam Speaker, in congratulating Dr. Hrabowski on his retirement this week and thanking him for his groundbreaking work over the last 30 years. He's retiring from UMBC, Madam Speaker, but I'm sure that he is not retiring from his life of advocacy for those who seek opportunity and the realization of the American dream. He is an extraordinary individual, an extraordinary speaker, an extraordinary human being. I am certain that he will nevertheless continue to benefit Maryland and our country as an educator and a visionary for many, many years to come. Godspeed, Dr. Hrabowski.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1153, and I ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
It's calendar number 80, House Resolution 1153. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 2377 to authorize the issuance of extreme risk protection orders. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-46, modified by the amendment printed in the report of the Committee on Rules accompanying this resolution, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 7910, to amend Title 18 United States Code to provide for an increased age limit on the purchase of certain firearms, prevent gun trafficking, modernize the prohibition on untraceable firearms, encourage the safe storage of firearms, and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-48 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 2 hours of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. 2. Proceedings under Section 3 of this resolution. And 3. 1 motion to recommit. Section 3. The proceedings referred to in Section 2 of this resolution are as follows. A. After debate pursuant to Section 2 of this resolution, the chair shall put the question on retaining each title of the bill as amended in the order specified by the chair. B. The yeas and nays shall be considered as ordered on each of the questions under subsection A. And C. After disposition of the questions under subsection A, the chair shall put the question on engrossment and third reading of the text comprising of those portions of the bill retained pursuant to subsection A. Section 4, in the engrossment of H.R. 7910, the clerk shall conform the title and section numbers and make related corrections to cross-references in the event a portion of the bill is not retained pursuant to Section 3 of this resolution. Section 5, House Resolution 1151 is hereby adopted. Section 6, House Resolution 1152 is hereby adopted. Section 7, House Resolution 188, agreed to March 8, 2021, as most recently amended by House Resolution 1097, agreed to May 10, 2022, is amended by striking June 10, 2022, each place it appears, and inserting, in each instance, June 17, 2022.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fischbach, pending which I yield myself such time as it may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 1153, for 2 measures. First, it provides for consideration of H.R. 2377 under a closed rule. The rule self-executes a manager's amendment, provides 1 hour of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Second, the rule provides for consideration of H.R. 7910 under a closed rule. The rule provides 2 hours of general debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, provides that following debate the House will vote separately on retaining each title of the bill, and provides 1 motion to recommit. Additionally, the rule deems passage of House Resolution 1151 and House Resolution 1152. Finally, the rule extends recess instructions, suspension authority, and same-day authority through June 17th. Madam Speaker, I am struggling to put into words right now the tremendous pain that so many Americans feel in the wake of the mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, and Buffalo, New York. Pain because, once again, we are burying America's children, the hopes and dreams and futures of our kids, birthday parties and bat mitzvahs, summer breaks and high school graduations, stolen by a senseless, unceasing drumbeat of gun violence. The lives of innocent shoppers ended in a hate-fueled rampage of white supremacy. It does not have to be this way. What kind of country are we if we let this happen and do nothing? What does that say about our values and our priorities as a society? I am so deeply disappointed and frustrated as a member of Congress, but even more as a parent. What happened in Uvalde is unconscionable. For God's sake, the parents had to submit DNA because the bodies of their 4th graders were unrecognizable. They had to identify them by their shoes because the exit wounds produced by an AR-15 were so large that their bodies were torn apart by the bullets. 18-year-olds can't even rent a car, but they can buy guns that can tear people apart. It just doesn't make any sense. You know, when I think of the trauma the parents had to go through, burying their kids, knowing that this could have been prevented if bills like the ones we are considering today were passed into law, it's beyond heartbreaking. There are no words, just sadness when I think of my kids. And then I think of all the parents who won't get to watch their own kids grow up. For Uvalde, for Parkland, for Sandy Hook, for Buffalo, and all the mass shootings that have torn apart communities all across this country. I'm pleading with my colleagues, do not throw away this opportunity to get something done. Do not let partisan talking points get in the way of reasonable gun safety measures. None of these ideas are extreme. In fact, they are what the vast majority of people in this country want us to do. This vote will unequivocally show where each and every one of us stands on red flag laws, on raising the age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21, on gun trafficking and straw purchases, on ghost guns, on the safe storage of firearms, particularly when a minor is likely to gain access to them, on bump stocks, and on large capacity magazines. We will have separate votes on all of these issues. This week, there will be no excuses. Really, think about that list. None of these proposals are aimed at taking firearms away from law-abiding gun owners. They are aimed at stopping people from getting slaughtered in their schools and churches and grocery stores and homes. These bills would have stopped the shooters in Buffalo and Uvalde from buying their guns. I'm pleading with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to work with us, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the representative from Massachusetts for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Let me be clear. House Republicans condemned the violence in Buffalo, Uvalde, Tulsa, and Philadelphia. We stand ready to work with the majority to directly address school safety, mental health, and the root causes of gun violence. Unfortunately, the bills we are considering today under the rule are nothing more than an attempt by Democrats to try to push their anti-gun agenda. H.R. 7910 is a grab bag full of far-left proposals that will not effectively address gun violence, but will severely limit America's Second Amendment rights. There are a few provisions I would like to point out. The bill raises the legal age of gun ownership to 21. This provision is very likely unconstitutional. Even a liberal district court in California has already determined with regard to similar restrictions. This bill broadens the definition of frame or receiver that could define multiple parts of the same gun as separate firearms. Each of these parts would need its own distinct serial number or risk becoming a classified ghost gun. This could turn millions of legal guns into contraband and law-abiding gun owners into felons. H.R. 2377 is another reminder that Democrats fundamentally have no respect for the Second Amendment rights. It shows their lack of respect for the Fourth Amendment rights also. This bill destroys the presumption of innocence that is the bedrock of our justice system. It does away with the notion that an individual is innocent until proven guilty, and instead makes anyone subject to an extreme risk protection order guilty until proven innocent, with what amounts to another version of a red flag law. They also want to mandate a system for gun storage in private homes, which is unconstitutional and almost impossible to enforce without stripping even more rights from law-abiding citizens. Democrats are picking and choosing legal standards to deprive citizens of their constitutional rights based on how closely those rights are aligned with their political agenda. Furthermore, the universe of individuals who can petition a court for an extreme risk protection order under this bill is far too broad, and it creates a process that is ripe for abuse. This bill would create an opportunity for a disgruntled ex-roommate or predatory domestic partner to use the judicial system to harass and burden an individual by requiring law enforcement to seize that individual's firearms and ammunition. Federal law already prohibits dangerous and unfit individuals from purchasing or possessing firearms. An individual with a misdemeanor domestic violence conviction, an individual involuntarily committed to a mental institution or adjudicated mentally defective, or an individual who is an unlawful user of controlled substances are all prohibited from possessing or purchasing a firearm already under current law. Democrats rejected an amendment that will allow for transfers of a firearm to a victim of domestic violence for self-defense. Under this bill, a friend or a neighbor trying to help the victim would be charged with gun trafficking. These bills are not about public safety, they are about the left's anti-gun agenda. During the Judiciary Committee, while we considered this bill, the chairman of the committee conceded that the strict gun laws in liberal jurisdictions don't work because criminals are able to obtain guns elsewhere illegally. A member from Tennessee on that committee admitted that the Democrats' bills will make it harder for law-abiding Americans to exercise their Second Amendment rights. Another member, one from New York, threatened to abolish the filibuster and pack the Supreme Court if any of our nation's checks and balances stood in the way of the Democrats' agenda to trample the Second Amendment. The majority will argue that these are common sense proposals, but they fail to explain the details and the real effects of these provisions. And what are law-abiding gun owners concerned about? They are concerned about the attack on their constitutional rights provided in the Second Amendment. All of us recognize the recent tragedies, and our heart goes out to the parents, the families, and communities. But the root causes must be addressed. Simply attacking law-abiding gun owners will not solve the problem. Addressing the causes will. House Republicans stand ready to address the root causes of this senseless acts of violence, but not at the cost of America's constitutional rights. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I oppose the rule, and I ask members to do the same. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, the gentlelady said a root cause is school safety. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a May 26, 2022 article from the Texas Tribune entitled "Texas Already Hardened Schools. It Didn't Save Uvalde." Madam Speaker, we keep hearing that the epidemic of mass school shootings can be solved by hardening schools. Guess what? Robb Elementary had been hardened. We can harden schools all we want. We can turn them into fortresses, but unless we deal with the underlying issue, it's going to keep happening. She also said that mental health is a root cause, and I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a Bloomberg article published May 27, 2022, entitled "Republican Push Unfounded Mental Health Claim for Gun Violence." Madam Speaker, let me set the record straight. Yes, we have people with mental health issues in America. So do other countries. Only here in America do we have widespread fatal gun violence to the extent that we do. So spare us the lectures. I should say under GOP Governor Greg Abbott, Texas is last in the nation for mental health access. And just one final thing. We keep hearing about the inconveniences of these proposals. Safe storage, background checks, waiting lists. I get it. There may be some inconvenience here, but stack that up against the carnage. Stack that up against the mass shootings, the daily killings in this country. I mean, for once, can we put that first over the inconvenience of going through a background check? I mean, this is a moment I hope that we could actually do something, but instead we're complaining about inconveniences. Give me a break. Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Bowman.
Without objection, your requests are recognized. I recognize the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of my resolution, H-Res 1152, to condemn the Great Replacement myth, which is a delusional white supremacist conspiracy theory. I'm honored to be joined by my co-leads, CBC Chairwoman Beatty, CHC Chairman Ruiz, KPAC Chairwoman Chu, LGBTQ plus Equality Caucus Chairman Cicilline, CPC Chair Jayapal, Congressman Takano, Congressman Raskin, and Buffalo, New York's Representative Congressman Higgins. We are joined by more than 140 of our Democratic colleagues as original co-sponsors. On May 14th, a self-described white supremacist and anti-Semite drove more than 200 miles to Buffalo, New York, where he killed 10 people and injured 3 others, 11 of which were black. In a 180-page manifesto that he posted publicly online, he cites the Great Replacement myth as his motivation and cause to target black people. The Great Replacement myth is a racist, anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, xenophobic, nativist, and hateful lie. It's 2022, and black people are still being hunted down and killed in America. The same goes for every person of color, Jewish people, the LGBTQ plus community, and every marginalized person in this country. We remember the lives of Aaron Salter, Ruth Whitfield, Pearlie Young, Catherine Cat Massey, Heward Patterson, Celestine Cheney, Roberta Drury, Margus D. Morrison, Andre McNeil, and Geraldine Talley, all who should still be
Gentleman's
here
time
with
has
us today.
expired.
I yield the gentleman additional 30 seconds.
Our nation is mourning and has been mourning since this country was founded. We cannot continue to carry on as if this hatred is an undeniable part of American culture and cannot change. We must combat white supremacy. I refuse to be complicit in this hatred because we have failed to take a stand as a nation. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand together and condemn this myth as the white supremacist conspiracy theory that it is, and vote yes on the rule. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just wanted to make a couple of comments. The gentleman from Massachusetts, with all due respect, he mentioned, other countries, and I just wanted to point out that other countries don't have the freedoms and don't live the way we do in our great democracy or republic, whichever, and I don't think that they don't have the constitutional rights that we have under the Second Amendment. And so our citizens are asked to have that Constitution respected. And it's not, I don't believe I used the word inconvenient at all. What I used is the words trampling our constitutional rights. And that is what I think is important here, that we not talk about, the gentleman from Massachusetts mentioning these inconvenient things. I'm talking about our citizens' constitutional rights under the Second Amendment. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 2377, the Extreme Risk Protection Order Act. Simply put, this bill tramples upon the Second Amendment by means of destroying the Fifth. However, I'd like to direct my argument against the bill towards another amendment, the 10th, which reserves power to the states. 19 states have already enacted red flag laws in some form or another, and all 31 additional states have the authority to do so. The federal government must ask itself whether this bill will add any measure of additional security that states are not already able to make for themselves. The federal government must also look to these states to gauge whether red flag laws have any effect on gun violence at all. It is certainly not the case in Chicago, Illinois, a city subject to state red flag laws, which leads all American cities in the number of persons killed and injured in mass shootings over the past 4 years. Red flag laws have saved no lives in Chicago. This bill is redundant, not to mention likely ineffective. Americans deserve better than this. I yield back to the gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Minnesota.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, the gentlelady from Minnesota,
Excuse me, Massachusetts. I apologize.
The gentlelady from Minnesota made a reference to the United States in comparison to other countries. I want to hold this chart up here. You may not be able to see. This is the number of gun deaths. The UK way down here, France, Germany, Denmark, Switzerland. I mean, all free countries. You may not be able to see because it's so small compared to the United States. You sure as hell can see the number of gun deaths here in the United States. It is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And it is about time the Democrats and Republicans all agree that it is unacceptable. And that's what this debate is about. So, we want to talk about other countries around the world that are free. Lots of countries that enjoy freedom do not have the number of gun deaths and massacres. Their parliaments and their Congresses are not meeting to grieve over the execution and the mass killing of little children in schools like we do on a regular basis. The only question for people here is whether we're going to do anything or whether this is going to be business as usual. Take the money from the gun lobby and do nothing. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ross.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Mr. Chairman. I rise today because there is no greater moral imperative for us as representatives than protecting the safety of our children and our residents. In recent weeks, our nation has been yet again shaken to its core by the senseless attack on our most vulnerable. Heartbreakingly, mass shootings have become a steady drumbeat in American life, striking community after community and instilling fear in the American people as we drop our kids off at school, go to the grocery store, or enter a house of worship. After each of these terrifying events, after the vigils have been held and the news cycle has moved on, there is one thing that never fades. Every person who has had a friend, neighbor, spouse, or child, Madam Speaker, taken by violence carries with them the heartbreaking pain of that incomprehensible loss. So what will it take for Republican leaders to join us in taking action? Because so many Republicans agree with us. How many kids need to die? How many families need to suffer before they finally say enough is enough? I've spent much of my public life in public service, and I believe in American democracy. And I still believe in the ability of men and women in this chamber to set their differences aside to make transformative change for the public good. My plea to my colleagues across the aisle is to stand up for what is right. Let's start the hard work of building a safer America. I come from a southern state with plenty of law-abiding gun owners, but people from across North Carolina have been reaching out to me and my office, including several Republicans and gun owners.
Gentlewoman's
I
time has
support the
expired.
rule and commend it to this body.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to immediately consider the Prosecutors' Need to Prosecute Act, legislation authored by Representatives Malliotakis and Tiffany that assures accountability for those charged with keeping our streets, our schools, and our communities safe. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with its extraneous...
Without objection.
Thank you. Along with the extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. Madam Speaker, while my colleagues in the majority believe that the best approach to addressing violence is to strip away American constitutional rights, Republicans stand with parents and communities in ensuring those who commit crimes are prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and those who don't will be held accountable. Just last night, families in San Francisco ousted their district attorney for failing to keep their streets free from criminals. Americans are fed up with liberal prosecutors letting criminals run rampant for the sake of woke idealism. This legislation will ensure the Department of Justice and the American public have the data and information necessary to hold those responsible for keeping our streets safe accountable. To further explain this amendment, I yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose the previous question so that we can immediately consider my bill, H.R. 7967, the Prosecutors' Need to Prosecute Act. My legislation would hold prosecutors accountable and create transparency by letting the public know how many cases prosecutors are declining to prosecute, the number of offenses committed by career criminals, and the number of criminals released. Over the past 2 years, we've seen a disturbing trend in progressive district attorneys in cities across the country who are refusing to prosecute violent criminal offenders. Look no further than my city of New York, where Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg released a day-one memo initially directing his staff not to prosecute certain crimes, including drug possession, trespassing, driving with a suspended license, sex trading, resisting arrest, and public obscenity. He even directed his staff to downgrade felony charges filed by our police, including armed robbery, weapons charges, and drug dealing. Worst of all, his office will no longer seek life sentences without parole, which means the most heinous murderers, including terrorists, serial killers, cop killers, and perps who kill young children in connection with sex crimes, will be released back onto our streets in 20 years or less. These policies have sent a clear message to criminals, and that message is, go ahead, commit crime, break the law, because we will not enforce it. What is the point of creating laws if the ones currently on the books are not enforced? With prosecutors that refuse to prosecute, it's no surprise that crime is surging in cities across America. In Boston, Los Angeles, if you want a designer purse, toiletries, or food, you can break into any store and take it, no questions asked. This week, LA's District Attorney, George Gascon, doubled down on the light sentence given to a teen driver who mowed down a mother and her newborn baby last summer. The teen only received juvenile probation, which authorities say is less than military school and a little bit tougher than summer camp. In 2020, defund the police rioters and looters. They created chaos in my city of New York, destroying storefronts. They assaulted police officers, and they even put police cars on fire. While police made hundreds of arrests, New York City district attorneys dismissed these cases, the majority of those charges filed. In the Bronx, more than 60% of arrestees had their charges dropped, and of the 485 rioters arrested in Manhattan, 222 individuals had their charges dropped entirely, while 73 received lesser counts. The same goes for federal prosecutors in Portland, Oregon, who dismissed roughly half the cases charged in connection with violence and anti-police protests. In Philadelphia, 23-year-old police corporal James O'Connor was gunned down and killed in 2020 by a career felon and wanted gangbanger because the DA's office allowed him to freely roam the streets. Perhaps if the DA's office had done its job, Corporal O'Connor would be alive today. We had a similar story in my city of New York as well. And in Nancy Pelosi's San Francisco, on New Year's Eve 2020, a man slammed a stolen car into two women crossing the street, killing them both. The man, who had a lengthy criminal rap sheet, was out on parole thanks to San Francisco's soft-on-crime DA, Chesa Boudin, the son of a domestic terrorist cop killer associated with the far-left militant group Weather Otherground. Well, you know what? Voters have had enough of the violence and crime plaguing our communities and endangering their families. In fact, just last night, when San Francisco voters recalled Boudin, they sent a clear message that the prosecutors who fail to do their job will be removed from office.
Fired. I yield her additional 30 seconds.
Our nation is under attack by criminals with no regard for property and life, and rogue district attorneys who allow them to wreak havoc on our streets. I close with the words of the late Democrat Senator Robert Kennedy. Every society gets the kind of criminal it deserves. What is equally true is that every community gets the kind of law enforcement that it insists on. Let's stop siding with the criminals preying on our cities. Let's stop emboldening the district attorneys to lay idly by as crime plagues our streets. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my legislation today. It's time to support our citizens, not criminals.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I began this debate by appealing to my colleagues to try to find common ground and come together and do something about this gun violence epidemic. And then we hear the same old tired red state versus blue state talking points directly from the gun lobby. But since it was brought up, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an April 4th, 2022 Yahoo News article entitled "Republican-Controlled States Have Higher Murder Rates Than Democratic Ones," according to a study.
Without objection.
And Madam Speaker, Republicans would rather point fingers than look in the mirror. But a recent study found that the highest murder rates are often in conservative rural states. The 5 states with the highest per capita murder rate: Mississippi, Louisiana, Kentucky, Alabama, Missouri, all lean Republican. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the summary of a December 16th, 2021 report from Everytown Research entitled City Dashboard, Murder and Gun Homicides.
Without objection.
I want to debunk some myths. Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco do not have the highest gun violence rates in the country. You don't measure gun violence rates by the raw number. These are big cities. Of course, they are going to have more gun deaths than other places. You measure these rates by measuring per 100,000 people. And when you do that, these cities aren't even in the top 20. Jackson, Mississippi, Gary, Indiana, St. Louis, Missouri, New Orleans, Memphis, the list goes on and on. So find a new talking point. And I also ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a February 28th, 2018 piece from ABC News entitled "Trump Calls for Raising Minimum Age to Buy All Guns to 21."
Without objection.
The very person that everybody on the other side of the aisle is so afraid to take on, so frightened of, says that we should raise the age to 21. Madam Speaker, former President Donald Trump said it himself. You can't buy a handgun at 18, 19, or 20. You should wait until you're 21. You could buy the weapon, meaning an AR-15, used in this horrible shooting at 18. It doesn't make sense. End quote. I mean, come on. You know, Trump said this in 2018. In 2018. And these guys here are telling us that somehow this is a violation of the Constitution? Give me a break. I mean, we are here to try to save the lives of America's kids. And there should be more outrage on the other side of the aisle, not the usual talking points that we hear over and over and over again from the gun lobby. If this isn't important, then nothing is. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Morelli.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague and friend, the distinguished chair of the Rules Committee, Mr. McGovern. I rise today in support of the rule and the underlying legislation, the Protecting Our Kids Act and the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act. It's hard to find words to describe the despair we feel in the wake of the recent series of senseless mass shootings in Buffalo, Uvalde, Tulsa, and too many neighborhoods across our country. For the sake of the victims, their families, and all Americans, we cannot rest until we put an end to this vicious cycle. There have been more than 200 mass shootings already in 2022. That's more shootings than there have been days of the year. And according to a recent analysis published in the New England Journal of Medicine, firearm deaths have now replaced motor vehicle accidents as the leading cause of death for children in this country. I know the insurmountable pain of losing a child all too well. But losing a child to something entirely avoidable, that's a uniquely devastating kind of tragedy. June is Gun Violence Awareness Month, but we are already painfully, brutally aware. What we need now is action. That's why this week we are passing legislation to strengthen red flag laws, raise the age for semi-automatic gun purchases, ban bump stocks and high-capacity magazines, and promote safe storage of firearms. This builds on the action we've already taken to enact universal background checks and marks a critical step forward in keeping dangerous weapons out of the wrong hands. In the midst of so much pain and suffering, it's astonishing that there are those who still refuse to act. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not willing to be part of the solution, then please, please, please stand aside so you are not part of the problem. It doesn't stop here. I'll continue pushing to ban assault weapons, combat gun trafficking, so we can put a stop to this devastating and maddening cycle of violence. Because the absolute worst thing we can do is nothing at all. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to oppose the previous question so that the House can consider the prosecutor's need to prosecute act. Madam Speaker, it is no secret that crime is out of control in this country. Annual homicide records have been broken in at least a dozen major cities. Brazen smash and grab robberies in broad daylight are a daily occurrence. Killings, severe beatings, armed robberies, carjackings, sexual assaults, arson, and looting have become a common feature on the evening news. Yet rogue prosecutors in cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, Philadelphia, New York City, and Milwaukee continue to release predators from custody almost as fast as the police can arrest them. The use of no cash bail policies, plea bargains, and a complete refusal to put dangerous repeat offenders behind bars has demoralized our police, endangered our communities, and America's most iconic cities resemble a third world country. I'll give you an example in my home state, Milwaukee County, where we witnessed back at Christmas a massacre at the Waukesha County Christmas Parade. 6 people dead, 60 injured. How? With a guy that had a rap sheet that had felonies, misdemeanors, statutory rape, resisting arrest, strangulation on his sheet, and he was out on $1,000 bail. Here's the worst part, though. That district attorney, John Chisholm in Milwaukee County, here's what he said years ago about his philosophy. Is there going to be an individual I divert or put into treatment program who's going to go out and kill somebody? You bet. Guaranteed. It's guaranteed to happen. It does not invalidate the overall approach. That's what we have for district attorneys around the United States. Americans are sick and tired of the lawlessness, and they are demanding accountability. Madam Speaker, each year jurisdictions across the United States benefit from the Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant Program, which provides funding to states, tribes, and local governments to support a range of justice-related programs. If we defeat the previous question, we will offer an amendment to the rule calling for immediate consideration of the Prosecutors Need to Prosecute Act. It would, among other things, mandate that district attorneys report to Congress on how often they follow through on holding criminals charged with violent crimes like murder, rape, arson, crimes involving illegal guns, and motor vehicle theft accountable. They would also be required to disclose how often they prosecute the initial charges, how often they secure convictions, whether or not those charged were already on probation or parole, and how many offenders were released without bail. Madam Speaker, the American people need to know if the people they've entrusted to keep their neighborhoods safe are actually using their tax dollars to finance this crime wave. It is time.
Time has expired.
I need 10 seconds.
I would yield an additional 10 seconds to the gentleman.
It is time to end the policy of underwriting progressive policies that endanger the lives and livelihoods of decent, hardworking Americans, and that starts with transparency. I urge my colleagues to stand with us for safer communities and oppose the previous question. Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
To the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the rule which would deem and pass a resolution condemning great replacement theory and white supremacy. The recent mass shooting in Buffalo, New York that claimed the lives of 10 Americans was committed by a self-described white supremacist who referenced great replacement theory in a manifesto. The perpetuation of xenophobia, racism, and anti-Semitism by right-wing extremists who believe in a grand conspiracy theory that minorities, somehow facilitated by Jews, are actively seeking to diminish the political and cultural power of white voters. This must be condemned. Notably absent is the condemnation of our leaders on the right, who refuse to speak out against this senseless violence and call for what it is. Call it what it is. Hate speech meant to divide us and not unite us. This departure from logic and reason is cozying up to fear, is leading people to violence and extremism in communities all across this country, and it must be stopped. Thank you, and I yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas.
And I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Look, we learned in the Rules Committee yesterday, in fact, the gentlelady from Minnesota pointed out how Republicans had little opportunity to provide any input into these bills that are going to be provided for in this rule. Unfortunately, the Speaker has no interest in involving half of the representatives in this country in addressing an issue we all care about, keeping Americans safe. Yesterday in the Rules Committee, it was stated that Republicans vote against all mental health bills. I don't know where that concept comes from. Republicans passed into law the 21st Century Cures Act, which represents the most significant reform to the mental health system in several decades. Republicans have also taken steps to reform the National Instant Criminal Background Check System, the so-called Fix NICS Act of 2017, which improved reporting to the database. But unfortunately, we also know the Department of Justice Inspector General reported that only 1% of individuals who try to purchase a firearm illegally, and it's known they're trying to purchase a firearm illegally, only 1% are prosecuted. So I've introduced a bill, H.R. 194, to require the Department of Justice to recommence this reporting to Congress so that Congress can have a better idea of how many guns exist illegally in commerce, and ultimately to ensure that the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms recovers these illegal firearms. You know, Republicans would have also engaged on the issue of the age of purchase. But honestly, as brought up by Representative Massey yesterday during the rules hearing, let's examine all the data points to determine whether the age for law enforcement officers, military service, and the selective service should also be considered. But that was not on the table. And then, as if to underscore just how partisan and one-sided this rule bill is today, there's a provision in the rule that deems a $1.6 trillion budget resolution for fiscal year 2023. Madam Speaker, I'm a member of the Budget Committee, and during the Rules Committee hearing yesterday was the first time I heard about this budget resolution. It's a 9% increase over fiscal 22 and $21 billion over President Biden's fiscal year 2023 budget proposal. We've got a problem with inflation in this country. We've got a problem with inflation because the federal government and congressional Democrats and the Biden administration are overspending what the economy can tolerate. And yet here we are, adding a 9% increase on a resolution that's deemed passed when the rule is voted on. We don't even get to debate it, the pros and cons in the committee. It's just deemed passed when the rule is passed. I have to ask, when will this partisan policymaking end? Look, half the country, represented by Republicans, deserve and have a mandate from our constituents to be part of the legislative process. I yield back.
Expired. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me remind everybody that 21 people were killed in Uvalde, 19 children, 10 people killed in Buffalo, and I say that because I think my colleagues need to be reminded about why we're here today. Not to talk about the budget, but to talk about saving lives. And I also remind them that the shooter in Buffalo and the shooter in Uvalde went in and legally purchased an AR-15 at 18 years old. Our bill that we're talking about here today would have prevented that. Whatever they're doing for their previous question, I don't know what it is, would not. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, since the Judiciary Committee marked up the Protecting Our Kids Act last Thursday, dozens more Americans have been killed or wounded in shootings, including in Philadelphia. Saturday night was a beautiful summer evening in the South Street Entertainment District when a fistfight broke out. It ended with 3 deaths and 11 injured after multiple people pulled guns and fired into the bustling crowd. Most of those gun owners were licensed to carry. One had a ghost gun, which of course is the subject of our legislation today. The point is that the current approach to gun violence in this country, which has encouraged a flood of guns to our streets, is not working. We need to do more, and we need to do it now. This isn't about being pro-gun or anti-gun. Gun violence is not a partisan issue. It's a sickness infecting this entire country, whether Philadelphia, Uvalde, Tulsa, Buffalo, or anywhere else in between. None of us should sit idly by and watch preventable gun deaths happen every single day. And I know that I, for one, cannot. We are not helpless. We can change this. The needle on this issue has moved, and it is not going back. The only question is whether Republican members of Congress and the Senate will listen to their constituents or the NRA. Our fellow Americans are demanding action. There is nothing unconstitutional about the bills we consider today, and they will help stop the routine slaughter of children, neighbors, teachers, doctors, seniors in our schools, neighborhoods, churches, temples, mosques, and supermarkets. I refuse to tell our children that they must be sacrificial lambs to a radical, twisted theory of armed Second Amendment liberty that is decoupled from personal responsibility and refuses to recognize the overriding purposes of the Constitution to ensure domestic tranquility and promote the general welfare, that also refuses to recognize that there are constitutional limits to the Second Amendment. Our Constitution is not a suicide pact. Our children know as well as we do that we can do something. We have the power to pass this bill, and we must. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague from Massachusetts, continues to use his talking points and mentions the gun lobby. And I just want to point out that, I hear from many of my constituents who are law-abiding gun owners and who are extremely concerned and oppose this bill. As a matter of fact, I met with a group of students from my district this morning who oppose this legislation, and even the students know that this bill will do nothing to stop gun violence, but they do understand it will trample Second Amendment rights. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today's rule is an all too familiar pattern of the legislative laziness for my Democrat colleagues. Once again, Washington Democrats are hiding their spending from the American people. They are smuggling their spending levels to the upcoming appropriations process into a rule for a totally unrelated bill, so they don't have to debate or defend their out-of-control spending habits. Last year, Democrats did the exact same thing. The chairman of the Budget Committee drafts a spending resolution, he skips over his committee, and then they toss it into a rule, hoping no one notices. At no point in the last 4 years of the majority have House Democrats actually marked up a budget in the Budget Committee. Time and again, House Democrats have acted with as little sunlight as possible because they don't want to be held accountable for their record. Americans know that Washington spending is driving inflation, and now Democrats are calling for even more. Last year alone, House Democrats voted for $7.5 trillion in new spending, including the $2 trillion so-called rescue plan that ignited the highest inflation in 4 decades. Since President Biden took office and one-party Democrat control of Congress in Washington, inflation is up 11%. Gas prices are up 110% on their watch. President Biden's 2021 deficit was the second highest in history, $517 billion more than the CBO. Democrats, they don't want to debate budgets. They certainly don't want to debate the president's budget, which would spend $73 trillion over the next decade, a 66% increase over the past decade. It would add $16 trillion in new debt, as well as $1 trillion annual deficits every year. Democrats don't want to talk about budgets because they're spending like they simply don't exist. If Democrats won't show their cards, allow me. The resolution that is tucked away in this rule has over $1.6 trillion in discretionary spending next year, $132 billion, or a 9% increase over the most recent fiscal year 22 omnibus. It is $21 billion more in spending than even Biden's budget proposal. Instead of hiding, I urge my colleagues to be crystal clear with the American people about exactly what they have in store for them. Tax increases, high inflation, open borders, energy dependence, and an even growing mountain of debt. I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, you got to be kidding me. The gentleman from Missouri comes down here for 3 minutes and unloads on everybody here about a technical provision that is not about, that doesn't even spend any money. It's a technical provision to allow us to go forward with our appropriations work. Not a mention of the children who were killed in Uvalde or the people who were killed in Buffalo. Not a mention. I mean, what the hell is wrong with this place? I ask unanimous consent, since the gentleman didn't even have the dignity to acknowledge those who were killed. I ask unanimous consent to insert the names of those who were murdered in Uvalde and Buffalo.
Without objection.
And I also want to respond to the gentlewoman from Minnesota. I ask unanimous consent to insert this Business Insider article entitled, House Republican Leaders Told Their Members to Vote Against 8 Gun Safety Bills, citing opposition from the NRA and Gun Owners of America.
Without objection.
With that, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, a member of the Rules Committee, Mr. Raskin.
Madam Speaker, the bloodbath continues. Gun violence has now become the #1 cause of death of children in the United States. We have rates of gun violence and gun death 20 times higher than other industrialized nations like France, the United Kingdom, Japan, Israel. No other nation comes close to what we're seeing. That's 2,000% higher than our peer countries. The American people want change in action, but the minority invites us to believe that the bloody carnage piling up around the country from Buffalo to Uvalde, from Newtown to Las Vegas, is a necessary feature of our Second Amendment. We are invited to believe that all of the lost sons and daughters and mothers and fathers and brothers and sisters of America are the necessary collateral damage of their fidelity to the Second Amendment. Our family members must be sacrificed to a completely false vision of the Second Amendment. It's a lie. And it's a lie based on a totally bogus misreading of the Second Amendment and what the Supreme Court has actually said about it. Read Justice Scalia in Heller versus District of Columbia. No, he says, the right to guns is not an unlimited right. No, he says, the Second Amendment right is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever, in any manner whatsoever, and for whatever purpose. No, the Second Amendment is not the only right in the Bill of Rights that is not subject to reasonable regulation in the interest of public safety and public security. He specifically upheld reasonable gun safety regulations, including bans on carrying a concealed weapon, the possession of firearms by felons and other people who shouldn't have guns, laws forbidding carrying firearms into schools and government buildings, laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the sale and purchase of firearms. Stop hiding behind the Second Amendment. Take responsibility for your irresponsible position.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Madam Speaker, we already have gun laws in this country, and yet those laws continue to be broken. If Democrats want to talk about common sense, how about we talk about enforcing the laws that already exist? Communities across the country are making it clear that they want people who commit crimes to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, and yet liberal prosecutors are letting criminals go free with minimal punishment. This is not woke, this is dangerous. Criminals need to be held accountable for their actions, and that is why we offered the PQ we did. And Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, the gentlewoman mentioned our gun laws, and just to demonstrate the absurdity of the gun laws that are in place right now, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the Texas Parks and Wildlife Migratory Game Bird Hunting Methods list of regulations, which is valid September 1, 2021 through August 31st, 2022. Madam Speaker, in Texas, shotguns used for duck hunting can't hold more than 3 shells. Let me repeat. In order to protect the duck population in Texas, shotguns cannot hold more than 3 shells. Imagine if our Republican friends could muster the same courage to protect America's children. I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of the rule. The House to consider common sense measures to protect our communities and our kids from massacres caused by weapons of mass destruction. In Buffalo, on May 14th, the shooting started at 2:30 in the afternoon. In 2 minutes and 3 seconds, it was over. 10 people were killed, 3 injured, 11 African Americans, 1 shooter with a weapon of mass destruction. I don't want anybody's guns, but we should at least be able to be supportive of background checks to ensure the people that shouldn't have a gun possess a gun. That uplifts the integrity of gun ownership by taking a responsible position and does nothing relative to constitutional rights and represents a collective responsibility.
Gentleman's time has
I yield back.
expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And why are we here debating legislation we know will never become law? And when there are completely separate from this proposal, bipartisan efforts going on in the Senate. We know this is not a genuine effort by the Democrats, as they went right to extremes of what they know would divide this country and would not work with Republicans or accept any of the reasonable amendments that were put forward in committee. This is a political ploy being put on by the Democrats for them to use as talking points, and it is at the expense of a tragedy and the heartache of so many across this country. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Ms. Trahan.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Many of us in this chamber have young children. For us, today's vote comes down to simple questions. Can you, as a mom or dad, imagine getting a call that your child's school was locked down because of an active shooter? Can you imagine standing helplessly behind a police line as gunshots are fired near your daughter's classroom? Can you imagine having to identify the unrecognizable body of your missing baby boy by his favorite shoes? And can you imagine standing in line for a DNA test, praying to God that it does not come back a match? I ask those questions because that's what 19 families in Uvalde just had to do. That's their reality, and it's been the reality for 14 families in Parkland, 20 families in Sandy Hook, 12 families in Columbine, and the list goes on. If you can imagine that reality, then do today what should have been done 25 years ago. Pass the legislation so no parent in America ever experiences this horrific reality again. Our children are counting on us, and they're watching. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
It is inhumane, colleagues, to allow the killing of children. I do have one more question for so many that I've asked over and over again. Is doing nothing really going to save lives? Is it going to actually result in change? I mean, how many more of our children have to die? How many more school children's little pink shoes will be left behind stained with blood before some of the electeds in this room put the lives of people ahead of the profits of their political donors? In my district, River Rouge, a 6-year-old girl was caught in a crossfire and shot by a high-powered assault rifle. The measures in protecting our kids package that we all set to vote on today is essential, and it does save lives. Let's just be very clear, though, our kids need way more than this. They need an assault weapon ban. They need far stricter regulation on handguns, bold initiatives to reduce the number of firearms in our communities. Most of all, they need accountability from us, from all of us. They need accountability from those of us who are enabling mass murder of millions of Americans so they can profit from our pain, and that the people that enable their slaughter for profit scheme are here in our government. I look forward to supporting this and so much more because our kids deserve it. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, we have no further requests for time on our side. I'm ready to close. So if the gentleman is ready to close, I'll yield to her.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am prepared to close.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you. These bills are not about keeping kids and communities safe from violent criminals. They are about furthering a blanket anti-gun agenda. This is one-size-fits-all gun restriction legislation that would punish law-abiding gun owners and fail to improve public safety. And my colleagues on the left know it. This was not a bipartisan effort, and these bills will never make it through the Senate. With very real problems to solve, why are Democrats wasting precious time on something that will never make it into law? If Democrats were serious about addressing gun violence, they would engage in meaningful conversation about public safety instead of this agenda-driven political theater. The sad fact is that the Democrats' approach demonstrates that these bills and the issue of gun violence on the whole are nothing more than political talking points in an election year. This is designed to advance the radical Democrat base that believes no private citizen should ever be able to own a gun. They should be ashamed of themselves for putting us through this political show rather than working with Republicans on a bipartisan solution to gun violence. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I oppose the rules, and I ask members to do the same. Thank you very much, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Madam Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
2¼ minutes.
Okay. All right. Madam Speaker, I want to ask unanimous consent to insert into the record Newsweek's May 27th, 2022 article entitled, "More Children Have Been Shot Dead in 2022 Than Police in the Line of Duty."
Without objection.
I yield myself the remainder of the time. Madam Speaker, will the bills before us pass the Senate? I sure as hell hope so. None of these proposals are extreme. Quite the opposite. In fact, they are what the vast majority of people in this country, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, want us to do. Maybe they will get changed in the Senate. But even if our Senate colleagues do not take up these exact bills, I will tell you what this process we are going through will absolutely do and why our efforts here are worthwhile. This process will unequivocally show where each and every one of us stand in the wake of this unspeakable tragedy. More importantly, it will demonstrate which of the solutions we are putting forward have a majority of support in this half of the Congress. As our Senate colleagues discuss gun violence solutions, they will have no doubt to where the House of Representatives stands on red flag laws, raising the age to purchase a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21, gun trafficking and straw purchases, ghost guns, safe storage of firearms, particularly when a minor is likely to gain access, bump stocks, and large capacity magazines. We will have separate votes on all of these issues. And this is on top of the background check bill and the Charleston loophole bills we have already sent them. This week, there will be no excuses. We will vote on these ideas one issue at a time. None of these proposals are aimed at taking guns away from law-abiding citizens. They are aimed at stopping people from getting slaughtered in their schools, in their churches, in grocery stores, and in their homes. These ideas won't solve every problem or stop every shooting, but no sane person can come to the conclusion that these proposals would not save lives. Now, I know things like background checks and waiting until you're 21 to buy an AR-15 and smaller magazine capacity may seem like an inconvenience to some people. But when stacked up against the carnage we have seen in this country, I think we can all live with a little inconvenience. Madam Speaker, I cannot be any clearer. These bills will keep people from dying, but only if they become law, or if similar bills become law. I know that everybody hates Congress. Hell, I even hate Congress sometimes.
Gentleman's time has
Madam
expired.
Speaker, don't listen to the NRA or extremists on this bill. Vote your conscience. And I
Gentleman's
I
time has
urge a yes vote
expired.
on the rule on the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. A woman from Minnesota is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote. Seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on the previous question.
California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Calvert of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Kim of California pursuant to Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on the previous question.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Linda Sanchez, Jimmy Gomez, and Chairwoman Waters, all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell of Alabama will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Paul Tonko, Mr. Josh Gottheimer, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
And from Florida seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following members, Sarah Jacobs and Raul Ruiz, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Brooks of Alabama, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Guest, Mr. Brooks, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on the previous question. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware
Seek recognition.
wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Torres of New York, and Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on the previous question.
She's from North Carolina, right? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Williams, Ms. Wilson, Mr. Moulton, and Ms. Leisure-Fernandez, I inform the House that these four members will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Suozzi of New York, Mr. Ryan of Ohio, Mr. Lowenthal of California, Ms. Barragan of California, Mr. Sherman of California, Mr. Evans of Pennsylvania, and Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
From Virginia, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin of Virginia, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Marilyn Strickland and Juan Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on the previous question.
Where is he from? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker from Georgia. Did I get that right? As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on the previous question. Thank you very much.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Brown, I inform the House that she will vote yay on the previous question.
Florida. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on the previous question.
From what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Swalwell of California, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote yea on the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 205. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. It's the opinion of the chair. The ayes have it.
Sure.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
On that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Sanchez, and Representative Gomez, all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1153. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California wish to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Calvert of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Calvert will vote no on H.Res. 1153. As the member designated by Ms. Kim of California pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kim will vote no on H.Res. 1153.
Does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that Ms. Sewell will vote yes on H.R. 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana and Ms. Sparts of Indiana, I inform the House that both Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will vote no on the rule.
Go ahead and do it now. Recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on the rule.
The gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on the rule. Thank you.
The gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Cawthorn will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Georgia Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on the rule. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Torres of New York, and Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.Res. 1153. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Evans, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Moore, Mr. Sherman, Mr. McKeachin, and Mr. Lowenthal, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on H.Res. 1153.
Does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on the rule.
Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cardenas, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote yea on H.Res. 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, I inform the House that Chairwoman Johnson will vote yea on H.Res. 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.Res. 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on House Resolution 1153.
Does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Raul Ruiz and Ms. Sarah Jacobs, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Chantel Brown, I inform the House that she will vote yay on H.R. 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Swalwell of California, I inform the House that Mr. Swalwell will vote yay on House Res 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on HRES 1153.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wilson, Mr. Moulton, and Ms. Ledger Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on HRES 1103.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 205. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1153, I call up H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 260, H.R. 7910, a bill to amend Title 18, United States Code, to provide for an increased age limit on the purchase of certain firearms, prevent gun trafficking, modernize the prohibition on untraceable firearms, encourage the safe storage of firearms, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1153, in lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 117-48 is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, and the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, will each control 1 hour. The House will come to order. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 7910.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House, Madam Pelosi.
Speaker of the House is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding and commend him for his leadership in bringing this important legislation to the floor. Protecting our kids. What could be more important than that? And I thank you for channeling the ideas and enthusiasms of so many members on both sides of the aisle to bring this bipartisan legislation to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Nadler, for your leadership. I thank the task force led Mr. Mike Thompson of California for his important work advancing the background check bipartisan legislation, as well as Mr. Clyburn for his legislation that's already over on the Senate side. But today we are doing more. Today we were called to action by our colleague Lucy McBath, who told us that today we must make history to protect the children. And we are going to make history by making progress. So I thank all of our members, so many members who have been so important to this legislation. I want to thank you on behalf of the courageous survivors of gun violence who have spoken out of respect for those who lost their lives and with appreciation for the gravity of this issue that we come and be at this floor. Madam Speaker, as the families in Buffalo to Uvalde bury their lost ones, even more communities have been hit by gun violence. Just last weekend, Americans watched in horror as at least 13 mass shootings unfolded across the country, from Philadelphia to Chattanooga to Phoenix to Grand Rapids. And as the data shows, the challenge of gun violence goes much further than these mass killings. Every night on our streets, Americans are being killed on gun crimes, and every day our nation loses Americans to suicides and accidents. This is a tragic daily massacre which rarely makes the headlines or evening news, but it is there. So here we are for the children. When those who were advocating gun violence or perpetrating it went into the classrooms, they crossed a line. It was terrible, the gun violence that we have in our country. But that they would go into Newtown and shoot little children who are barely out of diapers. And again now in Texas, these beautiful children in elementary school. And everything that happened in between. It was an assault on the culture of our country, that our children would not be able to go to school without fear or concern about their safety. Our children are, as President Kennedy said, our greatest resource and our best hope for the future. They are our precious treasure. And everything we do is for the children. And for the children, we must stop this gun violence in our country and restore their confidence in their safety wherever they may be. So we're on a crusade for the children and, sadly now, by the children. Children testifying in committee, children coming to our events. I had last week a fifth grader coming to our Wear Orange rally that we had in California, where she said she lost both her mother and her father in separate gun violence incidences. In fifth grade, speaking at the podium so courageously. Children turning their grief, their experience now, not just, which would be sufficient, it would be enough to end the violence of losing a loved one, but to witness it and be a victim of it in the classroom. A crusade for the children, by the children, and of the children in terms of our motivation to stop this for our precious children. Indeed, America had lost more children from gun violence than any other cause. Does that embarrass you? To think that in our country more children have died from gun violence than any other cause? These stories are tragically all too common in America today. Countless more than those who died were forever changed by the horrors of gun violence that they saw firsthand or that they experienced in their families. It's sickening. It's sickening that our children are forced to live in this constant fear. And make no mistake, these gunmen who choose to shoot innocent children are desecrating, again, our culture, a culture where all of us, all of our kids, must and should feel safe, whether it's school, in church, the movies, or any other place. Protecting our children can and must be a unifying mission for our nation because they are, our, as I said, our national treasure. That is why, under the unyielding leadership of our chairman, Mr. Nadler, the House will pass the Protecting Our Children's Act today. This bold package includes common sense measures that will make an enormous difference to save lives. Who wouldn't vote to raise the age from 18 to 21 for a person to have a weapon of war? Who wouldn't vote to raise the age to take weapons of war out of the hands of teenagers? Who wouldn't vote to get illegal guns off of our streets by cracking down on gun trafficking, which is a danger to people but also to law enforcement? Who wouldn't vote for background checks on ghost gun purchases, which our law enforcement tells us is a major concern out there? Who wouldn't vote to protect children from stolen weapons or accidental shootings with safe storage requirements? Safe storage requirements. Who wouldn't vote to ban bump stocks? That was President Trump's executive order. Bump stocks from civilian use or outlawing high-capacity magazines designed for massacres, not for killing varmints. These measures will not only help stem the tide of mass murder, but address the equally urgent and wide range of daily gun deaths. Let us salute the many members who have worked persistently to craft this strong legislation written to earn bipartisan support of that the American people expect and deserve. Today's package is just one step in the House's relentless fight to stop the bloodshed. Our Democratic majority, as I mentioned earlier, has twice passed the Bipartisan Background Checks and the Enhanced Background Checks Act, which together would put our nation on a path toward universal background checks. Tomorrow, thanks again to Congresswoman McBath and Congressman Carbajal, we will pass the Federal Extreme Risk Protection Order Act, otherwise known as the Red Flag Act. This will help keep guns out of the hands of those who pose a threat to themselves or to others. Soon, we will vote for Mr. Cicilline's Active Shooter Alert Act to create an Amber Alert-style notification during a mass shooting, a measure widely supported by law enforcement. And the House will continue to consider additional actions we can take that have a proven record of saving lives. When I talk about these different things, people say, well, what difference is that going to make? Well, the cumulative effect is a big one. We know that there are negotiations going on in the Senate, and we are prayerful. We are prayerful about those. And hopefully we can make some advancement. Because for all of us who have met again and again and again with the survivors of gun violence, some coming time and again to check up on what's happening, others new to that horrible club that none of us wants to be a member of. They just want something to happen. Years ago, when I met right away with the survivors of Pulse, they said, I said, what can we do to make you feel, to alleviate, to be a comfort to you? And they said, just make sure it doesn't happen to someone else. That's what they said. They didn't say, I need this, I need that. They said, just make sure it doesn't happen to someone else. Right now, in the eyes of survivors, and indeed all Americans, their eyes are on us in the Congress to see whether we have the courage, the commitment, and the conviction to protect the children. For some of Congress, a moment of silence, it's good enough for them. A moment of silence, as Mr. Higgins said, when he talked about Buffalo, he said, a moment of silence now, but action after. And now we are taking that action. So many of our colleagues have talked about incidences in their district, personal experiences shared by people who have been victims of gun violence. Mr. Espel talked about what happened in his district. So many of you have come with the horror of it all, and every time it happens, it's as if it's happened for the first time because the horror is so fresh. But it's not the first time for the victims who have to relive so much of the experience. So to those who a moment of silence is good enough, because you don't have the courage to take a vote to protect the children, I would say your political survival is totally insignificant to the survival of compared to the survival of our children. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to come together with a strong aye vote on all of the provisions in the bill for the final package, and to do so as part of a crusade of, by, and for the children. I urge an aye vote on the Protect Our Kids legislation and yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, ma'am.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. What happened in Uvalde, Buffalo, Tulsa is as wrong could be. And our hearts go out to those communities and those families who've been impacted in such a terrible way. But the answer is not to destroy the Second Amendment. But that is exactly where the Democrats want to go. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look what they said. The President of the United States said last week that he wants to get rid of the most popular handgun in the country, Michael Moore, Democrat, not a member of Congress, but Democrat, said that it's time to repeal the Second Amendment. During our 10-hour markup last Thursday in the committee hearing, Representative Jackson Lee says, if this bill passes, we're not finished. Representative Jones said, if this bill doesn't pass, we will end the filibuster, we will expand the Supreme Court, we will do whatever it takes to get people's law-abiding American citizens guns. Today we have this hodgepodge, 6 bills thrown together. Many of the elements in these bills are unconstitutional. Even the Ninth Circuit has said it's unconstitutional, what they want to do on the age limit. These bills would say when you can buy a firearm, what kind of firearm you can get, and where and how you have to store that firearm in your own darn home. And of course, tomorrow they're bringing the red flag law, the so-called red flag law, to the floor. Someone who doesn't like you can file a complaint within 24 hours. There is a hearing that you're not allowed to be at. You can't confront your accuser, and they can take away your Second Amendment liberty. That's the bill they're going to pass tomorrow. But frankly, this shouldn't surprise us. Shouldn't surprise us. For 18 months, Democrats have assaulted the First Amendment. Shouldn't surprise us now that they're coming after the Second. Every right we enjoy as Americans under the First Amendment, your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble, your right to petition your government, freedom of the press. In fact, some of them call for outlawing certain networks and freedom of speech. Just a few weeks ago, the Biden administration tried to put together the Disinformation Governance Board. Oh my goodness. The attacks on the First Amendment have been sustained. They've been going on for 18 months, and now here they come going after law-abiding citizens' Second Amendment liberties. The speaker started by saying this bill is about protecting our kids. That is important. Sure is. That's what she said. Protecting our kids is important. Yes, it is. But this bill doesn't do it. What this bill does is take away Second Amendment rights, God-given rights, protected by our Constitution, from law-abiding American citizens. That's what this legislation does, and that's why we should oppose it. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, my time, but I reserve our time.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, our nation has been through trying times these last few weeks as we have tried to process the mass shootings in Buffalo, Uvalde, Tulsa, and all too many other cities. Just this past weekend, we learned of yet another horrific incident in Philadelphia, and yet more carnage in Tennessee, Arizona, Virginia, and South Carolina. And those were just the stories we saw in the news. Day after day, we see more lives lost to gun violence in our schools, on our streets, in our houses of worship, and in our homes, touching every region of the country. And we hear the urgent calls from our constituents crying out for us to take action. Today, we heed that call. H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, is comprehensive legislation to address the scourge of gun violence, a blight that killed nearly 45,000 Americans in 2020 alone. It builds on the work of several of our colleagues, including Anthony Brown's Raise the Age Act, which would raise the lawful age to purchase an AR-15-styled semi-automatic assault rifle from 18 to 21 years old. Robin Kelly's Prevent Gun Trafficking Act, which would establish new federal offenses for gun trafficking and straw purchasing. David Cicilline's Untraceable Firearms Act, which would ensure that ghost guns are subject to existing federal firearms regulations. A trio of gun storage proposals, Rosa DeLauro's Ethan's Law, Alyssa Slotkin's Safe Guns, Safe Kids Act, and Sheila Jackson Lee's Kimberly Vaughn Firearm Safe Storage Act, which would establish storage regulations that keep guns out of the hands of children and award grants for firearm storage assistance programs. Dina Titus's Closing the Bump Stock Loophole Act, which would build on existing regulations banning the manufacture, sale, or possession of bump stocks for civilian use. And Ted Deutsch's Keep Americans Safe Act, which would ban the sale, manufacture, and illegal possession of gun magazines that hold more than 15 rounds of ammunition. I want to thank each of them for their contributions to this bill and for making this country safer for all Americans. Madam Speaker, all of us in this chamber were shaken by the images of parents in Uvalde standing in line to match their DNA to the remains of their 9- and 10-year-old children. Parents who should be picking up their children from school right now, but who instead are picking up the pieces of their lives, shattered by this unimaginable loss. But the question today is, who among us will have the courage to do something about it? Who will be able to tell mothers and fathers that their children need not go to school in a fortress just to keep them safe? Who will be able to tell children that they did all they could today to ensure that their parents will return safely from the supermarket or their office or an evening out? Who will be able to tell their constituents that they stood with them and not with the gun lobby? Americans are watching. They are begging us to protect them and their loved ones from gun violence. Who among us will answer their call? I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting the Protecting Our Kids Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This legislation represents an unfortunate missed opportunity. After witnessing the horrible tragedy that occurred at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, we should be coming together and working in a bipartisan manner to take every constitutionally permissive step to make our schools safer and more secure, and to protect our most valuable resources, our children. That's what we did after the tragic shooting in Parkland, Florida. Back in 2018, Congressman John Rutherford, a former sheriff, led a bipartisan group of members, myself included, in reauthorizing the Cop Secure Our Schools grant program. The legislation we passed increases federal funding for school security and expanded the safety measures for which the money could be used. As a result, the Department of Justice announced over $125 million in grants last year to help improve security at local schools. Overall, it's a good program that will benefit millions of students and teachers, but there's always room for improvement. And that's why we should be looking for ways to get more money to schools to increase security. But the legislation before us today contains nothing that will really help make our schools safer. In fact, efforts to add school security provisions to the bill were rejected by the majority. For example, during the Judiciary Committee markup, I offered an amendment to encourage the hiring of retired police officers and honorably discharged military personnel as school resource officers. After all, no one is better trained and better prepared to protect our schools. Unfortunately, the majority rejected this common sense proposal to help improve safety and security at schools across the country. Then at Rules Committee, I offered an amendment to allow unspent American Rescue Plan funds to be used on school security programs. Billions set aside for schools under that legislation hasn't been spent and could be lost forever if schools don't meet certain deadlines. While we do or did need to protect students and teachers from COVID, more children under 11 died at Robb Elementary in 1 hour than have died from COVID in the entire state of Texas this year. And yet we have $100 billion, billions with a B, in unspent education funds to fight COVID, while only $125 million with an M, available for school security. It seems logical that we should allow these unspent funds to be spent to protect our children and our teachers. The money could be used for metal detectors, to adapt security plans, to train school officials, to hire school resource officers, including, as I mentioned, retired police officers, and to help identify students with mental health issues and get those students the treatment that they need. And yet this common sense amendment, too, was rejected by the majority. Instead of school security measures, we unfortunately have a bill full of likely unconstitutional provisions that won't pass the Senate anyway. The crux of my argument against this legislation, the majority is acting quickly.
Gentleman's time's expired.
When they ought to be doing the right thing. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, a co-sponsor of the bill and a member of the Judiciary Committee, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
No 9-year-old should be sentenced to a death sentence. No grandmother shopping at a grocery store should get a death sentence. And no mother who testified today should lose her son. Vicious gun violence that has no rhyme and no reason. Yes, I am excited about this historic moment. H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, is in fact a solution to horrible and vicious problems. It is clear as I stand next to the children, they should not have died. As I stand next to those from Buffalo, they should not have died. As we know about those who are seeking medical care in Tulsa, they should not have died. And so I have no problem with saying that we build on this. And as Ronald Reagan said to us, he at the time saw no reason for an AK-47 to be used for hunting or defending one's home. Then Dr. Guerrero, pediatrician, said that he raced to the hospital. And as he raced to the hospital to find parents outside yelling children's names in desperation, sobbing as they begged for their news of their related children. Or the mother who ran barefooted all the way to Robb Elementary School, begging and crying for a child, or Micah, who had the wherewithal to watch as her teacher was shot dead, that she labeled herself with blood because she was attempting to save her life. These children, these Americans, our loved ones, says this should not happen again. And so this bill that has a package of storage bills, that has a package of munitions, that deals with the age, deals with a number of items, trafficking, ghost guns, bump action, this is a way to go. And I hope as we go in the future, we are not afraid of a 7-day waiting period or an assault weapon ban.
Expired.
This, I believe, is the way to go.
15 seconds.
Generally is recognized for 15 seconds.
I thank the chairman. This is a way to go. I thank the chairman. I thank Chairman Thompson, Chairman Nadler. This is the way to go. Should they be given a death sentence, where is the responsible gun owners that can stand with me and declare that they should live? You're out there, Republicans and Democrats, humanity.
Generally, time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to my friend from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Speaker Pelosi tells us she's on a crusade for the children. Someone should maybe remind the Speaker the crusades did not always end well when they were reflexively driven by emotion and riddled with poor planning. No, this is no crusade for the children. If it were, you wouldn't leave our children as sitting ducks in gun-free zones when they go to school every day. Speaker says we need action. Well, we're for action. How about the action of my bill to create a national stand your ground law to strengthen self-defense, or Richard Hudson's bill for national concealed carry, or any number of proposals Republicans have offered to unlock the safe and secure environment when we have our military veterans and our former members of law enforcement able to carry a firearm responsibly in schools to be able to respond to these acts of violence. No, their version of action is more gun control, raising the age to be able to buy certain firearms. Well, on November 25th, 2021, a crazed lunatic with a knife broke into a home in El Paso and began assaulting a woman inside. The 20-year-old homeowner grabbed his rifle and killed the assailant. That's action. In 2017, in Sutherland Springs, Texas, a gunman opened fire inside the First Baptist Church. A Good Samaritan grabbed his AR-15 and engaged the shooter, stopping him from further carnage. A good use for an AR-15. In 2019, in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, a 19-year-old killed 3 would-be burglars who broke into his home. These situations happen every day, and there would be more death and more bloodshed if we were to accept these proposals from the Democrats. But the Second Amendment isn't about hunting or about self-defense. It is about power. It is about the power that is reserved in the citizenry to curate a balance so that Americans are not overrun by tyranny. And thank God we haven't had to use the Second Amendment for the purpose that some might have envisioned necessary when our founders were creating the Constitution. And that power belongs to the people, not to the Democrats trying to take their rights away and to make their schools less safe.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to a co-sponsor of the bill, the chairman of the Gun Violence Task Force, the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill, Protecting Our Kids Act. And I point out that every argument we've heard against it so far is nonsense. Every student deserves to feel safe in school, and every parent should know that their child is safe when they walk out of their house in the morning. After each mass shooting, Too many people are content to offer their thoughts and prayers. The Protecting Our Kids Act is more than thoughts and prayers. I was proud to work on this bill with Chairman Nadler and Chairwoman Jackson Lee and all of our colleagues that have contributed bills and input that have made this bill the important bill that it is. As a lifelong hunter and gun owner, as a combat veteran, I believe in law-abiding citizens' ability and right to own firearms. And as a gun owner, I believe that all responsible gun owners have that responsibility to support efforts to help keep our schools, streets, and communities safe from mass shootings and from the everyday gun violence that often goes unreported by the media. Each provision in this bill helps reduce gun violence and it saves lives. Raising the age to buy an assault weapon saves lives. Limiting magazine capacity will limit the carnage of mass shootings, and it saves lives. Going after traffickers keeps guns out of the hands of people who shouldn't have them, and it saves lives. Safe storage helps reduce suicides and keeps kids safe at home and at school, and saves lives. Unregulated sale of bump stocks and ghost guns is tearing up our communities. Regulating ghost guns and regulating bump stocks saves lives. This bill respects the Second Amendment while taking steps to protect our communities from the epidemic of gun violence. None of our careers are worth more than the lives of the children in this country. We need to pass this bill, and I hope we do it with a strong bipartisan support. Thank you.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Previous speaker said nonsense. It is not nonsense to defend the Second Amendment. Second Amendment protects our God-given rights to defend ourselves, our family, our property, and our freedom. That is not nonsense. That is essentials, what it is, and it's part of the Constitution, critical part of the Constitution. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. Nonsense.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Madam Speaker, as the father of an elementary school child, I am devastated every time we have a school shooting. That's why identifying solutions to stop these tragedies is so important to me. There are only 2 significant gun safety bills to recently pass Congress. Both were Republican bills passed by a Republican majority and signed by a Republican president. The Democrats' mantra has been do something, but my Republican colleagues and I know that the American people expect us to do something that matters. That's why I introduced H.R. 7966, the Stop 2, Secure Every School and Protect Our Nation's Children Act. It builds on the Stop School Violence Act, signed into law in 2018, and redirects unused COVID-19 funding to provide $1 billion to hire school resource officers. It provides $1 billion to hire mental health guidance counselors. Our guidance counselors are wonderful, caring people who are stretched too thin. They may not always have the time they need to reach all the children who need help. $5 billion is included to fund Stop School Violence programs that harden schools, expand active shooter training, and provide resources for law enforcement, school officials, and students to intervene before someone reaches a breaking point. Under my legislation, schools can also apply for threat assessment to identify weaknesses in security and in mental health services. A clearinghouse is also codified under Homeland Security to share best practices for school safety. My Stop School Act is one of 12 bills that House Republicans are bringing forward that actually solve problems and actually save lives, all without threatening the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens. Look, if gun control worked, Chicago would be one of the safest cities in America. But my colleagues across the aisle have so far refused to work with us where there's common ground on this issue. They and the media know the bills we're considering today have no chance of becoming law. But I ask my colleagues across the aisle to set aside this partisan agenda. Instead, help me to harden schools. Help me to intervene with students in mental health crisis before they reach a breaking point. I mean, imagine the impact if we had intervened and gotten the help that this young man in Uvalde needed before he dropped out of high school. Help me protect our children and teachers and make sure tragedies like this never happen again. Madam Speaker, if we adopt the motion to recommit, we will instruct the Committee on the Judiciary to consider my amendment to H.R. 7910 to provide needed resources to schools for safety and security and mental health intervention and counseling. I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this bill and would like to see a bill that's even stronger. But there's no question that children, and that's what they are, should not be buying AR-15s before they're 21. In fact, I don't think they should be buying them at all. But until they're 21, they shouldn't be buying them. It's been proven scientifically that the male brain is not developed to a certain point to be trusted at that time with that type of weapon. Those are weapons of war. Those weapons tore apart those children, decapitated them, and made them unidentifiable. That was the purpose of those weapons, and that's what happened. There's no reason for that to occur. The opinion in 2008 that gave the right to carry a gun was not unlimited, and it said you can have reasonable restrictions. That's what Scalia said. These are reasonable restrictions. As far as my friend Mr. Hudson, I have great respect for him. But one of the teachers at Uvalde who was hit and lost all 11 children said, "We trained. There's no training that can prepare you for this. There's nothing you can be prepared for." If you get more school counselors, does that help people in the movie theaters, in Columbine? No. Movie theaters, churches, grocery stores, all need to be protected. This country is wild with guns, and we need to restrict them. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my friend from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
3 minutes. Is it 3 minutes?
3 minutes, yes.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's been difficult in debate last week and even today to be told that we have no courage, that Democrats, we were told in debate last week, don't want to hear any more about social media, violent video games, Hollywood, mental illness, and they sure don't want to hear any more about prayers. They're disgusted hearing about prayers, don't want to hear any more about fatherlessness, drug use. Look, maybe if we heard more prayers from leaders of this country instead of taking God's name in vain, we wouldn't have the mass killings like we didn't have before prayer was eliminated from school. And it's not like we're not willing to consider the best way to stop mass shootings, but if you look at the plans being proposed in these bills, you can find these things in cities controlled by Democrats. If you look at the 16 cities that were hit with record homicide rates, they all had Democrats at the top controlling things. If you look at Philadelphia, 524 murders last year. Austin, Texas had a record 88. Indianapolis, 258. Albuquerque, 107. Columbus, Ohio, 179. Jackson, Mississippi, 129. Atlanta, Georgia, 150. If you look at the speaker's own states, as this article by A.R. Hawkins said this week, an FBI report on active shooter incidents in 2021 shows California was the #1 state for such incidences, with 6 incidences out of the 12 that met the definition of mass killing. California has universal background checks, assault weapons ban, high-capacity magazine ban, 10-day waiting period on gun purchases, red flag laws, gun registration requirements, good cause requirement for concealed carry. And what is the response we got in debate last week about you ought to have due process? We're told, oh, they get due process. Look at the bill. What the Democrats call due process is just like the January 6th committee. It's not due process. It's not bipartisan. They have only one side that's heard at the hearing, and the people that want to take away your gun, they don't get to be there. So the husband can rush in and claim the battered wife as a threat. That's enough to get her eliminated from being able to use a weapon or have a weapon. These are not the ways to fix things. And for people that are okay with late-term abortions and ripping the arms and legs off of children that feel the pain and then crushing the skulls, it's desensitizing and it's not well received. Yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How free are we as Americans if we are holed up in our homes, shell-shocked by gun violence? We should not have to live like that. We shouldn't have to live tormented by the need to buy yet another gun more powerful than the one our neighbor purchased last week. That's not freedom. And our kids deserve better. The old and tired NRA Republican Party philosophy, which is that the only way to stop a bad guy is a good guy with a gun, has not and will not work. In Uvalde, 19 good guys with guns didn't stop the killer of 19 school kids and 2 teachers. We've done it the Republican way for far too long now. And for the sake of the kids, it's time to do something different. Today, the good guys in the House will stand up to the NRA and pass Common Sense Protecting Our Kids Act, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a May 31st, 2022 New York Times article entitled California is America's Toughest Gun Laws and They Work. Madam Speaker, the evidence doesn't lie. California's rate of firearm mortality is among the nation's lowest, with 8.5 gun deaths per 100,000 people, compared with 13.7 per 100,000 nationally and 14.2% per 100,000 in Texas. Gun safety laws work. It's that simple. I now yield 1 minute to distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
Majority Leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. This is an emotional debate. It's an emotional debate because we lose on a daily basis family members, neighbors, friends, fellow citizens to a bullet or multiple bullets, killed by a gun. I do not subscribe to the theory that some promote that the more guns we have, the safer we'll be. I believe that is somewhat like the OK Corral theory, that if you have a faster gun, that you will be safe. Eventually, somebody will have a faster, bigger, more surprising gun than we. Madam Speaker, like all Americans, I found the mass shooting at Uvalde, Texas, heart-wrenching, tragic, and unacceptable. Although the news was excruciating to watch, it was anything but surprising given our history with deadly firearms. Sadly, we didn't even have time to mourn the 19 children and 2 teachers who were killed in Uvalde before news broke of another mass shooting. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. At some point, these statistics have to move us to respond in an effective way. My friend from North Carolina suggested hardening the schools. We have hardened this chamber over the objections of some. When we know no gun should be in this Capitol, other than those possessed by law enforcement, Capitol Police. According to the Nonpartisan Gun Violence Archive, there have been as many as 33 mass gun violence incidents in the 14 days since the attack on Robb Elementary. We have more guns in this country than any other nation on earth. The Second Amendment guarantees that we have a right to a gun, but the Supreme Court in Heller said, but there are limitations to that right. I strongly support an individual American's right to have a gun in his or her home, their home, to protect themselves, in their business. But the court said, be reasonable. In the past week alone, we have seen mass shootings in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Past week, 7 days. In Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Not even 10 days before the shooting at Robb Elementary, a domestic terrorist killed 13 people in a grocery store in Buffalo, New York. In every corner of this country, Americans are begging Congress to protect our kids and our people. Many of us like to say, this is the people's house. The people are speaking to us and crying out for action. A gentleman who spoke before me said something about saying prayers. I believe in prayer. But I also believe the admonition that John Kennedy said when he said, let us go forth to lead the land we love, asking his blessing and his help, but knowing that here on earth God's work must truly be our own. Our own. Today, in this house, the people's house, we need to act to protect the people. I want to address your attention to this chart again. Look at the numbers. Hundreds of deaths. In addition to the unconscionable trauma these attacks inflicted on the parents, children, wives, husbands, brothers, sisters, and other loved ones of the victims, they have one thing in common. The perpetrator got the gun legally. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, the perpetrator got the gun approximately 3 hours before he shot Dr. Mitchell. Filled, obviously, with passion and hate and anger at the pain that he apparently was suffering physically and perhaps emotionally. So what did he do? He went down, quickly got a gun, an AR-15 to be exact, and went and shot not only Dr. Mitchell, but 3 other people in the process. 285 deaths we could have prevented if we had common sense gun laws in place. Of the 45,000 people who died from gun violence last year alone, we talk about making people safe. 45,000 deaths are not safe. How many would have also been spared had our laws been stronger? Frankly, I would favor myself reinstituting the 1994 assault weapons ban, for which I voted. And I lamented the fact that when my Republican colleagues were in charge of the House, Senate, and the presidency, they allowed that law to go out of existence. None of us can speculate what the cost of that was, but there's no doubt in my mind there was a cost. In fact, that bill reduced mass shootings then, and it would do so again now. There's much I believe we ought to do, as the representatives of the American people in this House. The House, though, has already taken action on two very critical gun safety measures supported by 9 out of 10 Americans. We don't have 9 out of 10 Americans that are Democrats in this country. Neither side does. But if you have any credence in polling data that says what Americans think, 9 out of 10 think that comprehensive background checks should be the law of the land. I don't know the common sense argument against that. We passed the Charleston loophole. This gentleman who bought that gun 3 hours before he killed Dr. Mitchell, or thereabouts, would have had a time to cool off, to perhaps have second thoughts, to perhaps have saved the life of a doctor whose job it was to save lives. We sent those bills over, and Senate Republicans, however, have refused to allow even debate on either of these bills, that are overwhelmingly supported by the American people. I know that my Republican colleagues are as disturbed by murder of children as Democrats are. I believe that. I hope that's the case, but I believe it. But I am confounded by the unwillingness to respond in an effective way, even on asking that everybody get checked so they're not criminally insane or a felon or an abuser or on the terrorist list. But no, comprehensive background checks just to see if somebody is a danger to themselves or others. I know that our colleagues across the aisle shed tears when their constituents die from gun violence, as we do. This should not be a Democratic or Republican issue, but an issue of our common humanity and our common sense. If we work together, we can achieve a safer America. We've seen promising signs from the Senate that a bipartisan agreement may be possible. I surely hope it is. But this House will not, should not wait to act. That's why we're voting on this Protect the Kids Act today. This legislation is, in my view, long overdue. I participated in a sit-in on this floor to try to galvanize the Congress. It didn't work. Sadly, it didn't work. To the disappointment of the American people, it didn't work. This comprehensive bill is the product of tireless efforts by many of our colleagues to address issues that contribute to our gun violence epidemic. I want to thank Robin Kelly and the Protecting Our Kids Act, that cracked down on gun traffickers who take guns where? Into the big cities and spread them around. Now, they sell them. They don't give them for free. But it's the traffickers that break the laws, not of Chicago, but perhaps don't break the laws of those where they bought multiple guns for those who can't buy guns. Similarly, Representatives Cicilline and Espaillat pushed to include provisions that would regulate elusive ghost guns. Now, look, I chaired the Treasury Postal Committee that oversaw the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Division, and we couldn't even make sure that ordnance, bullets, could be traced because the NRA was opposed. Representative Titus ensured that it would be ban bump stocks, a weapon component that allowed a gunman to kill 60 people in Las Vegas in 2017 and wound hundreds more. Was he a hunter? Was he a sportsman? Additionally, this bill will restrict high-capacity magazines, which enable shooters to inflict maximum destruction in the minimum amount of time, thanks to language included by Representative Deutsch. Because of Chairwoman DeLauro, Chairwoman Jackson Lee, and Representative Slotkin, this bill also protects our kids from gun violence at home by implementing gun storage safety standards.
common sense, common purpose, protecting our kids. This act also includes Representative Anthony Brown's measure to raise the legal age for purchasing assault weapons and shotguns from 18 to 21. You can buy an AR-15, apparently, or some other multiple shot, quick shot weapon, but you can't buy a drink in many jurisdictions. Is that common sense? This legislation never would have come together without the leadership of Chairman Nadler. Thank you, Chairman, for your leadership. And I thank the committee for their work on this bill. Chairwoman Jackson Lee of the Subcommittee on Crime, Terrorism, and Homeland Security, Chairman Thompson of the Gun Violence Task Force. Thank you, Chairman Thompson. This bill, as well as additional legislation from Representatives McBath and Carbajal that will be considered subsequently on Thursday, takes major steps forward to make our communities and our children safer. Is it perfect? Will it stop all the kids? It won't. We know that. Is there a perfect answer? No. Is making schools safer bad? No. We support that. I don't know that we support making them into armed camps, as some would suggest, because I think that would make them less safe in many respects. So I urge all of my colleagues to put our country, our constituents, and our kids first. Let us rise above party and partisanship and special interests as we seek to do what is right, what is necessary, and what an overwhelming majority of the American people are looking to Congress to achieve. Isn't that what we're supposed to do, represent the people? I'm hopeful we can find a bipartisan path forward to enact long overdue reforms to make our communities safer from gun violence, because a bullet doesn't care about your race, your faith, your age, your orientation, or any other factor. And yes, people do care about those things and manifest it in the worst way possible. But they do it with an instrument that will allow them to kill a lot of people very quickly. The American people care what we do here today. The American people care that their Congress is doing everything possible to keep them safe, to keep our children safe. The American people care. Each of us today has a chance to show that we care. God's work on earth must truly be our own. Vote for this bill. Make our kids and communities and people safer. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
America is in the midst of a shocking gun violence epidemic that should shock the conscience of everyone and has devastated children, families, and communities. We must address it with the fierce urgency of now, but there are some in this chamber who would rather bury your heads in the sand and act like everything is okay. It is not okay that black folks were gunned down in Buffalo, New York, simply because of the color of their skin. It is not okay that members of the Jewish community were gunned down in the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh simply because of their religious beliefs. It is not okay that children were gunned down and shredded in Uvalde, Texas, by an 18-year-old who should never have had access to a weapon of war. It is not okay that mass murder has become a way of life in the United States of America. That is why we must pass comprehensive gun violence prevention legislation, address this epidemic decisively, and allow America to be the best version of itself.
Expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Today we're debating 6 gun control provisions in one. Why are there 6 bills in here? Because none of them work. But you can't take 6 bills that don't work and put them together and make one that does. It doesn't work that way. These are unserious, unconstitutional, and most troubling, dangerous provisions. 6 titles in this bill, and they all suffer the same inherent problem that gun control suffers when we pass it here in these legislatures. And that problem is criminals do not obey the law. They're going to love some of these laws, though. Let's take, for instance, the so-called safe storage provisions in here. Home invaders are going to love the fact that Congress has now told you, you need to lock up your gun in your house. How are you going to defend yourself when your guns are locked up? This is dangerous. It's also unconstitutional. The Supreme Court already ruled in Heller that it's unconstitutional to require Dick Heller to keep his gun disassembled and unloaded in his house. That violates the Second Amendment. Think about the provision to raise the age to 21 to buy a long gun. That includes rifles and shotguns, not just a handgun, which is already impermissible. This is unconstitutional and it's immoral. Why is it immoral? Because we're telling 18, 19, and 20-year-olds to register for the draft. You can go die for your country. We expect you to defend us, but we're not going to give you the tools to defend yourself and your family. I offered an amendment in committee that would let the spouse of an somebody in the armed services serving overseas acquire the means of self-defense while her husband is serving overseas. Let her defend her and her children. Just because she's 18, 19, or 20 and her husband is serving, she shouldn't be defenseless. The Democrats voted it down in committee. I offered an amendment to say that we won't treat domestic violence victims as gun traffickers if they happen to get a gun from a neighbor instead of getting it from the gun store. Every Democrat but one voted against protecting domestic violence victims. Let me give you one that's not a hypothetical. My dear friend Nikki Gosser, who worked in my congressional office, watched her husband murdered in front of her in a gun-free zone because she followed the law. She had a licensed registered firearm, and in a moment she regrets to this day she left it in her car because she knew the law said not to bring it in there, but her stalker knew she wasn't going to have a gun. Her stalker murdered her husband in front of her. Criminals don't follow the law. So let's do the one serious thing we could do. Why must children keep dying? Let's quit advertising our schools as soft targets. Let's quit saying that these are gun-free zones and that these kids are sitting ducks. In 1990, Congress did another knee-jerk reaction that has cost more lives than it's saved. It's called the 1990 Gun-Free School Zone Act. Fortunately, some states and school districts have had the wisdom to override this provision. And guess what? We don't have to guess. Does hardening our schools work? Does letting trained teachers and professional staff carry, does it protect children? We know it does, because in every single school district, every school that has allowed them to carry, there hasn't just been no mass shootings, there hasn't been a single shooting. Why? Because these insane individuals, they seek one thing. They seek some twisted version of glory, which involves a body count. And they know they will not achieve that if they walk into that school and the first thing they see when they whip out their gun is a staff member who is armed and trained, and they die unceremoniously. That's what they deserve. Put 3 of those on the news and you could stop this. So we should quit advertising our schools, quit making that the federal default, that they are sitting ducks.
Gentleman's time's
I urge my colleagues to vote against these 6 provisions and yield back the balance of my time.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, almost 6 years ago, I sat down right here on this floor with the late, great John Lewis and so many colleagues to protest the Republicans' unwillingness to take up gun safety legislation after the Orlando shooting at the Pulse nightclub. We promised to the American people that if we were given the majority, we would deliver on gun safety legislation. Last year, we passed bills for expanded criminal background checks and to close the Charleston loophole to ensure criminals can't buy firearms. And today, we'll pass groundbreaking legislation to address gun violence and the epidemic of gun violence in our country. Gun violence is the crisis of this generation. There isn't a person or a community in this country that isn't affected by gun violence. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, in a city or suburb, young or old. We are all a text message away from this happening to any one of us. In the last 159 days alone, we've had more than 240 mass shootings in this country, almost 19,000 dead from guns, and 27 school shootings. Children killed in Uvalde, Parkland, San Diego, and many more places across the country. Enough is enough. It's time to do something. Every minute we wait, every minute we fail to act, we sentence more Americans and more children to death by guns in this country. The Protect Our Kids Act is a smart, common sense package that will save lives. I urge my colleagues to take this first step with us. Help reduce gun violence in this country. Protect your constituents from the gun violence that is ravaging communities all across America. And we can't stop here. This is a great bill. There's a lot more work to be done to make certain that kids and all the members of our community are safe. But have the courage to stand up. Actually, it doesn't take a lot of courage. Do your job. Protect your constituents from these horrific, horrific acts of gun violence. Vote yes on this legislation. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Members are directed to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I oppose H.R. 7910, the Democrats' latest gun control effort. Supporters of this bill do not want to protect America's Second Amendment rights because they don't care about Second Amendment rights. Instead of addressing the societal issues that have been caused by decades of progressive left-wing policies that have assaulted the American family and American society, they want to ban guns. They ignore the fact that many of the cities with the most restrictive gun control laws also have the highest levels of crime. They simply do not acknowledge that they don't believe in the Second Amendment. But let's talk about what Republicans have proposed, because Republicans have proposed many efforts. You just heard from Mr. Massey, one of his. But here's what you don't hear. I listened very carefully to the majority leader. He was enumerating through polls. But guess what? The majority of Americans believe schools would be safer if teachers were given options to carry a firearm. That comes from The Economist, the latest Economist poll last week. A similar Rasmussen poll, 62% are safer with an armed guard. Utah allows teachers to carry a concealed weapon. They not only have not had a mass shooting, they've never had a shooting since that law's been in place. Justice Scalia said in his Heller opinion that the very text of the Second Amendment implicitly recognizes the preexistence of the right, the Second Amendment right, and declares only that it shall not be infringed. This is not a right granted by the Constitution. Neither is it in any manner dependent upon that instrument for its existence. The Second Amendment simply declares that it shall not be infringed, but that's exactly what your bills do. The Republicans have also said, let's harden the schools. Look, you've got $122 billion that you gave in relief, COVID relief to K-12. More than 90% of it remains unused. And you say, well, that we don't want to talk about doors. What do? We hide behind doors because they work. You can harden schools and make them work. You can arm guards and make them work and make children safer. We all condemn the acts of violence that have occurred throughout our country, but the answer cannot be restricting America's right to protect themselves. Every day Americans use guns to protect themselves and their families. This bill will make it harder for Americans to do this. That is an inconvenient fact that my colleagues across the aisle simply can't and choose not to address. Last week at markup, Democrats repeatedly claimed that good guys with guns do not stop bad guys with guns. But Congressman Massey read a long list of incidents of good guys using guns to stop bad guys, but that list was ignored. I'll give you one. In Charleston, West Virginia, A woman with a 9mm handgun stopped a shooter shooting into a crowd with an AR-15. Here's one. Stephen Williford stopped the shooting at a church in Sutherland Springs. I urge you to vote
New York.
no.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Liu.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
When I served in the U.S. military, I was trained on firearms. Let me tell you what a bullet from the AR-15 does to you. The bullet leaves the muzzle of the AR-15 at a speed 3 times higher than that of a handgun. The energy is so strong that the bullet will disintegrate 3 inches of your bone. A person shot with an AR-15 looks like a grenade exploded in their body. The bullet also causes your human flesh to ripple violently, so that even if the bullet misses your artery, the human flesh, the ripples can burst the artery anyways. In Uvalde, Texas, little kids were decapitated and had their faces blown off. A person under 21 cannot buy a Budweiser. We should not let a person under 21 buy an AR-15 weapon of war.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Protecting Our Kids Act is about saying no more to mass shootings. No more to children murdered in schools. No more to black people murdered at the grocery store. No more to doctors being murdered in hospitals. No more to losing our children, our fathers, mothers, siblings, and friends in this uniquely American epidemic of gun violence. The families who have lost loved ones know that these deaths are not inevitable. We need to act now. This bill has simple but effective solutions. Raise the minimum age to 21 to buy a semi-automatic rifle. Prohibit gun trafficking and high-capacity magazines. Require safe storage and crack down on ghost guns and bump stocks. Had these protections been enacted in 1999, they would have stopped at least 35 recent mass shootings and saved over 400 lives. Today, we can choose to mean it when we say never again. Vote yes, save lives, save children, save our communities.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Demings.
Gentlelady's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, as a police chief, I was expected to get things done, to do everything within my power to keep people safe. Offering thoughts and prayers is fine. My grandchildren do that. But if that was all I did as a police chief after mass shootings, no one would have let me get away with that. Well, there is an expectation for Congress too, to do more. Madam Speaker, what is painfully wrong with this tragic moment in our history are the people who want the power of the position, but not really the responsibility. Congress failed that little girl who could only be identified by her green tennis shoes. Congress failed the loved ones in Buffalo, at the Pulse nightclub, and Newtown. After the Parkland shooting in Florida, Republican legislators helped pass red flag laws and other meaningful legislation to keep guns out of the hands of dangerous people. Will we do something? Haven't we had enough? Or is it just too scary to do the right thing? Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the Protecting Our Kids Act.
Over the last 20 years, we've lost thousands of lives to mass shootings. Gun violence is now the leading cause of the death of children in America. Let me repeat, gun violence is now the top cause of deaths of children in America. This legislation is not perfect, but if we can save 1, 2, 3 lives by passing this legislation, then it is worth our effort. It is our obligation to pass this legislation. Our thoughts and prayers are not enough. We have to act and act now. And I call my colleagues to join us in voting in favor of protecting our kids. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 7910, the Protect Our Kids Act, and H.R. 2377, the Federal Extreme Risk Act. In Texas, our souls are crushed and our hearts are still broken. We stand in solidarity with our friends and neighbors in Uvalde and communities across the nation mourning the lives of those who have lost their lives to gun violence. Empathy, love, and morality are calling upon us to pass these bills that are common sense legislation to reduce gun violence and save children's lives. Let's not be deceived by the absurd proposition to arm our teachers and schools. Let's let schools be schools. A teacher should be armed with books, not guns. Children need to focus on learning the ABCs, not how to dodge bullets. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to consult their conscience, not the NRA, and vote yes on these measures. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, how much time does each side have remaining?
Gentleman from New York has 40½ minutes. Gentleman from Ohio has 38½ minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today not to offer my words, but the words of a brave Coloradan, Tom Mauser. Tom's son, Daniel, was murdered at Columbine High School 23 years ago in 1999. He was 15 years old, the same age as me. Tom shared with me that in the weeks before his death, Daniel asked him, "Dad, did you know there are loopholes in the Brady Bill?" At 15 years old, Daniel was able to see the gaping holes in our nation's gun laws, and tragically, so were the two 18-year-old killers, teenagers that, in Tom's words, saw loopholes big enough to drive a truck through. And as Tom said to me today, what has Congress really done to protect our precious children from gun violence in those 23 years? Shamefully, nothing. It is time for Congress to do its job. It is time to act and to demonstrate that you give a damn about our children. Tom is right. I beg my colleagues, support this common sense bill. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 7901. I thought I'd take this opportunity to do my own fact check on some of the inaccurate claims my colleagues on the other side of the aisle presented at last week's markup. My Democrat colleagues will often claim there are loopholes in the current background check system, sometimes specifically citing the Charleston loophole. This is simply not true. Federal firearms licensees cannot transfer a firearm without performing a background check on the purchaser. The FBI is notified immediately if a prohibited person attempts to purchase a weapon, and the FBI has 3 days to follow up. The 3 days for follow-up prevent the FBI from sitting on their hands and not following through with background checks as a way to deny a person a firearm by bureaucracy, and therefore take away their Second Amendment rights. Another claim frequently made by my colleagues is that banning so-called assault weapons, a term they rarely define, would reduce mass shootings. Despite automatic weapons already being illegal to the general public, the left uses the term assault weapon to describe scary-looking guns regardless of the actual characteristics of the firearm. Even weapons mischaracterized as assault weapons are used in less than 1% of all homicides. Many of my colleagues claim mandating so-called safe storage of firearms is a common-sense approach to reducing gun violence. Not only does a requirement to keep a firearm within the home unloaded or locked up not comply with the Supreme Court precedent, it also puts them at a disadvantage. Listen, if you want to accomplish something today, pass what many states have done, and that's make resources available to secure schools. $100 million in over 1,300 Wisconsin schools have removed themselves from the list of the most vulnerable with state dollars. Let's do that today and really accomplish something.
From New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the Vice Chair of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it is said that a civilized society that can no longer feel outrage can no longer be civilized. 10 people slaughtered in their grocery store. 19 children and 2 teachers massacred in their school, only to have parents who had dropped their children off in the morning wait in some horror line to offer DNA samples. At least 15 people murdered in mass shootings just this weekend, including in my home city, Philadelphia. Outrage. We must feel the outrage. Do these tragedies from guns in the hands of bad actors sound like the well-regulated militia explicitly mentioned in the Second Amendment? Of course not. It's outrageous. We want to save our children. We want to save our babies. We want to save our families, the elderly who live in constant fear. And yet, did you hear, Madam Speaker, the argument on the other side of the aisle? A God-given right for an 18-year-old to slaughter children in a school? Enough is enough.
Time's expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Ohio. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a member of the Judiciary Committee who knows the tragic violence of gun violence personally, Ms. McBath of Georgia.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Nadler. I rise today in support of Protecting Our Kids Act, a chance for us to keep our families healthy and whole and safe. Day after day, hour after hour, the American people have felt the pain and the horror and the despair of yet another mass shooting, another family torn apart, another community broken. I know that feeling. You know my story. My son Jordan was just 17 years old when he was shot by a man who simply didn't like the loud music that he was playing in his car. How long do we let the American families in this country keep suffering this pain? That's why we must pass this common sense legislation, why we must take this step towards ensuring that we are creating true progress for the next generation. Americans deserve better, and shame on us if we do not take action.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Reserved, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, on August 3rd, 2019 in El Paso, a white supremacist massacred 23 innocent people at Walmart. Our red flag bill might have saved them. On August 31st, 2019, 8 people were killed in Midland, Odessa by a man who failed his background check and purchased a gun through private sale. Our bill on private firearm sales might have saved them. On May 18th, 2018, at Santa Fe High School, a 17-year-old used his father's gun to kill 10 people. Our safe storage bill might have saved them. And in Uvalde, parents are burying their babies today after an 18-year-old purchased an AR-15 style rifle and slaughtered 21 individuals. Our bill raising the age to 21 might have saved them. These are just the recent Texas mass shootings. It's not the teachers, the schools, or the doors. It's the guns. We can't save every life, but my God, shouldn't we try? America, we hear you, and today in the House, we are taking the action you are demanding. Take note of who is with you and who is not. I am proud to remain El Paso strong. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise because we find ourselves on a path that we have traveled before, a path that the American people were promised they would never have to meet again after Columbine, after Sandy Hook, after Parkland, and now after Uvalde. For 2 decades, Republicans bought by the NRA have blocked every attempt to pass legislation that would stop children from being massacred in their classrooms. Why? Because nothing is more easier than buying an AR-15 in this country, except buying a Republican member of Congress. Today, Democrats in the House will pass the Protecting Our Kids Act, and we need the Senate to abolish the filibuster to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Kelly.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
For years, I've heard that tired argument that gun violence prevention legislation won't work. Just look at Chicago. They say where residents have some of the strictest gun laws, but the highest rates of gun violence. The reason for that is simple: gun trafficking. More than 60% of guns used in crimes in Chicago come from out of state. And we're not the only city where this happens. According to the ATF, from just 2016 to 2020, 1/3 of the more than 1.3 million crime guns recovered and traced by law enforcement were brought in across state lines. These guns are purchased in states with lax laws, trafficked across state lines, and then sold to people in our state who we know should not have a gun. In Illinois, we're doing everything we can to protect our residents. Our neighbors are failing us. That's why I introduced the Prevent Gun Trafficking Act, and why I'm so glad this solution is included in the Protecting Our Kids Act. This is simple, common sense solution, making straw purchasing a federal crime will help stop the flow of guns into our communities from out of state. Most importantly, it will save lives. Stopping gun trafficking and straw purchasing is just one step we can take to eliminate gun violence. The Protecting Our Kids Act is a smart, broad approach to a complex issue. Passing this bill is the next step forward in saving children, and we cannot wait. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished chairman of the Appropriations Committee, the gentlelady from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Protecting Our Kids Act, comprehensive package to address gun violence in the United States. I'm pleased that it includes my legislation, Ethan's Law, which will keep kids across the country safe by ensuring that firearms are safely stored and secured. I introduced Ethan's Law in the House over 3 years ago in memory of Ethan Song, a Guilford, Connecticut teenager, 15 years old, accidentally shot himself with an unsecured gun in 2018. The firearm was improperly stored in a Tupperware box with the gun lock keys and the ammunition nearby. Before I had the honor of introducing Ethan's Law in the Congress, it passed the Connecticut General Assembly and the state Senate with broad bipartisan support, signed into law in 2019. Today, we take a critical step to make Ethan's Law the national standard in safe storage. Ethan's Law will set a federal standard for safe gun storage, incentivize states to create and implement safe gun storage laws. This legislation is a child safety bill, first and foremost, because losing just one child to accidental gun violence is too many. What happened to Ethan was tragic. No parent should have to lose their child because of an unsecured gun. It's time for Congress to act. In the words of Ethan Song's parents, Mike and Kristen Song, whose relentless advocacy led us to this moment, and I quote, "Not a single person on earth can change the past, but every one of us can change the future. Let's change the future while saving countless lives by passing the Protecting Our Kids Act." When Kristen Song found out that Ethan's Law was included in the Protecting Our Kids Act, she said that the first person she wanted to tell was Ethan, her beautiful boy that she has fearlessly fought for since the day she was forced to watch him be lowered into the ground. Upon hearing the news, she immediately drove to the cemetery, and she ran across it yelling, and I quote, "Ethan, we did it. Your life-saving legislation will be heard. It will get a vote. I'm voting in favor of this legislation. I urge my colleagues to do the same. We love you, Ethan," and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
4 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is called the Protecting Our Kids Act, but sadly, it does no such thing. The one thing that we could do immediately to protect our kids is the one thing that the Democrats refuse even to consider. We think nothing of it when we see an armed guard at a bank. Well, they're there for one purpose, to stop anyone who's trying to steal our money. And yet, when we suggest that we should use the same force and resolve to stop someone from killing our children, the left goes berserk. I simply do not understand such a screwed-up value system as that. President Biden's press secretary says that hardening our schools is not something he supports. Now, think about that. The most heavily guarded person in the world, in the most hardened fortress in the country, is telling us that we cannot protect our children in our schools as seriously as we protect our money in our banks. Of course, hardening the schools works. Listen to the sick mind that produced the massacre in Buffalo. He wrote, and I quote, "Attacking in a weapon-restricted area may decrease the chance of civilian backlash. Schools, courts, or areas where CCW are outlawed or prohibited may be good areas of attack. Areas where CCW permits are low may also fit in this category. Areas with strict gun control laws are also great places of attack," unquote. That's the Buffalo shooter. Criminals understand that, even if the Democrats in this House do not. In committee, I offered an amendment to require schools receiving federal security funds to have at least one armed guard on every campus and to allow school officials who've met the requirements of their state to carry a concealed weapon to have it on campus to protect their students if they want to. This is something that can be implemented immediately and that could well have stopped the massacre at Uvalde. It doesn't depend on criminals obeying the law, as this bill does. It doesn't depend on someday maybe reducing possibly the 400 million firearms in this country. It doesn't make self-defense harder for honest and decent people. In fact, it makes self-defense easier for honest and decent people. It would make future attacks on our schools much less likely to succeed and infinitely more dangerous to those contemplating such an act. Yet the Democrats refused even to consider it. We know how to reduce gun violence, harden our schools, and protect our children with the same seriousness as we protect our money. Prosecute gun criminals.
send them to prison for the rest of their lives, execute murderers, confine the dangerously mentally ill so that we can treat them, stop letting terrorists into the country across our southern border. Yet woke district attorneys often refuse to prosecute gun criminals, or they quickly drop gun charges to reduce their sentences. The Democrats have all but abolished the death penalty. They've released dangerous criminals from our prisons, released dangerous criminal illegal aliens into our communities, flooded our streets with the dangerously mentally ill, and turned a blind eye as terrorists come across the border that they've left wide open. And then they wonder why we're plagued with violent criminals. Now, maybe it's time to get serious about removing criminals from our streets and to fortify our schools. That's something we could do today that will have an immediate effect today. Protecting Our Kids Act. It does no such thing. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again and again, we hear a common refrain when a mass shooting happens. A young man, typically under the age of 21, legally purchases a semi-automatic rifle and murders innocent people. We saw this in Uvalde, we saw this in Buffalo, we saw this in Indianapolis in 2021 and in Parkland in 2019. In fact, 6 of the 9 deadliest mass shootings since 2018 were by young men who should never have been allowed to purchase these weapons in the first place. Right now, you must be 21 in this country to buy a handgun, but only need to be 18 years old to buy a semi-automatic rifle capable of committing unspeakable tragedies. I served in the military. I trained with these weapons. I know what they can do. These weapons of war have no place in our neighborhoods, let alone in the hands of an untrained 18-year-old boy. The answer is simple. Raise the age needed to purchase these weapons to 21 in line with the age to purchase handguns. We have bipartisan support for this. Democrats, Republicans, gun safety advocates, law-abiding citizens, and responsible gun owners, teachers, and veterans, because it's common sense. Shooting after shooting, we ask ourselves, what more could we have done? We debate whether one action could have saved the lives of those children, those mothers, fathers, grandmothers, and neighbors. I'm done with that. It's time for action. Raising the age to buy these weapons won't solve our nation's gun violence epidemic overnight. But if we can make it just a little harder for someone to get their hands on these deadly weapons, if we can save just one life or one community from this carnage and grief, it'll be worth it. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, raise the age to buy these deadly weapons. Enough is enough. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The despicable violence that took place in Uvalde and other places was horrific, and we mourn the loss of innocent life. The thought of losing my 4th grade grandson in this way shakes me to the core. There are steps we can take to prevent tragedies from occurring without endangering and infringing upon the rights of law-abiding citizens. I will not support legislation taking away the Second Amendment rights of my constituents. We must focus on root causes of violent crimes and many cultural issues plaguing our society. As a nation, we face a severe mental health crisis, fatherless homes, breakdown of families, glorification of violence that permeates our culture at every level, even to the devaluation of 63 million innocent babies' lives taken in the last 50 years. It must all be all hands on deck in our homes, in our schools, our churches, to address the foundational issues that keep our kids and communities safe. Let's not just do something. Harden our schools. Tackle them with real solutions. Oppose this legislation and do the right thing to save innocent lives. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langevin.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to plead with my colleagues to support H.R. 7910, the Protect Our Kids Act. We gather just days after an 18-year-old mowed down 19 school children and 2 of their teachers with an AR-15. Just days earlier, a racist conspiracy theorist used that same type of weapon of war to murder 10 Americans, turning a grocery store into a bloody battlefield. 19 families in Uvalde and 10 families in Buffalo are permanently shattered, never to be the same again. And on average, more than 110 Americans suffer the same fate, death by gun, every single day. Madam Speaker, no one has to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about when it comes to damage that guns can do. 42 years ago, I was a 16-year-old police cadet when a gun misfired, severing my spinal cord and changing my life forever. Of course, we'll never be able to stop every single gun injury or death, but we have the power to act, to pass common sense gun safety laws to reduce the preventable heartbreak experienced by far too many families in this country. We must get illegal guns off our streets. We must pass red flag laws to keep guns out of the wrong hands. We must raise the minimum age to buy a semi-automatic assault weapon to 21, and we can. These are common sense policies backed by broad bipartisan majorities of Americans. But instead, some of my colleagues have the audacity to suggest that we turn our schools into armed fortresses. What's next? Armed churches? Armed movie theaters? Is this the country you want to leave to your children and grandchildren? I certainly don't. Madam Speaker, guns are now the leading cause of death for children in this country. No other developed country on earth would ever tolerate this level of gun violence, and we shouldn't either. Those children in Uvalde deserve to grow up. The victims of Buffalo deserve to return home safe. And the 40,000 Americans who die from guns every year deserve to live. The American people are counting on us to deliver change. I pray that we won't let them down. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 7910. The violence that occurred in Uvalde, Texas was horrific. And as we consider the pain these families are experiencing, we can do more now. Let's focus today on like a laser beam on protecting our precious children. My friends on the other side of the aisle want us to vote on a hasty, partisan, and overreaching package of bills that developed in the middle of the night without any Republican input. The legislation we are considering today is clearly designed to strip law-abiding Americans of their constitutional rights. In a town hall meeting last summer, President Biden himself said he'd like to ban the sales of handguns and rifles, full stop. No wonder law-abiding Americans see this legislation as central federal overreach. History has taught us some great lessons. One is that liberty once lost is lost forever. I grew up in the Deep South, where for a time, black Americans were unable to defend themselves. After the Civil War, Democrat black laws and Jim Crow laws prohibited people of color from owning firearms. Most people have heard the phrase 40 acres and a mule. An order issued in 1865 that allowed 40,000 former slaves to live on hundreds of thousands of acres. After the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, the Democrat president, Andrew Johnson, a Confederate sympathizer, confiscated this land, displacing thousands of black Americans and families. This is an example of why the right to bear arms is necessary to safeguard and protect our life, liberty, and property. The Democrats' proposals are unhelpful in protecting our kids and go against all common sense. They ignore real solutions that will keep our children safe and help prevent future acts of senseless violence. Most importantly, they are not proposing anything that protects our children now. We don't need to spend another 2 years fighting over solutions. We have solutions available immediately. The Securing Our Student Act. My legislation would empower local school districts to immediately receive unspent funds from the American Rescue Plan and implement security measures in their schools now. Of the $122 billion appropriated to the American K-12 schools in last year's $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan, roughly 93% remains unspent. I invite my colleagues to join me in demanding that these hundreds of billions of dollars be immediately used to help local schools determine and implement the safety measures that best fit their communities. We can harden our schools and protect our children at school now. We can never bring back those precious children we've lost, but we can and we must work together to prevent future tragedies. This is a solution that will harness the full weight of American innovation and technology and keep our schools safe now, to ensure that no child, educator, or family has to say goodbye to a loved one because of any kind of violence. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Levin.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, for pulling this vital package together. I speak as a father of 4 who is heartbroken and still processing Uvalde, Buffalo, and the unending string of mass shootings, a longtime gun reform advocate, and a member of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force who demands real, common-sense gun reform to save lives now. This is why I support the Protecting Our Kids Act in this moment of profound grief and collective loss. When it comes to the epidemic of gun deaths, there's no panacea. We must pass meaningful reforms, evaluate our work, and then keep on passing more legislation. Though I'm extremely supportive of this long overdue package, I'm concerned about criminal penalties for safe storage violations. Overcriminalization too often harms Black and brown communities. As a warrior for racial justice, I urge all of us to investigate how disparate communities would be impacted before this bill heads to the President's desk. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman's recognized for 4 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. Why do we have guns? Why do we have the Second Amendment? Is it to hunt? Sure. Self-defense? That's even more important. But the fact is, you read the founders, Federalist 46, James Madison, contrasts us with the tyrannical governments of Europe who are, quote, afraid to trust the people with arms. Joseph Story, in his commentaries on the Constitution in 1833, quote, the right of the citizens to keep and bear arms has justly been considered as the palladium of the liberties of a republic, since it offers a strong moral check against the usurpation and arbitrary power of rulers, and will generally, even if these are successful in the first instance, enable the people to resist and triumph over them. We have a Second Amendment because we understand in this country that there are some things, inalienable rights, that you cannot justly take away from a free and equal human being. Tyrants disarm the people they intend to oppress. Those are the facts. Jewish people in Germany were prohibited from owning arms. 13 million Jews were exterminated by the Nazis. The Soviets instituted gun control and millions were killed. 20 million dissidents were rounded up and exterminated. Mao disarmed the Chinese people. 20 million dissidents were exterminated. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge were able to take advantage of the fact that limited gun ownership to just hunters and killed 1.5 million to 3 million Cambodians. Turkey disarmed Armenians, and 1.5 million Armenians were killed in the Armenian genocide. The South disarmed slaves and actively fought against their arming. And then in the 20th century, armed Black Army veterans, for example, in Louisiana, were able to defend against the KKK. Even fact-checking organization Snopes said, quote, we find it reasonable to conclude that gun confiscations facilitated by laws requiring the registration and licensing of firearms played a crucial role in the carrying out of 20th century genocides. This is not fiction. This is in our lifetime. This is in our grandparents' lifetime. This is in our recent history. This is why the Second Amendment matters. It's not trivial. It's not something you just brush aside. This is the foundation of liberty. It's who we are. But in order to sell a lie to the American people that the government will protect them from all manners of evil, while defunding the police, leaving our borders wide open, I'm glad my colleagues can suddenly find Uvalde on a map, while allowing dangerous cartels operating hundreds of miles into Texas, allowing fentanyl to pour into our communities and kill tens of thousands of children, the very children my colleagues say they wish to protect. In order to do this, Democrats in this body are willing to take away a citizen's God-given right, yes, God-given right that was mocked earlier, to protect himself or herself or her family or his family from harm. the very harm they foster by appeasing lawlessness, and importantly, from the very tyranny being applied to them to deny that right. That is what is at stake. This bill, and it gets brushed aside, raised the age limit. Well, there are constitutional questions to that in the Fourth Circuit, Ninth Circuit, and other circuits. The second title on straw purchases, the very straw purchases Democrat DAs don't even want to really prosecute, would prohibit a law-abiding citizen from giving a gun to a friend as a gift. Safe storage would make it unlawful for me to have the 22 and the 20 gauge propped up by my door right now in Texas to kill coyotes and snakes. It would make it unlawful. This will not do any good. It will harm Americans, and it undermines our foundational liberties that is crucial for a free state. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, so far this year, our country has experienced more than 250 mass shootings, and it's only June. Gun violence is now the #1 cause of death of children in this country. We cannot let this continue. The Protecting Our Kids Act is an important step toward curbing gun violence by limiting high-capacity magazines, raising the minimum age to buy assault weapons to 21, and encouraging safe storage practices. If these measures had been in place, the 18-year-old gunman in Uvalde, Texas, would not have been able to buy the 2 assault weapons he used to murder 19 children and 2 teachers. The Dayton, Ohio shooter would not have been able to buy the high-capacity magazine that allowed him to shoot 26 people in 30 seconds. We can't solve this complex problem at once, but neither can we desist from taking common sense measures to help make this country safer for our children. Let's honor our oath. Let's do our job to keep the American people safe. Vote yes on this bill. It's the least we can do for our constituents.
Gentleman
Thank
from
you,
Ohio.
and I yield back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Spear.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I believe I'm the only member of this House that is a victim of gun violence. My body is riddled with bullets. I have a divot in my leg that's the size of a football. I have skin grafts on all parts of my body. I live with that every single day. A victim of gun violence is traumatized over and over again. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if we had a 737 that crashed every month for 12 months in this country, we would do something about it. And that's what's happening to children in this country. 1,500 kids die of gun violence every single year. We have to do something about it. All we're saying is, don't let them purchase an assault weapon until they're 21. We already say you can't purchase a handgun until you're 21. Dr. Guerrero this morning talked about decapitated heads.
Expired.
I urge you, I'm leaving this institution. Please
Gentleman's
do
time's
something.
expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve, Madam.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to share a conversation that I had with Anna Kate, who is a constituent of mine in my district. And she called my office absolutely distraught. This was the day of the, late in the day of the shooting. And she said that parents have really reached their breaking point right now, and that she is afraid. And she is afraid for her 7-year-old son. She said, I want to tell my child, you will be safe in school. What a simple sentence that most parents, any parent would want to say, you will be safe in school. But I can't, she said. Children continue to die, And this is on all of us, all of our conscience. There is no issue more important than this. We can do something starting today, something real. We can finally pass this legislation. Let's do it.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Escher.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, where is the soul of America in this chamber? I've listened to every speaker since the debate began. I think that Shakespeare would say, "Thou doth protest too much." We have simple, profound facts. Our children are being blown away. Last week, the first funeral, that casket could not be opened. I think every single member here is a parent. Walk behind that casket. Think of yourselves and your own children. They deserve solutions to this. This has to be more from you than damning the Democratic Party. Come on. We're members of Congress. And many of us say, can I have 10 more seconds, please? Many of us say a prayer. It's the Lord's Prayer. And at the end we say, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Not one word from our colleagues when it comes to the crime waves in cities like Chicago, Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, New York, San Francisco, and Philadelphia. To do so would be to criticize their own soft on crime policies. It's been going on for a decade now. They hope Americans ignore the inconvenient truth. Criminals don't get background checks, and they don't fear laws because rogue prosecutors financed by progressive dark money groups don't enforce our laws. These criminal strongholds in Washington, D.C. have one thing in common. They are run by Democrats who refuse to enforce our laws. This administration, responsible for a 40-year inflation high, erasing our border, and shrinking economy, will say anything to distract from their own failures. Jimmy Carter says, "Thank you for making the 70s look good." Week after week, we hear about violent criminals re-victimizing communities without being held accountable. The people furthering these policies and making our communities less safe are the same people who are fervently arguing to disarm Americans and defund the police. They're the same people weaponizing the FBI against their political opponents, and the same people who want to repeal the Second Amendment. I wish they would just tell the American people the truth instead of deploying Trojan horses. Whether it's rifle bans, 9mm bans, federal red flag laws, one thing is certain. They will not change the outcomes for the people in those cities. As some members of this body have said in the last few weeks, this is just the beginning. We will not stop. They will continue to erode our rights because they believe in a nanny state government, not a government of the people. What Americans need is the enforcement of our laws, holding criminals accountable, and protecting our constitutional rights. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a May 27, 2022 piece from CNN entitled "States with Weaker Gun Laws Have Higher Rates of Firearm-Related Homicides and Suicides, Study Finds."
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of the package of gun violence prevention bills we are considering today. Gun violence is at unseen epidemic levels in this country. We need to combat the source of the epidemic, easy access to guns. I would like to address, however, the impact of the lack of statehood for the residents of the District of Columbia on their ability to pass and maintain their own common sense gun violence prevention laws. If Republicans take the majority in the next Congress, they could eliminate DC's gun violence prevention laws, which they have repeatedly tried to do, including its ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines and its universal background checks. At least 7 current Republican members of Congress have introduced such bills. I have defeated each effort in Congress to overturn DC gun violence prevention bills, and I vow to do so again. But the ultimate remedy for congressional interference in local DC matters, of course, is DC statehood. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to vote to do something. It's too easy for dangerous people to get dangerous weapons in this country, and we're either going to do something about it or we're not. I want you to imagine for a second that a shooter with an AR-15 goes into your child's school tomorrow or next fall, or your grandchild's school, and leaves a hole the size of a basketball in their chest, or leaves their head decapitated off their body. Ask yourself what you would ask of the people who represent you. Would their thoughts and prayers be good enough for you if that happened to your child? Would them be worried about their primary election be okay with you? The people in Uvalde, when I spoke to them, asked me how it is that somebody who's 18 can't buy beer or cigarettes, but they can go into a gun store and buy 2 AR-15s and go kill 20 people. The teachers who died, the cops who died, the children who died cannot vote to change the law. Only we can do that. This is our legacy.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Vote yes. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to confront the nation's leading child killer, gun violence. Passing the Protecting Our Kids Act does that by raising the legal age to buy certain semi-automatic rifles and closing the ghost gun loophole. It strengthens safe storage rules at home and clamps down on bump stocks and high-capacity magazines. Once more, House Democrats will do something meaningful to address this carnage, while House Republicans do nothing. Yes, a few Senate Republicans may do the absolute minimum, but when an 11-year-old tells Congress that she smeared her murdered friend's blood on her own body to play dead and stay alive in Uvalde, I'll take baby steps over no steps. From Uvalde and Buffalo to Parkland, Orlando, and Las Vegas, America is bleeding. And while this legislation will not end gun violence, it's a tourniquet. The deaths, suicides, and astronomical health costs are too high, and we cannot continue to forsake our national freedoms to learn, work, and worship without fear. So let's pass this legislation and reclaim America's values and confront this nation's leading killer of children, gun violence. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
Gentleman's recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I rise in opposition to the so-called Protect Our Kids Act. What we saw 2 weeks ago in Uvalde, Texas, was tragic and horrific, and we should take action to prevent future tragedies such as this one. But this bill is not the solution for several reasons. First, the bill restricts the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding adults. With very limited exceptions, the bill would prohibit 18 to 20-year-olds from buying nearly all semi-automatic rifles and shotguns. During the markup of the bill, the Judiciary Chairman argued that this is applicable because these young adults don't have, quote, fully formed brains. Yet we entrust these same young adults to serve our country in the military and die for our country. We trust these young adults to vote in our elections. What's even more interesting is while Democrats believe that these young adults don't have fully formed brains, they certainly are more than willing to try and reduce the age at which a person can vote to 16. Second, the bill makes it more difficult for a domestic violence victim to keep a firearm for protection. As drafted, the bill would criminalize a domestic violence victim's attempt to seek help from a friend or neighbor in obtaining a firearm. The safe storage requirements of the bill make it harder for people to access a firearm in an emergency by mandating a one-size-fits-all approach for firearm storage. And finally, the bill's limits on magazine capacity will essentially ban many common firearms, some of which may accommodate between 15 and 30 rounds of ammunition. Overall, the bill is an attempt to restrict the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens while ignoring the broader problems of why these tragedies are happening. Let's talk about school resource officers in our schools. Let's talk about fortifying school buildings. Let's talk about ending the dangerous mirage of gun-free zones. And yes, let's talk about mental health. We have to look for common sense solutions that make it easier for Americans to protect themselves and their loved ones. I oppose this bill and I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
We cannot let America be like this. Children shouldn't be texting their family goodbye as they lay barricaded behind desks. Parents shouldn't dread having to drop a child off to school wondering if this is a death sentence. And a grandmother shouldn't have to fear being murdered as she goes into a grocery store to get dinner. The U.S. is the only country in the world with more civilian-owned firearms than people, and it is costing us our loved ones' lives. Thoughts and prayers are not enough. They never were. We have to take action. This is what we were sent to Congress to do, to act. The bill before us today, H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act, will save lives. We can no longer act like we are powerless to stop mass murders in our communities when it is clear there is so much we can do. Pass this bill. Enough is enough.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. In 1990, our schools became gun-free school zones. And on September 6, 1990, when I was 16 years old, my high school went on lockdown because one of the students at my school brought 3 guns to school in a duffel bag on the school bus, brought the guns into our school, and proceeded to take control of our high school. And he was the only person in the school that had guns. That's why that happened. There was no one to protect us that had a gun that day. The only person with guns was the very mentally ill, upset teenager who had brought guns to school that day to kill other students. I know that fear. As a matter of fact, I think I'm the only member of Congress that that's actually happened to. And I'm also a mom. I've dropped off my kids at school for years wondering, would this happen at my children's school? Would they face a terrible fate like the poor children in Uvalde? This should never happen to our children. And I can't help but to point out to all of us here, while we're debating how to protect our kids in school and what we're debating about our Second Amendment gun rights, I want to point out that we're all so privileged to be in this building being protected by armed guards with guns who are protecting our lives. And I find it shocking to me that this body of Congress won't do the same thing for children all over America in schools, because we know one thing works. We know that a gun is a tool, and it's a weapon that can be used to defend yourself or defend others, and we're all lucky enough to have that privilege. But our school children aren't. If we really want to be serious about protecting our kids here in America, we'll repeal the Gun-Free School Zones Act, and we will put into action real legislation that protects children everywhere, all over America in school, with good guys with guns, the same way we're being protected. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Deutsch.
Gentleman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm disappointed in the way that our colleagues are so cavalierly avoiding the facts. These common sense measures, when we passed them, had we passed them before, could have saved over 400 people killed in mass shootings since Columbine. I'm disappointed in the cavalier mischaracterization of jurisprudence Justice Scalia said that the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. My colleagues know that the changes in this law that we're proposing today will not undermine the Second Amendment in any way. But, Madam Speaker, I have two documents that inform everything I do here. One is the Constitution of the United States, and the other is this list that I wrote on February 14th, 2018, of every one of the 17 members of my community slaughtered by a killer with an AR-15 in his high school. We've heard a lot about foundational rights, foundational liberties, as if the Second Amendment is it's the sum total of the Constitution. Madam Speaker, the First Amendment matters as well. And for these 17, they have no right to practice religion and to pray for themselves or all of those who are killed every time we offer thoughts and prayers. And for these 17 and everyone killed by gun violence, they cannot peaceably assemble, as the First Amendment gives the right to all of Americans. And Madam Speaker, most of all, they cannot petition the government for redress of their grievances. Not these 17, not the 19 from Uvalde, no one killed in this gun violence. Today, we can help redress the grievances of all those lost to gun violence by passing this important legislation.
Gentleman's time's expired.
We must, we will, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Florida, Sheriff Rutherford.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute and a half.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Chair, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 7910 because this bill does nothing to stop human violence, which is the real problem at hand here. Straw purchases are already illegal. You can't buy a gun for someone else to get around the background check. Bump stocks are already illegal, regulated like automatic weapons, thanks to the Trump administration. And infringing on the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding Americans is not the answer. In fact, the bill before us will even make criminals out of legal gun owners. This bill would put the federal government in charge of law-abiding citizens and how they store their firearms inside their own homes. This bill puts firearms storage over and above self-defense. Instead, let's work together to address human violence problems by bolstering our mental health system, identifying individuals before they become active shooters and mass murderers, and improving our school safety through crime prevention through environmental design, CPTED. It can be done. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard over and over again we ought to harden our schools. We ought to have every teacher have a gun. One question needs to be asked as that argument goes forward. Why? Why do we need to do that? We need to do that because an 18-year-old was able to buy 2 AR-15s, go to the school in Uvalde, and shoot up all of the students and teachers, 19. That's presumably why we have to harden our schools. Maybe it's time for us to come to the reality that it's time for us to pass common sense gun safety legislation. This particular piece of legislation does just that. Doesn't take away the Second Amendment rights, but what it does is to provide every American with the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and not to have to worry about whether their school has been hardened sufficiently to prevent an 18-year-old with 2 military-style weapons to enter that school. It's time for us to act, pass this legislation.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Protecting Our Kids Act.
Today, the victims' families and community members from the mass shootings in Buffalo and Uvalde appeared before the Oversight Committee demanding action. These communities have faced unspeakable tragedy. It is our duty as lawmakers to listen to them and work to build a world where they will never have to see these horrific events repeated. This legislation will save countless lives from the violence these families have had to endure. We must support every title in this bill, especially Title II, cracking down on interstate gun trafficking. I have spent over a decade fighting for gun trafficking and straw purchases to be made a federal offense. The illegal interstate movement of firearms into New York, known as the Iron Pipeline, has caused countless firearms to enter our state unlawfully. Preventing gun trafficking across state lines should be a bipartisan goal. As a mother and teacher, I am horrified by these attacks on our schools, our grocery stores, and our communities. I urge my colleagues to support this bill.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Kamick.
Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I came here today to speak on behalf of women and the parents of my district. Heck, honestly, I came to speak on behalf of all Americans who want their kids to be safe and secure in their schools and for people to be safe in their communities. I came here today to say that we all want these things because our hearts collectively break when any life is lost. We mourn for those lives lost needlessly. We need to do better, and we can do better, which is why every single member of this chamber must, without hesitation, denounce, decline, and decide and oppose against H.R. 7910, the Politics Over Our Kids Act. This is common sense. Taking legal firearms out of the hands of law-abiding citizens does nothing but empower criminals. It's already illegal to commit murder. Has that stopped murder? Has that stopped violence? No. Madam Speaker, you said in your opening remarks that, quote, protecting our kids, what could be more important than that? You said, quote, we are here for the children. You went on to say that, quote, everything we do is for the children, and that today's effort to strip our constitutional rights is, quote, a crusade for children. You must have forgotten the nearly 60 million children that have been murdered through some of the most horrific means during an abortion. All on your watch. You invoke JFK and say that our children are our best resource and our best hope for the future. Is that so? Why do you deny them their future by killing them in the womb? Sounds a bit hypocritical if you ask me. And you also made the statement that the leading cause of death for children is firearms. Then why does the data refute that? NBC News reported that motor vehicle deaths of kids from age 1 to 17 continues to be the #1 cause of death. Spare me, Madam Speaker, that you are here fighting for the children because your 3 decades in Congress reflect a record of anything but a fight for children. Certainly not the kids being trafficked at the border, not the kids being abused, not the kids fighting for their life in the womb, or the kids whose future is being stolen by abusive big government policies. If this were about protecting kids, then why does this bill do nothing to secure or harden our schools? Why was there no bipartisan efforts as part of this package? Why do these bills do nothing to address the mental health crisis that we are facing, driving the violence? It is the guns. It is not the guns. It is the people. People who are intent on committing acts of evil and violence will do so by any means necessary. That is a fact. But while you have conveniently forgotten so much, I certainly do not want to forget how many victims of domestic violence will be left without options to protect themselves if this garbage bill becomes law. Because it's the same party screaming to defund our police is the same party screaming about how you, a law-abiding citizen, should not be able to defend yourself. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that you have clearly all forgotten your oath. An oath that we took here on this chamber floor to uphold and defend the United States Constitution. The Second Amendment is a part of that. Madam Speaker, and to all my colleagues, the Constitution is not a la carte. You can either accept it all or none of it. But you cannot cherry pick it. And if you can't uphold your oath, then you should resign. With that, I yield back.
And all members are reminded once again to address their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today. Like so many parents across the nation, when I sent my 4 kids off to school this past week, I worried that they wouldn't be coming home, like so many children across the country. So I got a bit hopeful when I hear that my colleagues are speaking for women across the country. And I expected to hear then that they were going to talk about passing universal background checks, because we know that 88% of the country wants to see universal background checks passed. I'm sorry, I must have missed that in their conversation. And then when I heard how devastated my colleagues are for the little children that have been dying like I am, I thought, well, great, maybe we will hear something about passing a law that restricts people 21 and under from purchasing guns, like Mitch McConnell has said he's willing to consider. I must have missed that too, because I have to tell you, we know these gun safety legislation pieces work, because in New Jersey we've passed most of them and we've made major progress. In fact, while the rest of the country has seen gun rate deaths increase by 33%, in New Jersey they fell by 10%. So again, I'm hoping, as we speak for mothers and women and children and families across New Jersey, we start to hear about how we're going to pass this great legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
Gentleman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's repeated over and over again that the Second Amendment is unlimited. Excuse me, is not unlimited. It has limits. And no one contends otherwise. But what are the limits? Wouldn't it be nice to hear that in the debate? The limits, as set forth in Heller and McDonald, is that it is improper. You cannot ban weapons that are, quote, in common use at the time. You cannot require that firearms in the home be, quote, rendered and kept inoperable. The Ninth and Fourth Circuits have said that, like other constitutional rights, all of them, the Second Amendment protections apply to 18 to 20-year-olds. The dissenting judge in that opinion in the Fourth Circuit acknowledged that there is, quote, persuasive evidence of that. This bill bans for 18 to 20-year-old adults guns that are in common use. It bans for everyone ammo magazines that are in pervasive use. It requires weapons be disabled in the home, and this one doesn't violate the Constitution, I admit, but it even criminalizes a neighbor who buys a gun for self-protection for a victim of domestic violence. And the Democrats say more is coming. They use the terminology weapon of war. They intend to ban this class of weapons entirely. So you've made it clear in the House Judiciary Committee. They made it clear. I will not. I'm sorry, ma'am. You've had a lot of time. You made it clear that you will proceed regardless of what the Second Amendment says. Mr. Jones made it clearer than anyone. If the filibuster obstructs us, we will abolish it. If the Supreme Court objects, we will expand it. Do something is the mantra. It's probably worth remembering that that's short for the commonly heard, even if it's wrong. The last thing we need is something that's wrong. What is needed is an answer. You are not pursuing an answer because, frankly, you are not grappling with the problem. Could we begin with candor? Are these disasters enough to prompt candor? Can we have some truth? You've been doing gun control since 1968. Has it worked to your satisfaction? The lady from Pennsylvania said earlier, the general lady from Pennsylvania said the country is sick, but she's misdiagnosed the problem. They say it's the guns. But, Madam Speaker, guns have been prevalent in the United States of America since before our founding. We did not suffer the mass shootings. We did not suffer the chaos in the cities like she described. Why do we have this now? Chesterton, a British gentleman, came closest. He said the disintegration of rational society started in the drift from the hearth and the family. The solution must be a drift back. Everybody knows it's true. If there's a sickness in the country, it is the product of 60 years of disintegration of American culture by the liberal project. Assaults on the family, hostility to God, cheapening life, pervasive expansion of the welfare state, ridicule for individual and parental responsibility, Soros DAs ending punishment for crime, delegitimizing, defunding, and abolishing police. Behold your handiwork. Stripping Americans of constitutional rights won't cure what ails us. Not the Second Amendment, not the First Amendment to which you're hostile, not the Fourth Amendment, not the Fifth Amendment. Join us to solve the problems you've caused. We can find answers together. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired, and the chair will once again admonish members to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of Protecting Our Kids Act. This overdue legislation will tighten gun regulations. Unfortunately, in the world's wealthiest country, we have the 32nd highest rate of death from gun violence across the planet. This is a horrific statistic that is impacting all of our districts, blue districts and red districts. In my district, gun violence has taken far too many lives, including the young life and brutal murder of Crystal Baber Nieves, working the midnight shift in an East Harlem Burger King, the brutal murder of 2 police officers in Harlem's 32nd precinct, and an 11-month-old gunshot victim in the Bronx. Yes, Madam Speaker, only 11 months old. Madam Speaker, I'm here to tell my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that this epidemic is serious. In fact, it is a public health crisis. For this reason, Congresswoman Escobar and I urge our colleagues to join us in a resolution declaring gun violence a national public health crisis. This is just the beginning, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman's time's expired.
And we will continue to pass more gun regulations.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, can I inquire how much time each side has left?
Gentleman from New York has 13 and a quarter. Gentleman from Ohio has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady's recognized for 1 minute.
Today in our country, 321 people will be shot. 111 of them will die from those gunshots. 22 of the people who are shot every day in this country are kids, just like the 19 fourth graders sitting in their classroom while they were massacred in Uvalde. So I ask my colleagues, how many more? How many more innocent people need to die? How many more elders murdered at a grocery store or in their houses of worship? How many more children slaughtered in their classroom will be enough to do something to save lives? We're considering the most basic measures to keep people safe from gun violence, to keep families from having to ID their children by DNA after their bodies were destroyed by a weapon of war, raising the age to 21 to buy assault rifles, safe gun storage, cracking down on gun trafficking. These are obvious solutions. Vote yes to protect families. Vote yes to save our children.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
It's been heart-wrenching hearing the stories on the floor today. America's not unique with gun violence. What is unique is that America has accepted the slaughter. Unlike Britain, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Norway, after horrific events, they acted decisively to reduce gun violence, and it worked. We've stood by while the carnage continues, to our shame. America should not be the only rich country that cannot protect our children. After events in Oregon, I met with victims of gun violence, and they developed a package that looks a lot like what we're voting on today. It's no longer acceptable for gun violence enablers to hide behind thoughts and prayers. If other countries can protect their families, so can we. Pass this package.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, later this month, 30 years to the day, my father was shot and killed by senseless gun violence. And so I rise today with a heavy heart for those who have been murdered by gun violence and the survivors who now must live with the trauma every single day. A heavy heart for the 58 victims and survivors from my hometown of Las Vegas that experienced the worst mass shooting in U.S. history. A heavy heart for the parents and families of Uvalde, whose children were murdered while at school. A heavy heart for the Black Americans that were murdered at a grocery store in Buffalo. A heavy heart for the doctors and nurses that were killed at a hospital in Tulsa. I have a heavy heart, but I also have courage to protect our children, and I will continue to work to break the cycle of violence. The question is, do my colleagues have the courage to protect our kids? Vote yes on this legislation.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe.
Gentleman's recognized for 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Guns are not the cause of evil. Just like the vehicle used by the domestic terrorists in Waukesha, Wisconsin to mow down innocent people in a parade, killing 6, the vehicle used was not the cause of that evil. The person driving it was. Why are not the victims of that heinous act pictures being shown by the Democrats on the floor today, like those victims in Uvalde? Where was the left's cry to ban vehicles that killed those innocent lives in Waukesha? There are no cries to ban cars because that's not on the left's agenda. Banning guns is, and Democrats use these heinous crimes to further the long sought-after political objective of disarming America. And many Democrats in this chamber have called for outright bans on certain firearms. There is a moral decay in our country that has been created by the left. They have torn down traditional institutions, took God out of our classrooms, and systematically destroyed the notion of traditional families and values. Just look at these numbers in a recent article from the Christian Post. 75% of most cited school shooters in America are fatherless. 60% of America's rapists grew up without fathers. 63% of teenagers who commit suicide don't have a father in their life. 72% of adolescent murderers are fatherless. The same was true for the murderer at Robb Elementary, and I could go on. Why isn't the majority talking about that? Why isn't the majority talking about solutions to have role models in our children's lives? Because that doesn't accomplish a political objective for them. This bill, nor any bill before us this week, will stop mass shootings. This bill won't even decrease gun violence, and the facts and evidence from the jurisdictions with similar policies in place makes that clear. Just look at any holiday weekend in Chicago and see how many people have been shot with many of these policies already in place. This bill is simply a step further to restrict the ability of law-abiding citizens to own firearms and defend themselves, while doing nothing to address the cultural rot that leads to these acts. This bill seeks to take the Second Amendment rights away from 18 to 20-year-olds by taking their ability to purchase a firearm. Comparing census data on the total 18 to 20-year-old population with DOJ data on violent crimes committed by that age group, and this includes violent crimes not involving guns, only 0.3% of 18 to 20-year-olds commit violent crimes in a year. When you look at murder, including murder without guns, only 0.013% of 18 to 20-year-olds commit murder in a year. So today, Democrats are going to take away the lawful right for 99.7% of adult Americans between the age of 18 and 20 for the acts of a few wicked people. Now think about that. So the daughter off to college, living by herself, can't buy a shotgun to keep in her home to protect herself against a rapist. All because 0.3% of that age group has committed a violent crime. The magazine limits in this bill are even more egregious because it affects all Americans in all firearms, not just rifles, and will effectively serve as a ban on most commonly used handguns. And as I demonstrated in the Judiciary Committee last week, numerous firearms that millions of Americans use every single day to protect themselves and their families could be rendered useless by a 15-round magazine limit, and those 15-round magazine limits who have absolutely no effect on solving mass shootings. I will not yield. I urge my colleagues to stand for freedom, to stand for the Constitution, and to stand for the right of law-abiding citizens to defend themselves. And I yield back.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a June 4, 2022 New York Times article entitled "The Mass Shootings Where Stricter Gun Laws Might Have Made a Difference."
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7910, the Protecting Our Kids Act. Thank you, Chairman Nadler, for bringing these bills to the floor. Gun violence is responsible for more than 32,000 deaths each year. This is a heartbreaking moment for so many of us. This is a public health crisis in our country. It's an epidemic. The victims of Buffalo and Uvalde, Tulsa, and other mass shootings, they deserve more than our thoughts and our prayers. Last week, I met with young gun violence survivors in my district. They spoke powerfully about the cycle of violence and easy access to guns, especially ghost guns. And they talked about the trauma endured by themselves, their families, and their communities. And this is nothing new. This has been going on for so many years. And they're asking us to take action to save lives. This bill responds to their call by raising the age for purchase of certain firearms.
This time's expired.
May I have another 30 seconds, Mr. Chairman?
I'll grant the gentlelady an extra 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I want to say is all of our children who have died due to gun violence, they had a right to live and they had a right to life. And so I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes and to take action so that we can save countless lives. Let's protect our kids. Thank you again, Chairman Nadler.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Allred.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After the mass shooting in El Paso in 2019, I received a letter from then 6-year-old Cal from Rowlett, Texas. He wrote, "When kids get shot, that's less friends to play with. When I grow up, I don't want to hear any more on the news about people being killed with guns." He was 6, and he had to write that to his congressman. Today, just 3 years later, he was the same age as some of the kids murdered in Uvalde. I refuse that there is nothing we can do. I refuse to say there's nothing we can do to protect kids like Cal or my sons in their schools. We have to act by passing common sense measures like raising the age to 21 to buy an assault-style weapon, banning high-capacity magazines, and increasing safe storage that will save lives. This legislation, the Protecting Our Kids Act, will save lives. I urge my colleagues to vote yes to help us save lives, and for the Senate to finally act and to join us in trying to end this crisis. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
We reserve, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we are here today because for the victims of Uvalde, it's too late. For the victims of Parkland, it's too late. For the victims of Sandy Hook, it is too late. For the victims of Columbine, it's too late. Constituents from my district are still reeling from recent gun violence incidents. We all saw the images of people running desperately away from the shooter at the subway station in Sunset Park. I am tired of watching again and again my constituents suffer from horrific acts of gun violence. This legislation is a necessary step to prevent gun violence from happening in our schools, places of worship, grocery store, malls, public transportation. Moreover, it imposes stronger regulations on those that can buy these weapons of war. Congress cannot be too late anymore. Enough is enough.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Del Bene.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Protecting Our Kids Act. I'm a parent of 2 great kids, and when they were young, my husband and I would drop them off at school, and we were confident that they were in a safe space. But for so many parents, that's no longer the case. I recently hosted a roundtable with some of the over 1,000 constituents who have written or called into my office following the tragedies in Uvalde and Buffalo and the over 240 mass shootings in 2022. It's heartbreaking to hear how parents have to explain to their kids what to do if there's an active shooter, as if it's inevitable. We know what we can do to help prevent future tragedies like Uvalde. We can pass common sense gun safety policies like this legislation. Enough is enough. We have to end the senseless deaths of our children and our neighbors. Vote yes. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. You know, the Democrats today say they don't want to take your guns away. Well, then why does the legislation do just that? What they should say today is we don't want to take all of the guns away from all of the people just yet because we know we can't get away with that. The reality is the anti-Second Amendment lobby has vastly outspent all of the pro-Second Amendment groups put together in the last several elections. Who is in the pocket of who? So, the red flag laws, these take all of the guns from some of the people, and the bill that will pass tonight, if the Democrats are fortunate enough to do so, will take some of the guns from all of the people. Now, why are gun owners concerned? Why are the gun owners who don't own so-called high-capacity magazines, for instance, concerned? Why are the gun owners who don't own, for instance, AR-15 style rifles concerned about this legislation? Because they know the legislation won't work, and the response to this unserious, unconstitutional legislation that will allow the school shootings to continue will be more gun control from the Democrats. Let me give you an example. They have a high-capacity magazine ban in here that bans any magazine that can accept over 15 rounds. Well, guess what? At Virginia Tech, the shooter carried 17 magazines, none of which held more than 15 rounds, most of which held 10 rounds. The shooter at Columbine carried 13 magazines, each of which held 10 rounds. This legislation would have done absolutely nothing. It's not about how many rounds does the magazine hold. It's about the evil intent of the shooter, and is there somebody there with the capacity to stop that shooter before they can get going? Why is this legislation dead on arrival in the Senate? Why is it dead on arrival in the Supreme Court? One of my colleagues has already acknowledged they know this is unconstitutional, and they'll pack the court if they have to. They said it in Judiciary Committee to keep this legislation alive after it should long since die. But why is it dead? Because Americans don't support it. You've quoted statistics. Those statistics are fake. If they were true, this would breeze through the Senate. But they're not. And so I urge my colleagues to respect the Constitution, respect the will of the American people, to respect the safety of American citizens, and most of all, the safety of children. Let's do something to protect them instead of these fake virtue signals that will do nothing but to curtail the Second Amendment rights of Americans. And with that, I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 7910, Protecting Our Kids Act. You know, I'm so tired of hearing about Chicago and other big cities. Local governments do what they can, do what they will, but this is not a local issue. This is a national issue. It is a national problem, and it requires a national solution. And so I urge all of my colleagues, no matter where you're from, make sure that you vote to protect our kids. And the only way to do that is get rid of these assault weapons and seriously reduce the number of guns in our society. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Dingell.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a child, I lived with a man, my father, who should not have had access to a gun. When his temper flared, we would hide in the closet, my brothers and sisters, praying we would see the morning. My baby sister never recovered from those fears and ultimately died by suicide, haunted by the memories. Too many children are living with those fears today, in classrooms and in their homes. We cannot afford to look away once again and do nothing. 28 years ago, when the assault weapons ban was debated, my husband, then an NRA board member, and who, by the way, slept with the gun under his pillow until the day he died, made one of the toughest votes of his career. He supported the bill, though he didn't agree with everything in it. We all have a job to do for our country. I don't want to take the guns away from any responsible gun owner, but the clock is ticking. Who will be the next mass shooting? Who's the next target? What do we want our American story to be? We need to act now.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. You know, I had intended to stand up here and speak about my provision preventing bump stocks be added to guns, but after sitting here and listening for several hours, my colleagues across the aisle, they've been misrepresenting the Second Amendment, they've been pretending to care about children, and they've been blubbering about their need for big guns to protect themselves. I just got to say one thing. America is listening, and it will remember who allowed this plague to continue to kill our loved ones and spread disaster around our country. They're listening, and they'll remember who it was. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman from New York.
I reserve.
Who seeks time?
We're prepared to close.
The gentleman from New York is prepared to close. Is the gentleman from Ohio prepared to close?
Yes, Madam Speaker, but I will yield a minute and a half to my friend from Florida, Mr. Gates.
Gentleman is recognized for a minute and a half.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Well, we have heard the plan from Democrats. This is not a modest trimming around the edges of gun laws. It has been a full-throated assault on the Second Amendment, a desire to deprive people of the weapons that they choose at the age that they achieve majority. And we've heard countless examples of where the good guy with the gun has been the difference between more or less bloodshed. But this is particularly an aggrieved time to bring this legislation forward because we heard the Speaker of the House recently say that members of the Republican Party were members of a cult. So you now have House Democrats demeaning, defaming, calling extremists tens of millions of Americans while they try to disarm you and then subsequently defund the police. And so no good guys are coming when the woke mob ends up at your door. That's their plan for America, and gun control, unrestrained gun control, is a key part of it. And just like they said, they'll pack the court, they'll blow up the filibuster, they'll abuse every moray of this place for the opportunity to take down the Second Amendment. That's what's at issue. That's what we're fighting for. And Republicans in the United States Senate should not sign up for this charade. They should stand with our fellow Americans for the Constitution and with American gun owners. I yield back to the gentleman from Ohio.
Is the gentleman from Ohio prepared to close?
We are, Madam Speaker.
Is the gentleman from New York prepared to close?
No, we're not. Hold on. Ms. Jackson Lee. So stay, Ms. Jackson Lee, for 1 minute.
I recognize Ms. Jackson Lee for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Not sit idly by to hear the abuse of the Second Amendment that Judge Scalia would not recognize. And that is that there are no restrictions I believe Judge Scalia would look at these dead babies and realize that the Constitution and the Second Amendment that is protected, untouched, would ask you the question, is there no sense of responsibility to be able to provide restrictions to save lives? How dare you suggest that we cannot provide the kind of laws in Protecting Our Kids Act that provides the incentives and guidelines to save lives? Ask the mothers and fathers of these babies. The Second Amendment is not absolute. It does allow restrictions, just as President Reagan said he sees no reason for an AK-47 at that time to be used for sport or to be used for anything else. Support our babies and vote for this act. Where's your responsibility and courage? I yield back.
Is the gentleman from Ohio prepared to close? Is the gentleman from New York prepared to close? Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Massey was right on target when he said red flag laws take all guns from some people and they do so without due process. This bill takes some guns from all people, but Democrats say, don't worry, we're not out to get the Second Amendment. Really? Here's what Representative Cicilline said in committee last week. Spare me the BS about constitutional rights. Here's what Representative Jones said last week in committee. If the filibuster obstructs us, we will abolish it. If the Supreme Court objects, we will expand it. We will not rest until we have taken weapons out of circulation in our communities. Each and every day we will do whatever it takes, whatever it takes. They are out to get the Second Amendment. The right of the American people, the right of we the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's what bothers them. They don't trust we the people. They're smarter than us. They're better than us. They don't trust law-abiding American citizens. They do not trust them. And that is what is so wrong with the direction we're going with this legislation, the legislation they're going to bring to the floor tomorrow. We have seen they don't trust Americans to exercise their First Amendment liberties. Now they're going after their Second Amendment liberties, and that red flag law that they're going to bring up tomorrow goes after their Fifth Amendment due process rights that we enjoy as American citizens. That's why we should oppose this legislation and the legislation tomorrow. And I hope, as my friend from Florida said, I hope the United States Senate doesn't go down this red flag trail that they are now on and further take away liberties from law-abiding American people. With that, we yield back, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, too many cities in this country have become a shorthand for mass shooting. Newtown, San Bernardino, Charleston, Las Vegas, Parkland, Santa Fe, El Paso, Buffalo, Uvalde, the list goes on. How many more communities must be visited by tragedy before we take action? How many more parents need to bury their own children because an 18-year-old with an AR-15 assault rifle stormed into the school? How many more children must grow up without a parent because a high-capacity magazine allowed a shooter to spray dozens of bullets through a supermarket? Let today be the day that we begin to end this cycle of gun violence and we take meaningful action to protect our communities and most of all to protect our kids. You know, the Republicans tell us that we want to defund the police. We don't want to defund the police. President Biden just said the other day we want to fund the police. They want to defund the police. They want to disarm the police. What chance does a policeman with a regular service revolver have against someone with an AR-15 assault rifle? None at all. They want to make sure that our police have no chance at all to resist the dishonest people who use weapons of war, because weapons of war overwhelm whatever any policeman may have. That's the problem here. The problem here is that they want to defund, or I shouldn't say defund, they want to disarm our police compared to the crooks and the murderers who have the weapons of war which can outweigh the service revolvers than any police officer will have. So we want to protect the police officers. We want them to not be outgunned by the murderers. That's where we are. That's what this bill does. That's perhaps why they're afraid of this bill. But we must pass this bill to save our police officers, to save our communities, to save our children. I yield back.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1153, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Section 3A of House Resolution 1153, the Chair will put the question on retaining each title of the bill as amended. The Chair will put the question on retaining Title I of the bill, and the question will be, shall Title I be retained? Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on retaining Title I of H.R. 7910 will be followed by 5-minute votes on retaining Title II, retaining Title III, retaining Title IV, retaining Title V, retaining Title VI, retaining Title VII, the motion to recommit if offered, passage of the bill if ordered, and motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7352, H.R. 7334, H.R. 5879, H.R. 7622, H.R. 7664, H.R. 7670, H.R. 7694, H.R. 7776, and H.R. 7667. Pursuant to Section 3B of House Resolution 1153, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 15-minute vote. This is the gentleman from New York rise.
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title I.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McKeechin of Virginia, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Moore, Mr. Evans, Mr. Sherman, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Lowenthal, and Mr. Ryan, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on retaining Title I.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Texas rise? No.
Is it on? Yeah. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina and Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on retaining Title I.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting no on Title I. Thank you.
For what purpose? For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on retaining Title I.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
As the member designated for Ms. Chantel Brown of Ohio, I inform the House that she will vote aye on retaining Title I. As the member designated for Ms. Terry Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the retaining Title I.
For what purposes, gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title I.
For what purposes, the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title I.
For what purposes, the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following Californians, Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title I.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Ledger Fernandez, I inform the House that these three members will vote aye on retaining Title I.
Purposes, gentleman from Ohio Rise.
As a member designated by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bouchon will vote nay on Title I of H.R. 7910. Thank you.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Tennessee Rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, and Mr. Guest of Mississippi, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Loudermilk, and Mr. Guest will all vote nay on Title I. Thank you.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Arizona Rise.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on retaining Title I.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania Rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on Title I.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on Title I. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bass of California, Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Torres of New York, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Gomez, and Representative Sanchez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title I. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title I.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on Title I.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on Title I.
Vote. The yeas are 228, the nays are 199. The title is retained. The chair will now put the question on retaining Title II of the bill. The question is, shall Title II be retained? Pursuant to Section 3B of House Resolution 1153, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise? You rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on Title II.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lamb of Pennsylvania, Mr. Torres of New York, and Ms. Bass of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title II.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote nay on Title II of H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Waters, Gomez, and Sanchez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title II. Thank you, Madam
For what purpose does
Speaker.
the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado and Mr. Cawthorn of North Carolina, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on retaining Title II.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on Title II. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Ryan, Dr. Lowenthal, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Evans, Ms. Moore, and Mr. McKeechan, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on retaining Title II.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on Title II. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Leger Fernandez, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title II.
What purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on retaining Title II.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on retaining Title II.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
As the member designated for members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title II.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following Californians, Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title II.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter Welch, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title II.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on retaining Title II.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that both members will vote yea on Title II, retaining Title II.
what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on Title II.
But for what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title II.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on Title II. Thank you.
This vote, the yeas are 224, the yeas are 195. The title is Mr. Smucker. Mr. Smucker votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Ms. Bush votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. On this vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 197. The title is retained. The chair will now put the question on retaining Title III of the bill. The question is, shall Title III be retained? Pursuant to Section 3B of House Resolution 1153, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Torres, Bass, and Lamb, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title III.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on Title III. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Waters, Representative Sanchez, Representative Gomez, all of California, inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title III.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise? Or, I'm sorry, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. As the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin, Mr. Ryan, Dr. Lowenthal, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Evans, Ms. Moore, and Mr. Swazi, inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote no on Title III of 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on Title III. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these 3 members will vote yea on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by the following Californias, Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise? Gentleman from Arizona.
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Marilyn Strickland and Juan Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title III.
Abs tickets. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio's series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on Title III.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title III.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
As the member designated by Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title III.
Oh, for what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Walorski from Indiana and Ms. Sparts from Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will both vote nay on Title III.
On this vote, the yeas are 226, the nays are 194. The title is retained. Chair will now put the question on retaining Title IV of the bill. The question is, shall Title IV be retained? Pursuant to Section 3B of House Resolution 1153, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. And again, this will be a 5-minute vote. For what purposes, gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressman Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Title IV.
For what purposes, gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting no on Title IV. Thank you.
For what purposes, gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Lamb, Bass, and Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title IV.
For what purposes, gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Sanchez, and Gomez, all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title IV.
Purposes, gentleman from Pennsylvania rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on Title IV.
What purposes, gentlelady from Ohio rise?
As the member designated for members Terry Sewell and Chantel Brown, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title IV.
What purposes, gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on Title IV. Thank you.
For what purposes, gentleman from California rise? Gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title IV.
For what purposes, gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
What purposes, gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title IV.
What purposes, gentleman from Ohio rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote nay on Title IV of H.R. 7910.
What purposes, gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on retaining Title IV.
What purposes, gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on Title IV. Thank
What
you.
purposes, gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on retaining Title IV.
What purposes, gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on retaining Title IV.
This is the gentleman from Virginia rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Ryan, Dr. Lowenthal, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Evans, Ms. Moore, and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on retaining Title IV.
2 minutes remaining. For what purposes, the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Krishnamurti will vote yes on retaining Title IV.
For what purposes, the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title IV.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will both vote no on Title IV.
What purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title IV.
Does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on Title IV.
On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 205. The title is retained. The chair will now put the question on retaining Title V of the bill. The question is, shall Title V be retained? Pursuant to Section 3B of House Resolution 1153, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 5-minute vote. What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Krishnamurti will vote yes on retaining Title V.
What purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title V.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on Title V.
What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title V.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on Title V.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Sanchez and Gomez, all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title V.
What purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on Title V.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Lamb, Bass, and Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title V.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Swalwell, Cardenas, and Reese, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Title V.
What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on Title V. Thank you.
What purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on retaining Title V.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on Title V. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on retaining Title V.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote nay on Title V of H.R. 7910.
Two minutes remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, the member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Evans, Mr. McKeechin, Ms. Moore, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Barragan, Mr. Lowenthal. I think that's all. And Mr. Swazi, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on retaining Title V.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these 3 members will vote yea on retaining Title V.
Does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title V.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote no on Title V.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title V.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
As the member designated for members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title V.
The yeas are 233, the nays are 194. The title is retained. The chair will now put the question on retaining Title VI of the bill. The question is, shall Title VI be retained? Pursuant to Section 3B of House Resolution 1153, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
As the member designated for members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title VI.
Does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on retaining Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on retaining Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote nay on Title VI of H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Lamb, Bass, and Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti, I inform the House that he will vote yes on retaining Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on Title VI. Thank you.
Gentlelady from Texas
Madam
rise.
Speaker, designated by Representative Waters, Gomez, and Sanchez, all of California, inform the House members that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VI. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote no on Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VI.
Purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on Title VI. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Price, I inform the House that Representative Price will vote yea on retaining Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title VI.
What purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on Title VI. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As a member designated by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, Ms. Wilson, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will both vote no on Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VI.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Sherman, Mr. Evans, Ms. Moore, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Lowenthal, Ms. Barragan, and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on retaining Title VI.
The yeas are 220, the nays are 207. The title is retained. Chair will now put the question on retaining Title VII of the bill. The question is, shall Title VII be retained? Pursuant to Section 3B of House Resolution 1153, the yeas and nays are ordered, and members will record their votes by electronic device. Again, this will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Waters, Gomez, and Sanchez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
As the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting yea on Title VII. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bouchon will vote yes on Title VII of H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
As a member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk all will vote yea on Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York rise?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote aye on the measure.
Does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
Two minutes remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House Ms. Walorski will vote no on Title VII. And as a member designated by Ms. Sparts of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparts will vote yes on Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Bass, Torres, and Lamb, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
One remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. McEachin, Mr. Sherman, Dr. Lowenthal, Ms. Barragan, Ms. Moore, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Evans, and Mr. McEachin, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
Okay. Gentleman from Virginia.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ryan of Ohio, I inform the House that he will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
Rise.
As the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on Title VII. Thank you.
Okay, so it's good. Purposes, the gentlelady from Ohio rise.
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on retaining Title VII.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. Krishnamurti will vote yes on retaining Title VII.
On this vote, the yeas are 380 and the nays are 47. The title is retained. Question now occurs on engrossment and third reading of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, third reading.
A bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to provide for an increased age limit on the purchase of certain firearms, prevent gun trafficking, modernize the prohibition on untraceable firearms, encourage the safe storage of firearms, and for other purposes.
House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Hudson of North Carolina moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7910 to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to. Gentleman from North Carolina.
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Bass, Lamb, and Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these three members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what
HR
purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Ryan, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Swazi, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Evans, Ms. Moore, Ms. Barragan, and Mr. McKeechin, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sparts and Ms. Walorski of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Sparts and Ms. Walorski will both vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As a member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that they will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor, we be voting yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
1 minute remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from Newark rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representative Waters, Gomez, and Sanchez, I inform the House that the members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Let me change. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter Welch, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Marilyn Strickland and Juan Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 198, the nays are 228. The motion is not adopted. The question now occurs on passage of the bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Delaware rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Torres, Bass, and Lamb, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mason, South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mason will vote no on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio rise?
As a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote nay on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California
Madam
rise?
Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Reese, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote no on H.R. 7910. Thank
For
you.
what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas rise?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Gomez, and Sanchez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote no on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Marilyn Strickland, and Juan Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
What purpose does the gentleman from Florida rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated Mr. Swazi, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Lowenthal, Ms. Barragan, Ms. Moore, Mr. McKeechin, and Mr. Evans, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote nay on H.R. 7910. Thank you.
Gentlelady from North Carolina rise.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will both vote no on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona rise?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on H.R. 7910. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado rise?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Wilson, Mr. Moulton, and Ms. Ledger Fernandez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on H.R. 7910.
Gentleman from New York rise.
Designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida rise?
As the member designated by Ms. Frankel and Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7910.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Terry Sewell and Chantel Brown, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 79110.
On this vote, the yeas are 223, the nays are 204. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7352, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 246, H.R. 7352, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to extend the statute of limitation for fraud by borrowers under the Paycheck Protection Program and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Bass, Lamb, and Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yea on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Gomez and Sanchez, all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7352. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the member from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote yea on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote yea on H.R. 7352. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will both vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Neal, Ms. Moore, Mr. Evans, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Barragan, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Ryan, and Mr. Swazi. I inform the House that these 9 members will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on 7352.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting yea on H.R. 7352. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7352.
30 seconds remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Leger Fernandez, Ms. Wilson, and Mr. Moulton, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7352.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown, Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7352.
Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 421, the nays are 0, 0 recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7334, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 245, H.R. 7334, a bill to extend the statute of limitations for fraud by borrowers under certain COVID-19 economic injury disaster loan programs of Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Bass, Lamb, and Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Mr. Evans, Mr. McKeechin, Ms. Barragan, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Swazi, and Chairman Neal, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yea on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albios Sirius, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote yea on H.R. 7334. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Chair, as a member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will both vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on 7334.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, I inform the House that the Chairwoman will vote no on the H.R. 7334. As a member designated by members Jimmy Gomez and Linda Sanchez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote aye on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 7334. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7334.
1 minute remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As the member designated by, Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Ledger Fernandez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7334.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7334.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 416, the nays are 3, 0 recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 244, H.R. 5879, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to clarify the application of the price evaluation preference for qualified hub zone small business concerns to certain contracts and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Torres, Bass, and Lamb, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Evans, Ms. Moore, Chairman Neal, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Sherman, Dr. Lowenthal, and Ms. Barragan, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Pashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Pashan will vote yea on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on H.R. 5879. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Guest of Mississippi and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Guest and Mr. Loudermilk will vote yea on H.R. 5879. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio vote yes on H.R. 5879.
What's it? He was not who was up there.
Did I get in your way? No, you're good. No, you're good.
The gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Sanchez, and Representative Gomez, all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5879. Thank you.
There's nothing foolproof.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on H.R. 5879. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Leger Fernandez, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on H.R. 5879.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, thank you. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 5879. Thank you.
On this vote, the yeas are 359, the nays are 61, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7622, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 247, H.R. 7622, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to include requirements relating to apprenticeship program assistance for small business development centers and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, is the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Lamb, Torres, and Bass, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Suawa, Ruiz, and Cardenas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, Mr. Evans, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Barragan, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Swazi, and Chairman Neal, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on H.R. 7622. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Guest and Mr. Loudermilk will vote yea on H.R. 7622. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter Welch, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Albio Series, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Sanchez, and Gomez, all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7622. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Marilyn Strickland and Juan Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
1 minute remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that the chairman will vote yes on H.R. 7622.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Ledger Fernandez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on H.R. 7622.
For this one? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 7622. Thank you.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Vote. The yeas are 368, the nays are 52, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion on the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7664, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 248, H.R. 7664, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to include requirements relating to graduates of career and technical education programs or programs of studies for small business development centers and women's business centers and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Torres, Lamb, and Bass, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairman Neal, Mr. Swazi, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Sherman, Ms. Moore, Ms. Barragan, Mr. Evans, Mr. McKeechin, and Dr. Lowenthal, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks both vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk all will vote yea on H.R. 7664. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 7664. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, I inform the House that the Chairwoman will vote no on H.R. 7664. As a member designated by Representatives Sanchez and Gomez of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7664. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on 7664.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7664.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 7664.
30 seconds. 4, 3, 2. 30 seconds remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote aye on H.R. 7664.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 399, the nays are 18, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7670, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 249, H.R. 7670, A bill to amend the Small Business Act to require a report on small business concerns owned and controlled by women and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Lamb, Torres, and Bass, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Swalwell, Cardenas, and Ruiz, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk all will vote yea on H.R. 7670. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Evans, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Moore, Mr. Ryan, Ms. Barragan, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Sherman, and Chairman Neal, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Peter Walsh, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Donald Payne, and Mr. Albio Series, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Gomez, and Sanchez, all of California, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7670. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 7670. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Wilson, and Ms. Ledger Fernandez, I inform the House that these three members will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
How many more votes? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on 7670.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on H.R. 7670.
Purposes, the gentleman from New York seek recognition.
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7670.
On this vote, the yeas are 402, the nays are 19, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7694, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Union Calendar number 250, H.R. 7694, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to modify the requirements relating to the evaluation of the subcontracting plans of certain offerers and for other purposes.
Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Torres, Lamb, and Bass, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Cardenas, Ruiz, and Swalwell, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk will all vote yea on H.R. 7694. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Peter Welch, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 7694. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Sanchez, Representative Gomez, all of California, and from the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7694. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, Mr. Moulton, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the member from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts, both of Indiana, I inform the House Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparts will both vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown, Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7694.
Keep going. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that the chairman will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on 7694.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, by Mr. Evans, Mr. McKeachin, Ms. Barragan, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Swazi, and Chairman Neal, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7694.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Vote, the yeas are 411, the nays are 11, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. DeFazio, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7776, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. As amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7776, a bill to provide for improvements to the rivers and harbors of the United States, to provide for the conservation and development of water and related resources, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Torres, Bass, and Lamb, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting aye on H.R. 7776. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Mr. Evans, Mr. McEachin, Ms. Barragan, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Swazi, and Chairman Neal, I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, Mr. Guest of Mississippi, and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks, Mr. Guest, and Mr. Loudermilk all will vote yea on H.R. 7776. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Sanchez, and Gomez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that the Chairman will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representatives Juan Vargas and Marilyn Strickland, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? No purpose. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Bobby Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7776.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Christ and Ms. Frankel of Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7776.
30 seconds remaining. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, Mr. Moulton, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote yea on H.R. 7776.
Did he already go? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Take two. As the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting nay on H.R. 7776. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7776.
We have people going twice. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 384, the nays are 37, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7667 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7667, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act to revise and extend the user fee programs for prescription drugs, medical devices, generic drugs, and biosimilar biological products, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman for Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi, Mr. Ryan, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Sherman, Ms. Barragan, Ms. Moore, Mr. McKeechin, Mr. Evans, Chairman Neal. I inform the House these members will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, thanks for the speed this evening. As the member designated by Ms. Mace of South Carolina, I inform the House that Ms. Mace will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
By Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson and Representative Rush, I inform the House these members will vote yea on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Thompson will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ruiz, Cardenas, and Swalwell, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Van Taylor, I'd like to inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will be voting no on H.R. 7667. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Albio Series, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Peter Welch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Boebert of Colorado, I inform the House that Ms. Boebert will vote no on the measure.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by members Torres, Bass, and Lamb, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Brooks of Alabama, I inform the House that Mr. Brooks will vote nay on H.R. 7667. And Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Guest of Mississippi and Mr. Loudermilk of Georgia, I inform the House that Mr. Guest and Mr. Loudermilk will vote yea on H.R. 7667. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
As the member designated by the members Chantel Brown and Terry Sewell, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks, both of Indiana, I inform the House that Ms. Walorski and Ms. Sparks will both vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Chairwoman Waters, Representative Gomez, Representative Sanchez, all of California, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7667. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Bashan of Indiana, I inform the House that Mr. Bashan will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise grateful for your service, and as the member designated by Ms. Ledger Fernandez, Mr. Moulton, and Ms. Wilson, I inform the House that these three members will vote aye on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Johnson of South Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Johnson will vote yes on 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Representatives Marilyn Strickland and Juan Vargas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Price, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yea on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated once again by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel, and Mr. Chris, also from Florida, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Chairman DeFazio, I inform the House that Chairman DeFazio will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Krishnamurti of Illinois, I inform the House that he will vote yes on H.R. 7667.
On this vote, the yeas are 392, the nays are 28, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 1153, House Resolutions 1151 and 1152 are considered as adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may hereafter be considered to be the first sponsor of HRS 921, a resolution originally introduced by Representative Hagendorn of Minnesota for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection.
The chair lays before the House communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I write to respectfully tender my resignation as a member of the Committee on Homeland Security. It has been an honor to serve in this capacity. Signed sincerely, Ralph Norman.
The chair lays before the House another communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam, I write to respectfully tender my resignation as a member of the House Financial Services Committee. It has been an honor to serve in this capacity. Signed sincerely, David Kustoff.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1159, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives: Committee on Ways and Means, Mr. Kustoff; Committee on Financial Services, Mr. Norman.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion is to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? I'm so sorry. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, earlier today, a man was arrested for plotting to kill Justice Kavanaugh. Over a month ago, the Senate unanimously passed a bill to provide more security for Supreme Court justices and their family. But House Democrats have let that bill gather dust. This is the same parties whose heated rhetoric has encouraged political pressure on conservative justices. Former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said, "I know that there's an outrage right now, I guess, about protests that have been peaceful to date. And we certainly do continue to encourage that outside judges' homes, and that's the president's position." And Majority Leader Schumer said, "I want to tell you, Justice Kavanaugh and Justice Gorsuch, you have unleashed a whirlwind, and you will pay the price. You won't know what hit you if you go forward with these awful decisions." Mr. Speaker, with words like that and threats like these, Congress cannot afford to wait. We have a duty to protect the court, the justices, and their families from political violence and intimidation. And we can meet that duty tonight before the House adjourns by sending this bill to the President's desk. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table S 4160, the Supreme Court Police Parity Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under the guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
Cleared on the Republican side.
Is the gentleman asking a parliamentarian question?
No, I'm just stating that there is no objection on the Republican side, so that would only be the Democrats holding the bill up.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 100th birthday of Wilbur Dumas, a veteran and a well-accomplished Georgian. Wilbur was born in McRae, Georgia in 1922 to James and Effie Dumas. In 1943, he married the love of his life, Polly Snow. in Morven, Georgia. Following his marriage, he was drafted into the Army in 1944 during World War II and served in the Pacific. Wilbur was in the Tokyo Bay on September 2, 1945, when the official instrument of surrender was signed by the Japanese on the USS Missouri. After the war, he and Polly moved to Port Wentworth, where they raised a daughter and 2 sons. They bought a house on Commonwealth Avenue in 1951, where Wilbur still resides to this day. Wilbur retired from Kaiser Agricultural Chemical Plant in Port Wentworth in 1984. Unlike many, Wilbur lived to see his 100th birthday this past May, and it was an honor and a privilege to celebrate his birthday at our home church and my home church at Port Wentworth United Methodist Church. Happy 100th birthday, Mr. Dumas. What an amazing achievement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does a gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for
Without
1 minute.
objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today an armed man with the intent to kill Justice Kavanaugh was arrested near the Justice's home. The Senate unanimously passed a bipartisan bill that would provide security to the justices and their families. Yet House Democrats have refused to act on it. Unlike the bills we voted on today, we actually have a bipartisan, common sense solution to protect one of our nation's most sacred institutions. Therefore, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table S4160 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
As the chair previously advised, that request cannot be entertained absent appropriate clearance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've certainly heard our fair share of hot air from Democrats as they attack the Constitution and the rights of Americans. A member from Rhode Island recently said that the constitutional rights of the American people are BS. President Biden claimed that the Second Amendment was not absolute. This is a new and dangerous standard that's being set, that the Constitution is merely a doormat that a member of Congress wipes his or her feet on. It'll surely pain my Democrat colleagues to hear this, but I'll say it anyway. The Constitution is absolute. If they have a problem respecting our founding document, then why did they take an oath to protect and defend it in the first place? Perhaps they need to do some soul searching. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not just American oil and natural gas energies that are under attack. Another one of the nation's top sources of energy, nuclear generation, has faced repeated operational obstacles and is facing threats of extinction. Nuclear power is one of the best choices for renewable energy we have. It's consistent, it runs 24/7, it isn't intermittent or dependent on the weather like wind or solar. It takes up a small physical footprint, such as California's sole remaining reactors at Diablo Canyon. They only take up 900 acres of land and provide nearly 10% of California's energy portfolio and 23% of the carbon-free generation everybody's so worried about. It's affordable, although power plants are expensive to build. Like most things, they are relatively cheap to run. Interestingly, nuclear generation has garnered widespread support recently. Last month, the Biden administration launched a $6 billion federal effort to keep nuclear power plants open that are at the risk of closing. Even our California Governor Gavin Newsom seems to have reversed his opinion on nuclear energy and expressed some level of support to keep Diablo Canyon open. Nuclear energy has had an unfair bad rap from past incidents, mostly like Chernobyl. Well, this isn't the 1980s Soviet Union. It's the United States. We have the innovation and technological advances to make nuclear energy a cornerstone of our future in energy independence. We need to hang on to it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I come tonight to pay tribute to the Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church in Houston, Texas, celebrating its 60th anniversary, its diamond anniversary, and to thank the senior pastor, Marcus Cosby, Dr. Marcus Cosby, and of course, the pastor emeritus, world-renowned Reverend Dr. William A. Lawson. The leadership of Pastor Cosby is founded in his own spiritual grounding and as well his commitment and dedication and respect for Pastor Lawson and his family. It is an interesting church, now called the Cathedral, and it is a place where people can come for refuge. It is a place of intellect and genius because of the many members of great talent. But oh, they are the Good Samaritans. They are reminded as a church body that it is their goal and their responsibility to feed the hungry and those without clothes, those who need housing, and as well to open its doors to civic participation. This is a place that was founded by Pastor Lawson and his wife Audrey Lawson, the late Audrey Lawson, in their living room 60 years ago, as Pastor Lawson was, in fact, being the pastor for TSU's, Texas Southern University students. But I congratulate Wheeler Avenue Baptist Church because they're a church of action, service, love of God. Bless them for their 60th anniversary. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you. I don't intend to go 60 minutes, so make everybody feel a little better. In any event, there are a variety of topics that I think have not been discussed enough lately that I think should be addressed on the floor. We have been gone for 2 weeks prior to reconvening this week, and in that time, I took one more trip to the southern border. I took the trip to the border because other than arguably the threat of an absolute catastrophe over the Ukraine, it is easily the biggest cause for concern in this country at that time. I went down to McAllen, Texas with 11 other congressmen, rather than having a trip of 12, which as I understand it is the biggest group that's been at the border since COVID. We should have had 80 or 90 people there to see what is going on. Prior to talking about things that I saw on the trip, I would like to talk about the size of the problem because the numbers tell the story. In the most recent April, we let 183,000 people in the country. Frequently, the press, for whatever reason, and some politicians, talk about the number of people who have contact with the Border Patrol. 183,000 is the number who actually came in the country. A year ago in April, that number was 66,000. And 2 years ago, it was 6,000. So we've gone from 6,000 let in the country in April of 2020, April of 2021, 66,000, and most recently, 183,000. These numbers are staggering. The press should be reporting every monthly number with banner headlines. Perhaps because the story seems old, they get tired on reporting it, but it is a more significant story every month. Of those 183,000, about 60,000 are what we refer to as gotaways. That is not people who checked in at the Border Patrol and got a cursory review. They are people who did not touch the Border Patrol at all. We don't know whether they were sneaking in these country with drugs.
We don't know whether they had diseases. We don't know whether they have criminal background problems. We don't know. So from 6,000 to 66,000 to 183,000. Who knows what it's going to be by this time next year? Obviously, it is changing America dramatically. We do have ways to come in this country legally. We like to make sure that the future of America is people who have proved themselves law-abiding, hardworking. Here, we have no idea who we're getting. I want to point out that one of the reasons more people are sneaking across the border is that as we have approximately 120,000 people who check in with the Border Patrol, the Border Patrol has to spend more of their time doing paperwork and not doing what they want to do, which is guard the border. That is why we're having a much more significant number of people come here without any contact whatsoever. The Biden administration says they inherited a mess. They inherited 6,000 a month, and now we're at 183,000 a month. As far as other observations along the Rio Grande, the heartlessness of the Mexican drug cartels continues to be shown. When they want to get drugs here, because they know the Border Patrol is understaffed, what they do is they send a group of people across the river, and they know the Border Patrol will be obligated to deal with that group of people, and then they send another group of people, say a mile or 2 miles further on down or further upriver, where they know they can get across with their drugs. They also know the cartels are so brutal and heartless that they will throw a young child overboard in the Rio Grande because they know our ethical Border Patrol will save that child rather than deal with the people who are sneaking across, perhaps sneaking across with drugs. For the first time since I've been at the border, and I've been down there several times, in part due to my subcommittee assignment and the fact that I'm a ranking member, the people who showed me the Rio Grande pointed out at a bend of a river, here is where we have a lot of Chinese coming across. Again, I think people are under the impression these are largely Mexican, Central American folks. I was surprised to hear from my guide that they pointed out this is the bend where we see a lot of Chinese coming across, which is, by the way, typical of what I've seen in other regions. This is people from all around the world. They also pointed out that one of the reasons so many people are coming here, they come here because the drug cartels are making money off them and advertising on social media all around the world, be it Central America, be it Brazil, be it Peru, be it India or Pakistan or Bangladesh. The drug cartels are making money on these folks. The further you come, the more they make per person. Maybe they're getting $6,000 or $7,000 for Mexican, maybe $9,000 or $10,000 for Central American, maybe $15,000 or $20,000 from Asia. One more time, and I repeat things up here I find almost hard to believe, but one more time I was told by the Border Patrol that right now the Mexican drug cartels make more money smuggling people across the border than drugs, and that's really saying something. So in addition to the other problems, we are strengthening the financial hold the drug cartels have on Mexico and to a lesser degree on the United States. It is not rocket science how to stop this. You stop it by going back to the Migrant Protection Protocol, in which people coming here were held in Mexico pending a hearing. When I talk about the non-getaways, about 120,000 a month, these folks are led in the United States and told to show up for a hearing at some time. They rarely show up. When people are paying $10,000 or $15,000 to get this far, they would not come here in the first place if they were on the Mexican side of the border. People are not going to pay $15,000 to sit in Mexico and hope a hearing goes their way. So we should go back to the common sense provisions we had just a year and a half ago, and we quickly get back down to the 6 or 10 or 15,000 a month rather than the massive amount that's coming across the border. Another benefit of not having so many people cross the border is we would decrease the horrifically high number of drug overdoses we have in America. These numbers have been repeated, but it is another story that I think the press is dropping the ball on because they think because it's an old story, it's not an important story. When I was elected to this job 7 years ago, about 47,000 Americans were dying every year of drug overdoses. That's now over 110,000. By comparison, 57,000 American troops died in Vietnam. Over twice as many Americans die every year from drug overdoses in this country as died in 12 years in Vietnam. The apathy of the Biden administration on these numbers, and quite frankly, the apathy from the people in this chamber is stunning. 110,000 people are dying. Not only does that by itself mean we have to do a lot more at the border, we should greatly increase the penalties for people who smuggle fentanyl or sell fentanyl in this country. Think about that, 110,000 people. Think about their parents, think about their children, think about their siblings. As for the rest of their life, they're going to carry that death with them. And what do we get from this administration? Nothing. The border is not a priority. We don't care how much fentanyl comes here. So, again, my request to this body and the request from the Biden administration show a little bit of sympathy for the families where the people who use these drugs die and care a little bit about the future of America. In some years, over 800,000 people are sworn as new citizens. Nobody complains. They've been in the country 5 or 6 years. They've proven they're not going to go on welfare. They've proven they're not going to commit crimes. I've attended their ceremonies. They make one feel very good about being an American. I don't know why we wouldn't want to have everybody come here under those circumstances rather than this massive increase of people coming across the border. The next topic which should be discussed, and every congressman who didn't spend the last 2 weeks in their house heard about it, is the dramatic amount of inflation that's out here. One thing that bothers me, and it bothers me about my own party, is I don't think we spend enough time talking where the inflation came from. It came from excessive government spending and the need of the Federal Reserve to, in essence, print money to deal with that spending. I want to point out that this was not a surprise. I could say, who am I? Personally pointed out at the time the original stimulus package that President Biden signed almost immediately upon coming into office, the $1.9 trillion stimulus package, predictably caused this dramatic increase in cost of food, cost of oil certainly, cost of housing. I want to remind people that Larry Summers, key economist, key economic advisor to Barack Obama, said at the time that this was the least responsible economic policy in 40 years. That's what Barack Obama's economic advisor said. But instead, we got from the other side of the aisle, they ignored Mr. Summers' concerns, they ignored the concerns of the Republicans, and upon President Biden taking office, whoosh, a new $1.9 trillion stimulus package. Soon thereafter, they added to that an over $1 trillion infrastructure bill, which was bipartisan because they got a few irresponsible Republican senators to vote for it. But again, outside of the regular budget process, these massive bills. And predictably what happened is what Larry Summers and quite frankly me and many Republicans said was going to happen, dramatic increase in inflation. Huge increases in the money supply. Increases in the money supply even greater than what we saw in the 1970s under the Carter inflation. It is such a dangerous path we're taking. And I think in the future, as President Biden continues to ask for more spending, and I think the level of spending asked for in the regular budget is excessive in its own right, over 12% increase in non-defense spending there, it would be good if not just the Republicans, because we're in the minority, but the Democrats as well would stand up to President Biden and say, no, we cannot have any more inflation. Inflation used to be known, what it is a regressive tax on the public. The average person spends more on gas, the average middle-class person spends more on gas than the wildly well-off person. They spend more on housing, they spend more on food. This is a policy that harms the middle class and harms the poor, quite frankly, far more than the billionaires, which have such influence politically and get so involved in the last election. I know there were times where Republicans stood up to President Trump when he wanted to issue new checks on some of his COVID bills and voted no. It would be refreshing in the future if we had some Democrats stand up and say, I voted for you, President Biden, but this spending was just irresponsible and out of control, and I cannot stand with you. I would love it in the appropriation bills if we pass in the current fiscal year had no increase at all. That's not a dramatic thing. They should be cut dramatically. But it would be good if both the Republicans and Democrats got together and said, we're going to go back to sequester sort of increases, things that we saw under Barack Obama even, and try to hold the increases into under 1% or perhaps nothing, because it's going to take quite a while to recover for the excessive COVID spending as well as the huge stimulus package that President Biden led off with. This is not something that was a surprise. It was not something that was caused by the Ukraine. It was something that every middle schooler should know. You cannot just print money and not have a huge impact on inflation. The next thing we're going to look at here tonight is, quite frankly, the reason I ran for the job and what I thought was the major problem in America, and still believe, other than the border, which maybe is nudged by it, or the threat of some catastrophic war in Europe, and that is the role that the federal government has played in the breakdown of the American family. The number of children born without a father in the home was under 5% before World War II. And kind of in the golden age of America, that's what was the norm. It's hard to believe anybody would not want the nuclear family to be the standard that American children grow up in. However, we do know that Karl Marx, and there is this romance with socialism that permeates part of the Democrat Party, permeates a lot of our academic institutions. Karl Marx felt that we had to destroy the American family. As I've said many times before, Black Lives Matter, on their website around the time of the last campaign, said that they wanted to get rid of the Western prescribed nuclear family. First of all, it's an insult to the rest of the world, because families with mothers and fathers at home are common in Asia, common in Africa, common everywhere. But in any event, it's apparent that the powerful Black Lives Matter at least said they wanted to get rid of the nuclear family. Karl Marx wanted to get rid of the nuclear family. What happened in America that we went from very, very few children not having mom and dad at home to working our way to 40% of the children born in America born without mom and dad at home? It didn't just happen. It happened because this institution, beginning with what I think is the worst president in the country's history until now, Lyndon Johnson, began a war on family. I guess he called it a war on poverty. You should call it really a war on the family. He began to put the government in a position in which they would take care of the children instead of both parents, traditionally the father. So in other words, they substituted the government for the father in the home, and quickly we reached the point where it ramped up from the middle 60s to the 90s, then dipped a little with the welfare reform in the 60s, and now is on the upward climb again. 40% of the children go home, one parent. There are some parents who are able to swing it and do a good job, but let's face it, it's much more difficult to raise kids in that circumstances, and the statistics show it. So how has this body responded? It has responded by increasing the incentives to not form a nuclear family. Right now, all of the government transfer payments, be it medical care, be it food stamps, be it low-income housing, be it the earned income tax payment, be it the TANF payments, are all conditioned upon families being in poverty. A lot of people considered in poverty, I don't think we would consider in poverty. They maybe have an air-conditioned apartment, they may have iPhones, they may have cars, but you are considered in poverty if you are not earning a great deal of money. And the bag of things you are getting can, in many cases, exceed that of what a working parent, say frequently a father in the home, can provide. When the government says, provided you don't get married to a guy with an income or much of an income, we're going to give you a free apartment, frequently a nicer apartment than people who are not on the system get. We're going to give you free food, and when I talk to the clerks at the grocery stores and such, they frequently say the food one gets is more expensive than the clerks who work at the grocery stores can afford. When you give free health care, when you give an additional checks of some basis, TANF checks, you can quickly wind up in a situation in which, like I said, you are better off financially not getting married. This was, I think, the biggest policy mistake we've seen in America, perhaps in hundreds of years. The decision in the 1960s to, in essence, have the government replace the husband. And I think so many of the problems in America today, including the crime problems that we addressed or tried to address in the gun bills that were passed earlier today, actually wouldn't be anywhere near the problem they are had we not done what we could to destroy the American family as Karl Marx wanted. A definite, and it is the bag of things one gets. Efforts have been made throughout the last year and a half, some successful, some not, to push more and more money in the system for people, or for single parents, could be man, could be woman, single parents who are not married to someone with much of an income. The efforts made to increase the earned income tax credit, the increases in the food stamps, the efforts made to put more low-income housing out there. I remember, too, as I mentioned, I talked to some of the admittedly more liberal people who administer the low-income housing. I'd ask them, what about the program don't you like? Well, it's a good program, I'm glad to be part of here, but these people are getting nicer housing than I'm getting. Kind of reminds me like when you talk to the clerk at the grocery store. The people on the system are getting nicer groceries than the people not. The people getting the low-income housing, once they get off the waiting list, are sometimes getting better accommodations than people who are off on their own, particularly couples starting out. In any event, I think if there is one thing I would like to have the Republican Party do, if we ever do get both the houses and the presidency again, it is to make a concerted effort to change these welfare programs so never again will the United States be in the business of encouraging families without both parents, particularly encouraging families without a father at home. The results of Lyndon Johnson's policies have been written about for 50 years now. whether we're talking about Daniel Moynihan or George Gilder or Robert Rector. Everybody points it out. This breakdown in the family, which everybody knows is ruining America, or largely responsible for causing the moral decline in America, it didn't just happen. It happened because the U.S. government and people in this body wanted to take money and give it to people living a certain lifestyle and take it from the tax dollars of people living the nuclear family lifestyle. So I strongly encourage people in this body, including Republican leadership, if we take control of this House 2 years from now with the presidency, to make their number one priority is flipping around these welfare programs, which have done so much to lead to the moral decline that we have in America today. I realize it means standing up to the media. It's standing up to a former Democrat mayor of Milwaukee used to refer to, Democrat mayor, by the way, used to refer to the poverty pimps. I don't know whether they use that word anymore. But it will take standing up to the poverty pimps and finally getting the strength of the American family back where it was in the 1960s, back where it was in the 1950s, where our schools seemed to be doing a better job, where it didn't seem like the crime was anywhere near as great today. And by the way, things like the murder rate should be falling precipitously because improved medical care. But we still have higher murder rate today, last year, than we did in the 50s, which is just preposterous, but one of the effects of Lyndon Johnson's war on the family. So I leave that goal for both the Republicans and Democrats, and to stop and think what they can do to get the American family back where it was 60 years ago. Those are some of what I consider the major issues in America, issues that should be talked about today and are quite frankly of more significance than some of the things that the media talks about. I hope when we get done taking our break near the end of June that we do something to address the border, or President Biden would address it immediately, that we do something to address the huge number of drug overdoses and all the broken hearts out there of the people who died because of this problem. I hope we begin to address the breakdown of the family that didn't just happen. It happened almost by design of the government, and do something about the excessive spending, which results in this inflation that makes it difficult for people at all ages of life, but I think must make it so difficult for the youngest people as they look forward. Can we buy a home? Can we have children? So I'd like to thank you for giving me this time, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.